A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be watching on the live stream through YouTube, and for everyone here at Champion Lakes this morning, it is a very good morning to day 3 of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Great to have your company this morning. My name is Travis Jenkins. My partner in crime, Rob Glendenning, he's away on very important business this morning with the New South Wales teams as an important coach. He's doing a great job there. And after all, it is Interstate Rowing Championship Day. It is going to be a huge morning of rowing. It's something to really look forward to. We've got all the big teams here, all the big names. We've got Olympians, we've got World Championship representatives, we've got the very best of the best in the Masters rowing, all here today at Champion Lakes to do battle on what is an absolutely beautiful morning here. Not a breath of wind, it's absolutely calm, and it's going to be a sensational morning of rowing action. There is a few showers around, you'll see just behind me. There is a few clouds rolling in from the southwest, but overall the wind should be low and the conditions should be ideal for a great morning of competition. Last year, it was the Adelaide South Australian crews who did very well, winning 3 of the 6 interstate races. They return here today as the defending champions and will do their very best to upstage the local talent here in WA, but all the big names have definitely come. The West Australian 8 men's crew, well, they've got plenty of Olympians. They've also got Damien Kelly having his 50th birthday today. Will this be the ultimate birthday present for him to win that big men's 8? The Victorian quads, they're looking to make it 9 in a row. It would be a fantastic achievement if they could win that 9th consecutive title, but I'm sure there will be a few teams who'll have a couple of things to say about that. We're just about ready to get the first race underway. The big races will start from 9:30 Western Standard Time. It's going to be a huge morning of rowing, and we're not meant to really show our colours, but because we are in WA and it's the West Australians who we're looking forward to, we're going to put on the yellow caps and cheer the West Australians home as much as we can here on the home deck. Enjoy the rowing this morning. Great to have your company here at Champion Lakes. We've got the first race starting shortly. We're going to take these couple of messages and we'll be back real soon.
Nice. That was great. Yeah, that was great.
It used to be a choice. Design or luxury, technology or space, performance or price. It used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Ken Oath feeling.
welcome back to live pictures here from Champion Lakes, and it's a beautiful scene to see our crews getting ready for the Mixed Masters G8s, a big final, the first final on Interstate Championship Day, and our crews, you can see, absolutely as straight as a die. Beautiful conditions. Our rowers, they'll be really enjoying this here. Let's go through the roll call for you. It's Perth Composite, rowing in lane 2, Edwina Forster, Meg Pike, Richard Burnell, Gary March, Timothy Bland, Anthony Stanley, Susan March, Kathy Ride, and Claire Gregg, the Cox. For Melbourne University in lane 3, Jim Morrison, Richard Parker, Mike Kerrin, Tom Wood, Jane Munro, Caroline Carr, Annalise Rock, Kate Barnett, and Elisa Fides is the Cox. For Toowong Composite, Julianne Kelly, Christine McCready, Jacqueline De Jong, Martha DeLong, Robert Gunningham, Glenn Shooter, Michael Wilson, David Bellamy, and Lauren Robinson, the coxswain. In 5, for Manning River Composite, Elaine Bissica, Amanda Cavill, Sue Edwards, Gay Pullen, Mark Couchman, Roy Halliday, Rhett Patterson, Nick Johnson, and Bonnie White, the Cox. And in 6, it's our visitors from New Zealand in a combination team, the Aramoho Wanganui Composite, Marion Robbins, Vanessa Sturrock, Melissa Harpley, Elizabeth Aman, Murray Stewart, Alan Cleaver, Gus Bergen, Bruce Tate, and Joanna Craig is the coxswain. And I'll take this opportunity now to welcome back to the commentary position. It's a good morning to Rob Glendenning. You're looking very up and about this morning, Rob. It's a big day here on day 3 of action, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And welcome to you this morning. Good morning to you and everybody out there listening. Yes, it is a big day. We're just in the last minute, crew warm-up row, and I see a lot of crews out there this morning and looking very, very good. The conditions are great. A little bit of rain about, so as Trevor said earlier, there's a little bit of rain coming in and out, and but the conditions otherwise are great. We're looking down there, and the only ripples in the water are caused by the boats. But this race is now well underway, and it does appear that Toowong Composite in the middle of the field has gone off to the best of the starts here. They've gone in through the 500 metres in 1 minute 46. And then there was 3 boats together, and I think the timers had a bit of trouble picking that up. They're about 2.5 seconds behind the Melbourne University crew. So it was, it does look like it's just an absolute dead line between the Wanganui Composite, Perth Composite, and Melbourne University. And as we said, we're getting great shots there from the side on camera, and we can see these teams, these crews, really working. It's a bit hard to get going sometimes in that early mornings, and I can see that in the bow seat, the straight seat of that 8, I'm thinking that was probably Martha DeLong. Yeah, they're looking very good at the moment. They've teared out to about a length's advantage over. It would appear now that it is the crew over on this side, the Aramoho Wanganui Composite. So they're certainly pushing up there now. We're starting to see that the crew from Perth Composite is now just getting a little bit ahead. They're probably taking a seat every couple of strokes over the Melbourne University Composite. So they're doing a fair bit of work there. We're coming in with about 100 metres to go now, and there's nothing going to stop this Toowong Composite. They are looking very, very good. They've got the perfect conditions to bring this first race home. Looking across at the Wanganui crew, does look to be just holding down second, but the fast finishing Perth Composite on the other side is got different ideas about how this race should finish and the results. So Toowong Composite now just powering towards the line. They'll be very happy about this win. This is a very convincing win in the Masters G8, and they cross the line to take first place. It's going to be very close, but it will be the Wanganui Composite coming through in second, followed by Perth, followed by Melbourne Uni, then Manning River. So what a close race. I think start to finish 7 seconds covered the field. So a great row there by the Toowong Composite crew and everybody else.
What a way to start day 3 action. Rob, look at these conditions here. Aren't they ideal? What was the feeling like on the banks of Champion Lakes this morning in regards to what the thoughts have been on the conditions so far?
Yeah, look, I think we've probably been we've been lucky, because when the wind has blown, it is generally blown from behind them, so they've got a tailwind there. The bits where we get in the morning here, where the water conditions are like this, and what a perfect setting for the interstate races today. they're loving it. I took the crew, I got the crew out this morning. The last thing on their mind was weather. So, and that's a good thing. So they're not. There's no distractions as far as that goes. You know, we could do without the rain. I think the rain's supposed to clear up in an hour or so, so that may not come into play then. Just a little bit of thing with sculling oars, particularly with the rubber grips on them. They can get a bit slippery when it gets wet. So, you know, at this level that these guys are at, they would be used to that, but it does actually just throw in another level of complication in this, you know, in the rowing in the rain. But yeah, otherwise, very much looking forward to this morning, Travis.
Fantastic. Now we can see here competitors just getting ready for the mixed D double sculls, and you can see is that the mechanic that's just wandered over there, Rob, to do a bit of work?
Yeah, it does look like the rescue boat. So it's either that or it's a defib. I'm hoping it's just a mechanical. No, but it looks like they've probably got to the start, realised there was a breakage in the boat. You do have that opportunity if you've got a genuine breakage in the boat to fix that. I'm not sure how much time the umpires would give. But generally, if you're stuck in the middle of the course and blocking lanes, it's probably a good tactic if you want to hold the race up for a little bit, I think. But the other crew's sitting there fairly relaxed about it. Generally, things that would happen up there is that, you know, gate might have come loose, or there might be a loose rigger or something like that, or an oars. They're adjustable oars, so you know, particularly these regattas where they get shared around a lot, there could be a lot of people moving them, forget to do them up, get out there, they slip a bit, so make one oar longer than the other, which is clearly not ideal. So it could be any one of those things. It doesn't. The fact that they're not moving off there, it seemingly can't be too big an issue.
We'll go through the quick roll call while we can take this opportunity for this next event. If we look to the right of screen, it is the Riverside Rowing Club, Melanie Innes and Brian Glawson. In lane number 3, the University of WA composite crew of Alec Monga and Marianne Amato. In lane 4, it's the Swan River double of Anthony Battaglia and Sophie Davison. And then it's Shoalhaven, who are just having some last-minute repairs. They look like they've just come free now and are making their way to the starting position. It's Lorraine Haywood and Mark Whitaker, coached by Andrew Parry. And the Melbourne Rowing Club are represented here by Tanya Nishibata and Gregor O'Nions. So that's, on paper, quite a strong team there, Rob, the Melbourne crew in lane 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm probably a little bit surprised that they're out there racing this close, but they're using this as a warm-up, I guess. And I had a bit of a, someone mentioned to me in the boat park this morning that Gregor O'Nions, I don't think we've mentioned his name enough. I thought we had. However, you know, he's just reminded that I think some months ago he broke the 1 hour world record on the erg. So I think that's something he's particularly happy about, and certainly wanted to just acknowledge that as we watch this race get underway. And as we would expect, that combination's off to a flying start in lane 6. And as I said, they'll probably, you know, it's probably not, well, I can't really speak for the other crews, but I would think that by halfway they may just settle into a little bit of a less frantic rhythm.
So they're defending champions from last year, so they wanted to come back and defend that title. Is Nishibata and O'Nions. Both will be representing Victoria a little bit later on this morning in the Interstate Challenge, and they've kicked things off nicely. The Shoalhaven pairing of Haywood and Whitaker have just settled into their rhythm in second place, and then the University of WA composite crew of Alec Munga from the A&A Rowing Club and Marianne Amato from UWA. They're currently just cruising along here in third position, Riverside in fourth and Swan River fifth. But it's our leaders from the Melbourne Rowing Club looking pretty comfortable. A nice little hit out this morning for them.
Yeah, and as I said previously, you can tell the conditions out there. We're looking from the drone at the moment, which I'll just say again, it's a fantastic shot. I just wish that probably they could follow all the way down the course with them. But you can see the puddles well out to the back of their boat, so there's no disruption in the water at all. The conditions very, very good, and clearly out there enjoying it. But they have really cleared out, as we thought they might. They've got coming through the 500 metre mark, and I would imagine that they may do a bit of a sprint at the end just to get the heart rate up a little bit, but certainly in 1:47 they've gone through a clear length and a half over the Shoalhaven combination off to their right, a little bit further back to University of WA, ANA and Riverside. So the battle really is for the front. I can't see that changing. Riverside, with a bit of a early push, could get back up on the University of Western Australia and ANA. But as you see them, the Swan River crew now just tailing out the back, just finding that pace a little bit fast.
We were talking yesterday, Rob, about the training schedule for a lot of the rowers, and there's been this move towards that mileage and the distance, and it's not unusual for some of our rowers to clock up 25, 30 kilometres along the river in a morning row. So there is plenty of endurance in our rowers, isn't there? They'll do a bit of speed work at times, but it seems to be moving towards getting more mileage into the body.
Yeah, well, once you get over that 3 minutes or so, you really are getting into a endurance race, and it's hard. Sometimes that's hard to people to get their heads around. So a lot of the training these days is at lower rates. Mid-intensity, lower rates, longer sessions. As a master, you find that's sometimes a bit difficult because you've got to fit that in with working life and make it happen. So that's why when they get a bit older and haven't got the kids at home and haven't got all those things to worry about, the rowing becomes a much more important part in their life again, and that's what we see so much in the rowing fraternity. But we're seeing now, they've backed it right down now, the combination of O'Niens and Nishibata coming down to the line. They're just keeping the Shoalhavens, Haywood and Whittaker just at bay, just having a look. No, they're pretty comfortable now. 2 more strokes and they're over the line to take out the win in this mixed double. It will be Shoalhaven after a good row coming in second, then back to the University of WA-ANA composite, followed by Riverside, and it will be Swan River coming in to close out the field.
So they defend their title, the Melbourne Rowing Club pairing of Nishibata and O'Niens. Great pictures there of the winners, looking pretty happy. Just having a little bit of a debrief after that one. All smiles though for Gregor O'Niens. I'm sure we'll mention his name a few more times today, which he'll be pretty happy about too.
Yeah, and we're back up to the start. We've got race 151, Division 2 of the Mixed Masters D Double Scull. I think we've only got these 2 divisions, then we move on to the Women's Mixed F Quad. So, no, it won't be Women's Mixed Quad, it'll be just a Mixed Quad. We have in lane 2 Bunbury's Pina Barbera and Greg Soroka. We've heard that name quite a few times. Chris Idale is their coach. In lane 3, Leichhardt Composite, which is Tim Josefowicz from Essendon and Wendy Miller from Leichhardt. In lane 4, Curtin University's Ronnie Cooper and Oliver Eisenlaw. In lane 5, ADF Rowing Composites and Mossman's Judith Wee and Rohan Jayawardena. And in lane 6, Newcastle Composite Glebe, Emma Hutchinson and Brad Smith. And they're away, and that Bunbury crew has got out to a very good start. Probably wandered in their lane a little bit as the others are, but just bringing it back nice and gently. We talked about the importance of that yesterday. But certainly those 2 crews, the Leichhardt Composite, now getting into stride. We've got Wendy Miller in the stroke seat of that crew, second from the top of the screen, and Tim Josefowicz in the bow. So the combination, I can't imagine they've rowed together a lot, being Sydney and Melbourne. We can just see a little bit of a break in the movement in the boat, but they've still got enough to put them out in front at this point. Over on this side, though, we've got Newcastle. I think we're looking at their ADF rowing. We're looking at their Judith Wee and Rohan Jayawardena. Actually, I'm now looking down there. We've only got 4 crews in this race, so it is. They definitely
Newcastle
have
may have not made it to the start line.
Yeah, they've scratched that Emma Hutchinson, Brad Smith combination. But we now see that the Leichhardt Composite is getting into their stride. going with them though, Bunbury, they're really working hard to stay up with them, as are the crew over the ADF composite.
So Leichhardt composite in front, just over a half boat length lead from Bunbury's Peanut Barbera, Greg Soroka. 50 years he's been rowing, Greg Soroka. He's a life member down there at the Bunbury Rowing Club. He was featuring in day one with his son. They made the final, which they were very happy with to make the final. And he's backing up here again, looking to add to his growing tally of experience. So Leichhardt still leading the way, and probably just making a bit of a move is that ADF rowing composite left of screen. They've just ducked into that silver medal position now, I feel, Rob. They've got a good timing going and have got a bit of pace as they go past the halfway.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's surprisingly a little bit spread out, but those two crews either side of the field there, they are going to have to keep an eye on each other, but it does appear that ADF crew has got a little bit of momentum now. And you're just mentioning back there on Greg Soroka and his 50 years in life membership, and I think, you know, having experienced that myself in rowing club, you know, as a rower, it's a great recognition of the contribution and just, you know, that attachment you have to a club. And congratulations for Greg Soroka on achieving 50 years and life membership. He's probably been life membership for a while, but now they're coming back. So the Bunbury crew has heard that. It's put a bit of power into Greg's legs, and he's going to bring it home. But we've got on the screen there, we're watching Judith Wee and Rohan Jayawardena. But yeah, look, they're on the move, the Bunbury combination, and they've just put on a good effort there. They're not going to catch the Leichhardt composite, who still are holding down a fairly handy length and a half lead, but it'll be interesting coming into the last 100 metres what happens with these other two crews. Just looking out the window here now, it's very, very tight. So no problems whatsoever for the Leichhardt combination. They will take out this race. The big sprint coming from ADF, the last minute lunge at the line. There's nothing in it. There is I think the Bunbury combination has got it. And certainly the judges are showing that. 0.8 of a second back to the ADF. They pushed early, but Bunbury just kept at their game, got down to the last 50 metres, and just on the surge got across the line.
So Bunbury have got up for second. Terrific rowing from Greg Soroka and Peanut Barbera. They've got the silver medal in the bag, and Leichhardt Essendon first in as they take in the big ones here at Champion Lakes. I was driving in this morning, Rob, coming along the Swan River, and there was plenty of crews out on the river this morning. A lot of the school teams still in full training. A lot of the clubs here still getting some work done. It was terrific to see just how many crews were out there on the river this morning as the sun came up.
Yeah, and I think what happens is that you, after you've been around rowing a little bit, you get to every place you go, every place you land, you look out the window and go, oh, good stretch of water, whether out the back of Noah or whatever. When you're in the build-up areas, you're always looking out for rowing boats. Oh, I wonder who that is, we're going. But it does become more top of mind when you're in these places. But we've got race 152, the Mixed Masters F Quad. In lane 2, Carrum Composite, Carrum and Powerhouse. That's Ross Marcel, Paris Golden, Mary Hunter, Helen Kelly, their coach Drew Holman. In lane 3, Newcastle University Composite, Tablelands Country and Endeavour, David Henderson, Katrina Whiteley, Doug Rolfe and Alicia Sagar. In lane 4, Murray Bridge Composite, with Adelaide and University of Western Australia, Kelly Lewis, Evelyn Bowen, Andrew Tideman and Graham Hunt. In lane 5, Hawthorns, Mark Campbell, Francis Graham, Robin Blake and Mark Oliver. And in lane 6, Bunbury's Kimberly Robbins, Alex Park, Carmel Lloyd, Chris Lloyd, coached by Chris Iredale. In lane 7, Curtin University, Alison White, Daniel Reel, David McCauley and Pam Nichols. And we've seen that the crew in lane 3, the Murray Bridge Composite, is currently out to about a half-length advantage over the Curtin University crew in lane 7. So they've tried to stamp their authority very early in this race as they come down towards the 500 metres. Pretty close race between the remaining crews. You can see over between the Newcastle Composite, Carrum, probably Hawthorn faring best of the rest. So a bit of steering happening there though. I'm just watching the crew from Bunbury as their bow balls pointing towards the Hawthorn crew. So they, and the umpire has also just noticed that, and he's got onto the task, and but they've worked it out themselves. They've gone back into their lane. But it is this Murray Bridge Composite, very confident looking crew, and they are have pulled out now to probably a length and a half lead over the remainder of the field. So as we look up, the course, there has been a fair bit of steering from a number of crews. Once again, not the greatest way to get, or the fastest way to get from point to point, but they seem to all got corrected now. But this Murray Bridge Composite crew, Travis, just looking the goods here.
Yeah, it's great to see a combination of 3 different states here: Murray Bridge, Adelaide, and the University of WA members all getting together. So you'd assume they probably don't row with each other too often. Graham Hunt featuring there. He was part of the crew that finished second in this event last year, Graham Hunt, and he is rowing in the Murray Bridge colours there, doing a good job keeping the teamwork happening. There they are, laser focused as they come down the course, and looking pretty strong too. It's been a terrific row from the Murray Bridge Composite. The battle for silver starting to heat up a little bit. We've got Curtin University closest to us here on the banks, and then in lane number 2, the Carrum Composite, looking like they're in bronze at the moment. So Murray Bridge coming down to the line. They're just sensing the gold medal now because they've only got 3 or 4 strokes to go, and it's gone very quickly this race, and it's been a very polished performance by Murray Bridge Composite, and they hit the line full of power and take the gold. Curtin University, well done Curtin University. They'll take home the silver. And there's the Carrum Composite crew. They've rowed into bronze. In the middle, the Hawthorn and Newcastle University teams coming through the line, and will be rounded out by Bunbury.
Yeah, some good early racing, and we look forward to these next couple of races. As I said, all the warm up before the big dance, and we're certainly looking forward to that. And I said, if you've got your live stream on, just make sure you're set up. About 9:30 is the time you want to be getting involved in that. But we have the second division of the Mixed Masters F Quad underway. In lane 2, we have Perth Rowing Club's Adele Chapman, Craig Huxtable, Bo Tang and Celia Cornwall. In lane 3, Swan River Composite with Balmain, Anya Weaver, Simone Burge, James Arnott and Stephen Rivers. And lane 4 is Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, Andrew Gray, Rebecca George, Kathy Sagaris, Jack Chatsiakumis. In lane 5, Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextall, Carolyn Vernon, Gary Foster and Gabriel Haythornthwaite. And in lane 6, Melbourne University, Georgina Costello, Penny Rattray Robertson, Anthony Langford, Greg Longdon. And in lane 7, Cryo Bay Rowing Club, Karen Patton, Peter Aberle, Richard Axe and Justine Tonner-Joyce. And we've gone, I'd say we're probably out about 300 metres, and we've almost got a straight line. It's probably only now the Perth combination that's just slipped back a little bit, but there wouldn't be a third of a length between these other crews. It does look like that Drummoyne combination and Swan River Composite and Corio Bay have just got a little bit of ascendancy as we just watch the steering in the Melbourne Uni crew just coming across their lane now and heading towards the Drummoyne crew. So they'll want to get that back, and I'm sure, as I said, the umpire will be full of friendly advice on that one.
This will be an interesting race, I think, Rob. The Drummoyne crew there, they finished with a bronze last year in this event, and the team this year pretty much unchanged. I think it's just Kathleen Hextall who's come in to strengthen up this crew. I think they'll be definitely eyeing at least a silver medal here. They're going to have to chase down our leaders in Corio Bay, but you're a big Drummoyne man. They must have been eyeing this one off.
Well, I don't know. I was actually surprised they were rowing it. So there you go. As coach of some of them, that's pretty sad, isn't it? Yeah, look, they put Kathleen in the stroke seat. She's a very, very experienced stroke, and Sculler, she won the women's lightweight E yesterday. So she's having a good regard. We don't do a whole lot of doesn't get involved a whole lot in crews, so this is good. But certainly this Corio Bay crew combination, they have certainly poured it on, and there's some muscle in the middle of the boat there, isn't there? So as I said yesterday, they boat them like this. When they're either in, just get them in there, just get in there, shut up and row, and they're doing that well at the moment. Well stroked there too. I'm not sure if I think that's Justine Tanner-Joyce, and certainly her name has come up a lot, and she's really got that race face perfected, and it's working for them. But bit of a challenge coming back on the Drummoyne crew, looking a little bit tired there, and as they come down with about 100 metres to go. So moving up on them is Yarra Yarra, as we mentioned that club so many times over these last few days, and Melbourne University. So just holding on to second place at the moment. But Corio Bay, actually the crews are coming back to them near the line. So Drummoyne's going to have to pick it up because Melbourne Uni is finishing extremely fast. So just a bit of more of a push on that Drummoyne, I'd say, because otherwise they're going to miss it. But it was Corio Bay. Drummoyne will scrape across for that second place. We'll go to a well-rowed race by the Melbourne Uni, followed by Yarra Yarra, a little bit further back now to Swan River and Perth.
So good racing to start off day 3 of the championships. We're here thanks to Kennards Hire and Zika Perth. You can take a look at the Zikas down here on the banks of Champion Lakes. If you are in the area, make sure you come down and check out the Zikas. A beautiful carp. It's a beautiful morning for a coffee too. Yeah, Rob.
Yeah, and a sausage sandwich, I'd say. The young fella, but I think they don't quite realise we're talking about them. A bit of a meeting happening down there on the pontoon, start pontoon. I hope it's not union action here, and we're at a bit of strife, aren't we?
I think they're preparing themselves for the big morning ahead. We've got a small little break in the program. It's great to have your company here this morning on day 3. We have some big racing still to come this morning from 9:30. The big State v State, Mate v Mate will be hitting the water. We've got 8s, we've got quads, we've got the Para 3 single sculls as well. We've got Sue Donoghue and Kevin Wall looking to defend their titles on the water of Champion Lakes. We're going to take a quick break from Champion Lakes. We'll be back in just a moment.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, huh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Earth.
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale. It's great for the little ones.
As I'm rising, my stomach's flipping.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, eh?
Ken Earth.
What was that, love? I said, Ken O!
All done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
No, it's down by the tower. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
welcome back to Champion Lakes. We're here thanks to Kennards Hire as proud equipment partner. Kennards Hire make the job easy for the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Quality gear, expert support. They have reliable equipment that gets the job done. Visit your local branch today and see how Kennards Hire can make your job easy. We've also got the Zika Perth cars on display down here. From the water to the road, performance matters, and Zika Perth is driving the future with high-performance electric technology, ultra-fast charging and intelligent engineering that keeps Western Australia moving forward. We're in the city of Armidale here at Champion Lakes, and they are very proud to welcome you all here to the Australian Masters Rowing Championships, and are very keen for your visit to explore the Perth Hills, local cafes and visitor experiences just minutes away. The City of Armidale, proud sponsors of the Masters Rowing Championships, as to the West Australian Government, proud to deliver these championships here at Champion Lakes. We'd also like to thank Perth Care Partners. Events like this are a great reminder that staying active and connected matters at every age. Perth Care Partners is proud to support older adults to maintain their independence, well-being and quality of life at home. Bont Rowing, we've seen plenty of Bont Rowing gear around. They've also got the Bont Rowing beanies. They're sensational. Wouldn't mind getting my hands on one of those beanies a bit later today. An Australian company dedicated to helping rowers perform at their best through innovative, anatomically designed rowing footwear focused on comfort, efficiency and long-time performance. This afternoon, the Gauge Roads, I'm sure, will be getting a nice little workout here in preparation for the big rowing dinner. The WA's own Gauge Roads Brew Company, proudly locally owned, born by the coast and brewed right here in WA. Next time you are at your local get-around crowd favourite Single Fin Summer Ale, Australia's #1 summer ale. And of course, drink responsibly. We're away and racing in the next event on the program. It's the Coxed 4, which has got underway, the Mixed Masters C Cox 4. We have 2 teams in action here for Lindisfarne Composite. Sandra Wilson, Gina Anderson, James Cowley, Tom Wilcox in the boat, and Sam Lincoln, the coxswain. And then we have the A&A Rowing Club from Western Australia, Sophie Pilot, Hilary Smale, Robert Boylan, Stuart Clark, and Kay Jansen, the coxswain. So the A&A Rowing Club, there they are, looking very comfortable early. Not too much separating our teams. Stewie Clark in the boat there. Big, powerful man, you can see, just working nicely with Hilary Smale, Sophie Pilot, and Kay Jansen, the coxswain there, having a nice view of proceedings. And we'll see the Lindisfarne Composite crew just about a half boat length in front as we make our way down the course here. Still perfect conditions, not a lot of breeze to speak of. Absolutely ideal for the Interstate Championship, which is not too far away this morning. Crews will be just getting ready to get into the water. The excitement building. The South Australians were very impressive in the 8s last year. We saw the West Australians yesterday. 6 members of the team having a nice hit out, taking the victory in the A8s, and they'll have a couple of big additions into their team today. So we'll look forward to seeing how that unfolds. But on the water at the moment, it's the Lindisfarne Ulverstone Composite crew working nicely. Sam Lincoln just having a little look there to her right, just to let her crew know you've got about a boat length now. And now just starting to put a little bit more power into their rowing. They're extending their lead in this event. It was the University of New South Wales North Shore combination last year who were able to win this event. So a new team will be crowned. Just the gold medal up for grabs here with 2 crews competing. And now the Lindisfarne Composite crew, they just sense the moment, start to accelerate towards the line there. In control of this race, A&A trying to have one last dip towards the finish. You can see, great shot there of that F5 as it just starts to gain a little bit of momentum, and they're drawing a little bit closer in the sprint to the line. They're just edging that little bit closer to this Lindisfarne Composite crew, but they're going to respond nicely. They saw the challenge coming. The A&A crew just had one last dip, but it hasn't been able to eat into that lead, and Lindisfarne Composite will come to the line as the Australian champions, and they'll hear the welcome sound of the buzzer. That's the final margin there. Lindisfarne Composite, Tom Wilcox, Sam Lincoln, the Coxswain, James Cowley, Gina Anderson, and Sandra Wilson, the Australian champions. A&A second across the line. But gee whiz, they put up a good fight. Made it a terrific race. And well done, Lindisfarne, Ulverstone Composite crew, getting the job done here at Champion Lakes. You can see the roll on the boats this morning, just with these conditions, just absolutely rolling through beautifully across the water. So we're in readiness for our our quad sculls, mixed H to M. The next event on the program, race 155. So these are for competitors 70 years and older in the crew. Good crowd starting to make their way into Champion Lakes in readiness for the Interstate Rowing Championships. So here we are, the lineup for the Mixed Masters H to M quad sculls. Big field, 7 teams to contest this event. So let's go through the lineup for you. In lane number 1, right of screen, it's the Manning River Rowing Club. Graham Nix, John McCallum, Kay Smythe and Kay Pullen. In lane 2, Mercy Composite, Eve Beecroft, Chris Potter, Alison Kirkwood and Simon Now. In 3, it's the Melbourne Rowing Club, Irina Benjamin, Lisa Gandolfo, John Dollison and Michael Dakic. In 4, Melbourne Composite, Terry Phillips, Rod Stewart, Julia Wood and Louise Phillips. In 5, the Drummoyne Composite, Lindy Nesbitt, Susan Kemp, Peter Kemp and Graham Wern. In 6, from Mosman and Taylor, Margaret Small, John Hardy and John May. In lane 7, Canning Bridge Rowing Club, Alan Berry, Carol Pedry, Pauline Swan and Kenneth Price. So you'll see here there are a couple of different divisions here. We're H through to M, and because of that we will have a slight handicap event. So our I crews are the Drummoyne Composite crew in lane 5, so you can see them taking off with Mosman. They'll have 15 seconds on the rest of the field, being an I crew with an average age over 75 years, and then we have our H crews are on their way as well. So our H crews have hit the water 70 to 75 average in the H crew boats, and they will have to knock off 15 seconds from Mosman, who are in lane 6, and Drummoyne in lane 5. Of the H crews, probably fastest away was the Melbourne Composite crew, along with the Melbourne Rowing Club crew. Pretty even too with the Mercy Composite, so not much separating our H crews away from the start line. Mosman now just making a little move over Drummoyne. You can see the Mosman Rowing Club, Zan Taylor, Margaret Small, John Hardy and John May, just putting a little bit of space on the Mosman Rowing Club there. And just starting to move into our picture is the Mercy Composite in lane number 2 with Eve Beecroft, Chris Potter, Alison Kirkwood and Simon Now. They're probably leading the H chase. Out after Our leaders 2 is Melbourne in lane 3. But they're doing a good job. The Drummoyne Composite crew of Nisbet Kemp, Suzanne, Peter Kemp and Graham Wern. We'll have a look here at our first splits as they make their way through the halfway. They had 15 seconds on the rest of the boats, and we'll get a good look here to see what that differential is at the halfway. So it's the Drummoyne Composite leading, Mosman in second, and the Mercy Composite crew start to get to work. So 2:01.80 at the half, so 6 seconds to Mosman, and then it's another 4 seconds further back, so it's 10 seconds still the gap. So this Drummoyne Composite crew, they're doing a good job. They're maintaining that lead. They started with a 15-second gap, and they're still 10 seconds up, so only 5 seconds has been eaten into by this Mercy Composite crew, so they're going to be pretty hard to run down, Drummoyne Composite. They're doing a good job out here in front. They're in the I classification, and there they are. They're doing it nicely. They're just holding that little advantage that they had. We can see Mercy Composite just responding. They might just have that extra gear. Melbourne Composite in lane 4 also starting to move nicely through the water. Melbourne Rowing Club, they're in lane 3, third from the right. Back in about 4th position at the moment. Here are our leaders. Just starting to feel a little bit of burn in those legs, but the rewards will be high. It'll be an Australian title if they can keep it going. Drummoyne Composite, Nisbet, Kemp, Susan and Peter, and then Graham Wern in the Drummoyne colours there, doing a good job. Graham Wern, he's just trying to get every ounce of power out of this group, because the Mercy Composite crew and the Melbourne Composite crew in the middle of our picture are starting to wind up and get a little bit of speed into the finish line. It's going to be a thrilling finish here. Mercy Composite, they're lifting. They're trying to catch our leaders. Drummoyne Composite, it might be just leaving it a little bit too late. The battle for silver will be pretty tight between Melbourne Composite, Mercy Composite and Melbourne crews. But our leaders, gee, they set it up well, didn't they, in that first 500. They're going to come down to the white boys, which will be the finish line. They're going to get there right in the last few strokes. Drummoyne Composite take the gold. The Melbourne Exeter Composite crew in second. Mercy Composite have finished third. Melbourne Rowing Club 4th across the line. Next in 5th position, the Manning River team. Then the Mosman crew coming through the line now. They rode well, the Mosman crew. And then Canning Bridge rounding things out. Congratulations to the Drummoyne Composite Australian champions, Lindy Nesbitt, Susan Kemp, Peter Kemp, Graham Wern. They were able to get the job done. Great finish from the Melbourne Exeter crew. They were able to row over that Mercy Composite crew in the last 100 metres. Thrilling finish. Hip hip hoorays in full voice. There's still a little bit of life in the lungs down here for our crews. Okay, let's move along to our Mixed Masters E8s. The old Scotch Collegians Composite crew with University of WA rowing in 3. Orla Flecker, Sarah Knight, Sue Peacock, Liz Warren, Alex Forrest, John Flecker, Julian Matthias, Alex Hatch and Kate Williams. The Coxswain. Then in lane 4 it's Bunbury, Barbara Delasale, Pina Barbara, Brenda Bartholomew, Lisa Munro, Alex Park, Adam Soroka, John Soroka, Greg Soroka, Chris Iredale, coached by Chris Iredale. So he's the coxswain in that Bunbury boat. Fremantle, Sarah Belitho, Giza Rouge, Rob Agnew, Colin Armstrong, Andrew Pope, Damon Hansen-Kanahoy, Alex Lai, Sky Winterbank and Harrison Ranger, the Cox. And North Esk, Diane Ottaway, Elizabeth Stephen, Kathleen McQueen, Judy Fenner, Robert Wrigley, Marcus Tonelli, Roberto Ojeda, Patrick Bird, Claire Gregg, the Coxswain, coached by Kerry Dawkins and Trevor Barrett. And look at this, throw a blanket over this field. We're underway, and it's Bunbury starting really well. They've got the Soroka family in there. John Soroka My apologies earlier to the Soroka family. It's John Soroka, who is the life member with the 50-year of service to the Bunbury Rowing Club. He's in action here. He would love nothing more than to guide this Bunbury team home. Chris Iredale is in as the coxswain, also coach of that Bunbury team. They're second from the top of screen. The Fremantle Rowing Club, they've got some power in that boat too. Damon Hansen-Kanahoy, we saw him yesterday with Andrew Kelly with a great finish to the line to finish second in that pairing, and he's backing up here for the Fremantle team. But it's North Esk Rowing Club at the moment who have just got themselves in front. They've put on the power as we come to the halfway, and we can see there's not much in it. Bunbury just 0.86. Fremantle further second behind. Old Scotch Collegians also there if good enough as well. So the battle is on here. This is absolutely important bragging rights here at the Mixed Masters E8s. There'll be a lot of teams wanting to get up. It's Bunbury who are emerging as one of those 3 West Australian crews who are looking to get over the top of the Tasmanians. The North Esk crew, you can see Claire Gregg there just absolutely trying to get everything out of this boat, trying to get the power in the legs. I hope those men had an early night in preparation for today's racing, because the Bunbury crew are absolutely putting the challenge to them now. They draw level, Bunbury with North Esk. Fremantle in third at the moment, just ahead of the Old Scotch Collegians. But we have a battle on our hands here. It's the North Esk Rowing Club up against Bunbury. Will the home crowd advantage just help this Bunbury team? North Esk have responded nicely as we come and drive towards the line. It's North Esk just with their noses in front. Bunbury now need to respond, and they do so. Bunbury get one last whip. John Soroka just tries to get this team moving. You can see the grimacing on the faces. This means a lot to these crews. Bunbury are lifting. North Esk going really well. Fremantle have got third, Hatton down. North Esk, they're responding beautifully. They're accelerating towards the line. Bunbury, have they got one last throw of the dice? They're trying everything they can, Bunbury. It's North Esk just in front. Bunbury coming again with a lunge to the line. It's Esk and Bunbury. It's anybody's race here. It's Bunbury. Bunbury, I think, have got it. In the final dash to the line, it's Bunbury have won. What a race from Bunbury. They were gone with 100 metres to go. North Esk second, Fremantle have finished third. What a race from Bunbury. A final push to the line. John Soroka with his family on board. What a story that is. Adam, Greg Soroka in the boat. And gee whiz, they weren't leading it until the final 2 or 3 metres. Barbara Delasale, Pina Barbera, Brenda Bartholomew, Lisa Munro, Alex Park, Adam Soroka, John Soroka, Greg Soroka, Chris Iredale, the coxswain and coach, has done a terrific job. What a finish. And Bunbury Rowing Club have covered themselves in glory. They are the Australian champions. Still not a lot of movement away from the finish line here. Those crews absolutely gave it their all. Fremantle absolutely threw everything as well to finish in third. Terrific racing. Okay, we move through. We've got a combined A-B double sculls now on the water. Mixed Masters A-B combo. Double sculls. Let's go through the lineup for you. 6 competitors to do battle. The Newcastle crew of Ben Homer and Holly Handley in lane 2. In 3, it's Corio Bay's David Kelly and Phoebe Kelly. In 4, University of WA, Lara Glendinning and Michael Laurie. In 5, it's the ADF Rowing Club, David Newman and Sarah Leon. In 6, Lower Clarence, Candice Jago, Liam Ryan, coached by Candice Jago. And in 7, North Shore, Joe Hodgkinson and Jasper Boer. So we had a couple, had an A and a B crew here. So there was a slight little handicap at the start. So University of WA's Lara Glendenning and Michael Glory going well early. The University of WA crew, they're out in front with some nice early pace. You can see their stroke rate is right up there. Corio Bay, second from the right. They've just got a slightly less reliance on stroke rate. They've got just a bit more power in the boat there with Dave Kelly and Phoebe Kelly. And then left of our screen, you can see the Lower Clarence crew. So it's still UWA, tight for second. It's Lower Clarence, Corio Bay, and Newcastle just starting to push forward as well. They're fourth, now up into third. Newcastle just moving through the field nicely is Ben Homer and Holly Hanley. They'll have to catch the leaders though. It's UWA out in front, rowing really nicely in lane number 4. They had a couple of seconds up on the Lower Clarence team. There they are, the UWA team of Glendenning and Michael Glory. Had a busy program. They're rowing in the A division, and now they're just starting to stretch their legs and flex the biceps and move away from the field. Who's going to respond to this move? It looks like Newcastle might be just up for the challenge. Lower Clarence also are rowing really nicely. They're in the bronze medal position currently. So there's our leaders on screen. They've done beautifully in this second 500 to extend that lead. They've kept that rate going through the whole race. Lara Glendenning and Michael Glory looking for the glory on Champion Lakes here. Homer and Hanley from Newcastle trying to push up into that silver medal position. It's Lower Clarence currently there. Candice Jago and Liam Ryan putting in the final spurt of energy, just trying to get that last push to the line. You see UWA in the background. No one's going to catch UWA here. They're home and they're rowing beautifully. They set it up early in that first 500 and they've been able to maintain that lead into the line. They row. They have about 50 metres or so to go in what will be another big win for the UWA club. They've had a terrific championships here, and on day 3 they take out the Double Sculls AB. Newcastle have finished in second. They've thrown over the top of Lower Clarence, Ben Homer and Holly Hanley, the silver. Lower Clarence next in for the bronze. Corio Bay are finished in 4th position. North Shore and ADF next in across the line. There's Lara Glendenning and Michael Glory on our screens. Pretty happy with the gold medal, you would think. Well done to Lara and Michael. 3:30.49, a good time too here. Conditions absolutely perfect. So that's the scene here from Champion Lakes. For everyone joining us on the stream on YouTube, the viewership is growing nicely in the build-up towards the big interstate challenge. The interstate D crew quads will be first up for the men. A big field of 6 teams will do battle in the first race. That's due to get underway at 9:35 this morning. It's great to have your company wherever you may be. The excitement and anticipation is building. It's the interstate races next to come here from Champion Lakes. Rob Glendenning will be back up to join me. He's getting his crews on the water for the New South Wales teams. It is a beautiful morning here at Champion Lakes. Do not go anywhere because a big moment is not too far away. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Ken Oath. What do you think, Donna?
Giuramento de che.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Ken Oath.
Kennoth's make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
Yeah, I'm here. Yep. Yeah, I can see from here. Oh, that's sitting in front of us? Yeah, okay. Yep, I'll try that. Are you on me now? Sorry? Yeah, no, I'm
Welcome back to everyone on the stream. The numbers are growing by the second, tuning in for the big moments, and a good crowd also building here in anticipation for the big interstate races, which are not too far away. You can see some seats there in front of the main scoreboard. Best seat in the house to watch the action here from Champion Lakes. There we are, good crowd in. Looking forward to enjoying the next half an hour of rowing. My name is Travis Jenkins. Sitting alongside me is Rob Glendenning. He's got a little bit of sweat across the brow because it's a very big moment for each of our states, Rob, as we draw closer to the big interstate racing.
Yeah, it sure is. And I have to say, working over there and getting the crew on the water, I was all feeling pretty good about it, and no nerves, but that seems to be left me now. It's getting a bit, the anticipation as much as anything, but yeah, look, we've got some great racing coming up, haven't we? And I think you're going to give us a bit of a run through those crews and the like, but yeah, we just encourage anybody who is on course, if they want to get a good view of the first 500 metres and then turn their heads and watch the finish, the big screen down here is certainly not packed out at this point in time.
So if we have a look at what's to come, in a little over 10 minutes time, we're going to kick things off with the men's quad, and we have all states represented by the ACT and the Northern Territory. A great lineup. The South Australians, they were the defending champions last year in this men's quad, and once again with Damien Deleek in the boat, they're going to be pretty hard to beat.
Oh, look, I just going back to that race yesterday, Damien Deleek off the I think it was in the C single, and I think I called it at the time. I think he didn't get under 36 for the course with the rating. So this is a quality crew. Christopher Morgan, Kevin Tankard, Rob Ellis, all featuring in medals this weekend. It is going to be a very strong crew to beat these guys.
The Victorians as well, they come in highly fancied. They finished third last year, the Victorians, with Nick Inglis, Justin Negree, Gregor O'Nions and Brent Lucadell-Wells. When you see those names on paper, they've had a lot of individual success and also success in quads and pairs already this weekend. The Victorians, they'll have the chest out, won't they? Oh,
absolutely, and they will be on top of the world here as well. They've all been in the medals. They've all been at the very front end of the race, and they are a very strong crew. It's going to be, as I said, I just looked through the other crews. It's just a very, very strong lineup in all these boats. And of course, we've got that Tasmanians. I think they were a second last year, yes. And I think the margin was something like 0.3 or 0.4 of a second. There was nothing in it. And just talking to James Cowley and Tom Wilcox this morning, and they are fired up. They are ready to rumble, as it were. So I think, as I said, the New South Wales crew, it's a very new crew. We haven't, I don't think only one of these guys has been in the quad before. So we're seeing some good results from them, and we don't really know what to expect. But the big day of the race, everything changes.
Absolutely. The race tactics will come into play. The coaches will be a really important part of all of these combinations here today. So good luck to all of the coaches. And speaking of coaches, Robert Glendenning, you yourself will feature in the 9:40 a.m. scheduled race. It's the women's quad, and the New South Wales team, look, they were only a second out of it last year. The Victorians, who are looking for 9 in a row in this event, they are the team to beat. But the New South Wales team, less than a second, a pretty new crew this year. It's going to be a great battle.
It is. This is all these. Only one of them has been in a state quad before, and that was a couple of years ago. So we've got a bit of a mixture. We had a late withdrawal. Trudy McDonald going out. And hi to you, Trudy, up there. And I know you'd be listening to this and watching this, and just trusting your back is getting better. I look at that Victorian crew though. 9 in a row, is it? 9 in a row. And while it's a bit of a different makeup to last year's crew, I think there's only one of that crew coming back. I look at the replacements that have come in with Nisha Barter, I think Sekvi, Ebenwalder. Yeah, it is a super strong crew. So they're going to be up there. It's certainly going to be up there. And we've also got, the Queenslanders always strong. Capes. We've got this now. This Searshar Cruikshank. So we've got to practice that name. Claire Farley and Jane Mulrooney. Once again, very strong. I saw the Tasmanians down there. They looked like a very fit crew. Western Australians, and I know that you'll know a bit more about the Western Australians there. Travis?
Well, I'm just going to turn the page, and right on cue, Kelvin had the crowd on picture, and you can see the big 5-0 is down there along the banks of Champion Lakes. There it is. There's the 5-0. And that is because Damien Kelly, he turns 50 today, and he has done terrifically well to make this crack Western Australian team. There's his wife down there. She's here to support Damien Kelly today, and he will be joining this crew from Western Australia for the Brian Veer Memorial Trophy. The West Australians, they didn't field a crew in this last year. It was the South Australians who won the men's 8. But when you've got the names of Stuart Reside and Glenn Loftus, Olympians, and you've also got Ron Schnook as well in that lineup. It's a terrific lineup for the West Australian team. Damien Kelly, he comes in on his 50th birthday. He's got his friends and family here ready to cheer him on. They've been super impressive in their training and the build-up. We had a little bit of a taster of them yesterday where Stewie Reside was in the boat for the West Australians. The Victorians, coached by Angelique Everett, she'll be the coxswain in the boat as well. The Victorians were second last year behind that South Australian crew. And the New South Wales team too, they've also sent a very highly credentialed crew here for this 8. But you probably feel the West Australians, they'll be hard to beat, Rob.
Yeah, we saw them. We saw the bulk of them in that race the other day, and up against the New South Wales crew. And while there was a fair few younger ones in there, they showed a lot of speed. And I just looking at them getting on the water, I was down on at the boat ramps that they were getting on the water. It's a big, strong crew. They look, set for the task ahead. And as I said, it's going to once again be a very, very, very tightly contested race, that one.
The West Australians will be rowing in the Nick Garrett boat as well, which means a lot to a lot of rowers here in Western Australia, coached by Mark Beer, that West Australian team. So that'll be something to look forward to. That's at 9:45. And then we'll move on to the women's 8. And South Australia, the defending champion, they didn't win it by much last year. New South Wales finished second. The Victorians were third. And the Victorians, just looking through the lineup here of the Victorian team, once again, looking really strong, should feature in the medals. How are you seeing that race unfold, Rob?
Yeah, look, I just think, once again, the South Australians always strong, Queensland always strong. We are seeing a lot more strength coming out of that Western Australia cruise. So, I expect them to, probably be contesting a little bit more at that front end of the field. Victorians, what can we say? Always strong. New South Wales, got a few changes in there over the last year or so, and they're looking, they're looking pretty good as well. So it's going to be, as I said, a really, really tight affair in that race as well.
And then we have the PR3 single sculls at 9:55. The defending champion is here, Kevin Wall. He'll be up against Aaron Skinner. That will be only a 1 second little handicap there, being a B and A difference in the category. But Kevin Wall, the defending champion, he returns. And then in the Interstate Women's PR3 single scull, we've got Sue Donoghue here, the defending champion.
Yeah, look, Kevin, just talking to Kevin down there before, and he's pretty competent and confident, as it turns out. He had a bit of doing a little bit of setup check on his boat before he set out there, and about Kevin, he's he puts it all in and will put on a great display. Aaron Skinner, of course, he's been the Victorian representative in this event for I don't know how many years. Aaron is a great competitor. He's very much a style where he just winds up and then hits his pace and just keeps it going. So whether he'll have Kevin's pretty dynamic off the start. So whether Aaron matches him at the start or how that pans out will be interesting to see. In the women's, we've got Katrina Reynolds. Now we saw Katrina yesterday. She's PR3, but I think she came second or third. I think in one of the lightweight single events yesterday. So she is going to be very, very hard to beat. Steph Walker, once again, has done multiple representations for New South Wales, as has Sue Donoghue for Australian Capital Territory. So once again, bit hard to tell at this stage. I would expect in that one that the Queensland sculler, Katrina Reynolds will get off to probably a very good start. It'll be up to the others to chase her. So it's going. Once again, we have got handicaps, and in this race, there is a little bit more to it. So we've got Sue Donoghue off go. She's an F grade. We have Queensland's Katrina Reynolds off 17 seconds, and then Steph Walker off 22 seconds. So both Steph and Katrina, with all the work to do, Stephanie has got to overcome a 5-second deficit on Katrina just to get into play. So before we start worrying about Sue. So there's a lot to play for in that one as well. So it's getting exciting now. We've got crews just on the start line. So we'll run through them.
What a moment we have for everyone watching. It's a beautiful morning here at Champion Lakes here in Perth. The Wild West welcomes you all here to Champion Lakes for interstate rowing. It's masters rowing at its very best. It's the top level Australian Championships, and we can see the crews have moved into position for the first event. It's the men's masters quad about to be sent on their way. So let's go through the roll call for you. In lane number 2, it is the Western Australian team of Steve Parks, Simon Wall, Dale Hawkins and Daryl Salisbury, coached by Neville Kempton. In lane 3, Victoria, Nick Inglis, Justin Degree, Gregor O'Nions and Brent Lucado-Wells, coached by Glenn Fishman. Then in 4, Queensland, John Dixon, Dave Hughes, Patrick Mulrooney, John King, coached by Kathy Phillips. In 5, fourth last year, New South Wales, Alexander Deutsch, Andrew Simpson, Trent Rogers, Alan Robinson, coached by Kim Mackney and Angela Conry. In 6, it's the South Australians, the defending champions, Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, Christopher Morgan, Damien Derleek, Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley coaching the South Australians. And then silver medalists last year in lane 7, it is Tasmania, Michael Wilson, James Cowley, Patrick Bird and Tom Wilcox.
Yeah, and that Tasmanian crew closest to the screen here, but look at the conditions out on the course. We could not have asked for better conditions than we've got now. The crowd certainly moving towards the fences down here at the finish end of the course, and the excitement is certainly building. And see how the viewing on the YouTube is going up, and look, you're in for a great half hour of racing. And they're away in the first race. It's a great start by all crews, as we'd expect. The Tasmanians off to an absolute flyer. South Australia right beside them. Suspecting this is where the early race is going to happen here, and each of these crews trying to stamp their authority, and both going out there, both rating about the same. They're probably about 36 strokes submitted at the moment. So I don't expect there's going to be a big change from that as they go down the course. The crews over on the other side as well, the West Australian and Victoria crews, are also in their own little battle. Probably the New South Wales crew just lost a little bit of ground, but here go the South Australians now. They are really winding into their work now, and so are the Victorians. So that looked to just change the complexion of things a little bit. New South Wales in the middle, though, looking quite good. They didn't have the fastest of starts, but they're actually in the mix here. So it'll be interesting to see as we're coming down towards that 500-metre mark how these crews are placed.
So the South Australians lead the way, and they're just starting to get busy now, the South Australians, the defending champs. They've got about a half boat length up on the Tasmanians, and then the Victorians. They're in third. New South Wales just starting to push forward up into the placings. Western Australia back in fifth, and Queenslanders, they've just fallen off the back for the time being. So it's the South Australians leading the way. They're looking pretty strong, Rob, and they're starting just to put their ascendancy as we approach the halfway. It's South Australia ahead. Victorians are making a bit of a move, and here come New South Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. They've gone through the 500-metre mark. The South Australians in front by about a second and a half, 0.87 of a second. I think that was back to New South Wales rather than Queensland. Then South Australia and Tasmania. So Tasmania have fallen right off the pace here, so I'm not sure what's happening in that boat. I did see that the bow was struggling a little bit. Maybe there's something going on there, but it doesn't look too bad from out here, but I would have expected them to be right up there. The South Australians, though, they are looking at absolute quality, and here come the Victorians. They are coming home hard. So are the New South Wales crew. They have just stepped on their finish now, so they are looking for the big sprint to the line.
So South Australia, they've got a boat length down. You can just see they've asked for a little bit more from the boat. The Victorians, third last year. They're currently sitting in the silver. New South Wales are just emerging from the pack. They're coming through the middle with a bit of a flying run. So it's South Australia about to be joined by the crew from New South Wales. The Victorians are not out of it as well. The South Australians, they've kicked it up a gear in the sprint to the line. And now the race is on, Rob.
Absolutely. They're going down with about 100 metres to go. It looks like the Victorians have got all the boat speed. South Australia's just holding on to a slight advantage, and here come New South Wales. It is going to be a super close finish without about 12 or 15 strokes to go. South Australians have kicked again. Victoria pushing it up again. It's the South Australians just holding on to a slight advantage. Here come the New South Wales crew. There are about 5 strokes to go. Coming to the line, it looks like it will be the South Australian crew just snatching a great victory from Victoria and New South Wales about a metre behind the Victorian crew. That was a sensational race, Travis.
Great call, Rob. Yes, the South Australians have done it. Back-to-back titles for this South Australian team. They punched the air with joy. Someone might even stand up in a minute, Rob. That's how excited they are. You can see the emotion on the faces of these South Australians, just absolutely having to push all the way. The Victorians, bronze last year, they've upgraded to the silver. And New South Wales, they were out of the medals last year, so they'll be absolutely delighted to be on the podium today. It's New South Wales, the bronze. But for the South Australians, you know, they really just made their intentions clear right from the start, and that crew, they must have felt pretty confident at halfway.
Well, we saw that thing with Damien Durlick yesterday. Started off high rate, carried that rate all the way through. They didn't waver off their plan there, and it just burnt the rest. By the time we got there. The New South Wales crew was second and probably a length behind, 2 lengths behind with about 250 metres to go. To be 1 second behind Victoria was a great effort. And the row by the Victorians, they were a little bit slow getting started, but then pushed right through. So I think all the way around we saw a great race.
So we move on to the women's quad now, and they're just about set, ready to go. We'll quickly go through the lineup for you in Lane 2, it's the Queensland team of Tracy Capes, Saoirse Cruikshank, Claire Farley, Jane Mulrooney, coached by Kathy Phillips. In Lane 3, Tasmania, 4th last year, Sarah Birch, Sandra Wilson, Eliza Richardson and Gina Anderson. The Victorians, there they are in the middle of the field. Lane number 4, looking for 9 in a row today. Leanne Martin, Ebony Ebenwaldner, Sarah Sekfi, Tanya Nishabata, coached by Jeff Walker. And then Western Australia in 5, Alyssa Mansell, Mariana Marto, Alexandra Thornton, Jorian Lidecker. And then New South Wales, silver medalist last year, Emma Molinar, Renata Ipmar, Rosalie Finesse and Katrina Davis. Coached by Rob Glendenning and Kim Rudder. And away we go, Rob.
Yeah, it does look like the Victorians, Tasmanians and New South Wales have got away to the best starts here. I would say at the moment it's probably the Victorians just holding down a slight advantage over New South Wales. They're probably, the rating not quite as high in the New South Wales boat or Victorian boats as it is in the Tasmanian boat. So we'll see how that changes throughout the course. New South Wales, yeah, looking pretty good here. We've got some angles to work with here, and I suggest that the Tasmanians and Queenslanders are a lot closer than it would appear from our angles on the... Yeah, and that is certainly the case. So the race there is between the Victorians are out in front. It looks like the Tasmanians will be holding down second, New South Wales third, and Queensland in fourth as we come down towards the 500-metre mark.
I saw the New South Wales team on the water this morning having a nice little training roll through, and they look pretty happy out there on the water. The conditions still ideal. This New South Wales team, they were only beaten by just on a second by the Victorians. It was extremely close last year, and this year looks to be no different. The Victorians, a little bit of pressure on their shoulders. They're trying to keep this dynasty alive and looking for that 9th win in a row. And at the halfway, Rob, it looks like the Victorians are just starting to make their move. They're just starting to get to work, and you can see they've got a second up on New South Wales at the halfway.
Yeah, and about another length back to the Tasmanians. So it looks like these two crews are going to try to battle it out. We knew as a game plan, we knew we were probably going to have to start our sprint from the 500, 400 out. So, and we can see that if we're going to go with Victoria, they've got to be going now. Tasmanians now staging a bit of a comeback. Queensland trying to stay with that Tasmanian crew. The Western Australian crew just finding the pace a little bit tough up the front, and looking very composed there in that Victorian crew, I must say. Tanya Nishibata sitting there in the stroke seat, that very experienced stroke of the Victorian crew, and she's fared in a number of those 9 wins they've had to date. Will it be 10? Certainly, we're about to find out. The New South Wales crew now, they've got it all to do. If they want to pull back this gap, they only had a second at the halfway. It does look to be about 3 seconds now, so getting more out to about a length. So they've got to be watching out if they've got to go out after this Victorian crew, but keep that Tasmanian crew at bay. And there go New South Wales now. Could just see the step up in their rating. Katrina Davis in the bow there, making the calls. Victorians staying very, very focused on their task at hand. They have, about 2/3 of a length lead. Here come New South Wales with about 150 metres to go. They're winding it up. Victoria looking very strong. They're sitting tall in their boat. They've got the advantage as they're coming down towards the line. New South Wales coming home hard. Tasmania is also working very hard over the last 100 metres. There is going to be a boil over, well, not a boil over win. This is a extension of that dynasty. Victoria is coming to the line. They will take out first place in the women's interstate quad, followed by New South Wales, yay team, and a little bit further back to the the Tasmanians had another great row. It looks like the West Australians have picked it up a little bit, and they've passed the Queensland crew, and they will come through to take out 5th place. What a row by the Victorians, and that time is a very, very good time.
They've handled 3:35, Rob.
Yeah, we would expect the 8s to be going over in that time. So it was any crew that was going to beat that Victorian crew, I have to say, was going to be a very, very special crew. And congratulations, guys. Congratulations also to New South Wales and Tasmania and the other crews, not only just for the race, but just being selected as your state representatives.
So the Victorians, they'll be walking around with a bit of a spring in their step around Champion Lakes. A terrific row from there. They are the Victorians. You look at how happy they are. They've got the win here, and they are delighted on the banks of Champion Lakes. The Victorian team, 9, will be watching next year to see if they can make it a nice even 10. They've handled the pressure beautifully. New South Wales, they finished with a flurry, but it will be Victoria put into the record books as the Australian champions for 2026. Okay, we move along. And it is the men's 8s. What a moment it is for our crews. Let's go through the lineup for you here. to contest the Australian Championships of the Men's Masters 8s for the Brian Veer Memorial Trophy. It's the West Australians rowing in 2 with Damien Kelly, the birthday boy, 50 years of age today. He's got his wife and family here watching on. Mike Everly, Ron Snook, the Olympian, David Porzig, Greg Carr, Jono Fivez. Stewie resides here, the Athens bronze medalist, Glenn Loftus, Burby Webster, the coxswain, coached by Mark Beer. In lane 3, it's the Queenslanders, David Christmas, Doug Ray, Adam Finlay, Jason Nissen, Scott Austin, David Bellamy, Sam Goldspring, Jock Thompson and Lauren Robinson. The coxswain coached by Dave Bellamy and Michael Hawke. And then in 4, it's the defending champions, South Australia, Bill Nat, Hugh Dombrowski, Greg Walters, Anthony Lee, Thomas Lubinas, David McLeod, Tom Sullivan, Alistair Walsh. Bonnie White is the coxswain coached by Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley. The Victorians are in lane 5. The New South Wales team is in lane 6. The Victorians coached by Angelique Everett. The New South Wales team coached by Simon Glascott and Angela Connery. And we are away in the Masters 8. It is the South Australians away really well, Rob.
Yeah, absolute flyer by the South Australians and Western Australians off the start. We saw that. The intent is there. You've got to get in front. You've got to be up there. You want to be in the medals. So it's very frantic out there. The Victorians also, there's just been a bit of an issue in the New South Wales boat. They seem to be got going again. But certainly the Victorians are also up there. The race turning out to be that South Australian crew. But I would say from where we sit at the moment, it does look like the Western Australians may well have crept in front. So a good one for the local crowd. A bit of a cheer. I think they'd appreciate that. South Australians also clearing out a bit. Just getting a little bit hard for the Victorians and the New South Wales crews back there and the Queenslanders. But here is where the race is. Travis, and I think you'll take us from here to the end. I think you're very interested in this one.
So the West Australians, they're about to reach the halfway point, neck and neck with the South Australians. This is exactly what we were expecting. It's exactly what we were after here on the Lakes of Champions. And it is the West Australian just in front, 0.35. They've got the narrow lead. The Victorians are back in the bronze medal. New South Wales, though, they're within striking distance to get onto the podium if they're good enough, and they are doing it nicely. But here we go. The West Australians, they've just asked for a little bit more. The coxswain has just said, get going, boys. We want to take it all the way home. We want to bring this medal back to the Western Australia where it belongs. There they are. The West Australians are looking sensational at the moment. They've just got a slight ledge over the South Australians, who are trying to match the pace of the West Australians. Victoria and New South Wales still battling it out nicely for the bronze. But it's a sight to be seen here in the West. It's the West Australians now streaking away. They've got about a boat length on the South Australians. Nothing is going to stop this steam train today in WA. They are absolutely flying down Champion Lakes. It's Western Australia, coached by Mark Beer. Burby Webster in the coxswain, just trying to get a little bit more out of this team. They're a champion team, aren't they? And the title will be coming back to the West today. It's WA in front, extending this lead, absolutely flying down the Champion Lakes course. It's a golden moment. Every stroke is golden here for WA, and they hit the line as the champions of Australia. Western Australia first, and that is a terrific performance by South Australia for the silver. Here's the battle for bronze. It's gone to the Victorians. New South Wales will finish 4th. And then Queensland will be next in. Damien Kelly, he's turned 50 today. What a birthday present it is. They're running towards the team. You can see them on screen. Absolute delight. So much work goes into these crews, and you can see not a lot of breath getting into the lungs at the moment. Amazing, Rob.
They're amazing race. 2:56, guys, sub 3 minutes. Anytime you're going sub 3 minutes, this is freshwater. So we've got less buoyancy in freshwater. That is an absolute sensational time. And we just watched the coxswain, how important the coxswain is in driving that crew. They got in front, and it was all about pushing them away.
The man there right of screen, we just panned away from him. That's Damien Kelly there.
Yep.
He's the 50-year-old. Every member of this crew has represented Australia at some stage. Damien Kelly, he never represented Australia, and he's forced his way into this team just through hard work. He's taken in the big breaths too. He's the only one who hasn't represented Australia in his own right in that crew, but he's worked hard and he's come on board today and he's held his own in that crew. There he is, Damien Kelly. He'll be almost hoisted off this boat. There he is. He's trying to give the thumbs up. He can hardly breathe.
Yeah, what a great race that was, and what we'd expect from these interstate races. And isn't it great to see what a great event? You know, this is such a great initiative in Masters Rowing, and we really look forward to these every year. But we move to race 161, the Women's Interstate Masters D8. We have New South Wales in lane 2, Jennifer Zonga, Kirsten Berry, Belindy Rowe, Andrea Coos, Jacqueline Harris, M. Barrack, Louise McCoach, Daniela Bourget, Catherine Davies is their coxswain, coached by Kenneth Major and Kim Rudder. In lane 2, 3, we have Victoria's Beer, Clyde Van Mullicum, Ingrid Just, Joe Campbell, Catherine Button, Catherine Carr, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Jess Fishman, Jackie Deeble, and Sam Lincoln is their coxswain, coached by Lucy Larson. In lane 4, South Australia's Mika Webb, Kate Tebnev, Natasha Vassos, Belinda Jankowiak, Simone Ellis, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross, Angie Franku, Jessica Lobban is their coxswain. Then we've got Western Australia and Queensland. We'll get back to their names as we get further into the race. Yes.
Just got to say, we want to call the action, don't we, Rob? It's been a terrific start here, though, by the South Australians, the defending champions.
They're off to an absolute flyer here. Western Australia going with them, though, so that's important, as we said in that previous race. They've got to stay with them there, but they're down about 2/3 of a length, so they are just driving this advantage home, South Australia, at the moment. Can they keep it going? That will be the interesting thing. But at the moment, there doesn't look like anything that's going to slow them. Western Australia doing their best. They're actually getting into their rhythm now. They're right up with them, so it's going to be another close race. I suggest that they'll come back to the field a little bit, but we'll have to wait for another 400 or 500 metres to get an idea on that.
I'm liking the race by New South Wales. They've just got away well. They're looking nice and calm. They're right of screen. They're going to be battled out with the Victorians alongside them. You can see the yellow of the West Australians on second from the left, and then the Queenslanders just finding the pace a little bit tough in the early going there, Rob. But gee, the defending champions, the South Australians, they're on full display here, their class.
Yeah, absolutely. They've cleared out to about a length and a half, or a length lead over the chasing pack. Great race developing over there between Victoria and New South Wales. I see that the Victorians have just put on a bit of an effort to try to break that connection between those two crews. So trying to just move that crew up a little bit, and they certainly have had some success. Now, New South Wales responding. South Australia through the halfway in 1:37. Victoria following 8.8 seconds behind. 1.81 back to Western Australia, 0.81 back to New South Wales. So it's going to be about second and third. First, I think at this point in time, you could put the glasses down. They look comfortable there. They absolutely look comfortable, very clean, very efficient in their technique, very efficient in their style. A well-coached crew by Darren Potts and Bernie Larich. And I saw Bernie down there earlier, and they were quietly confident, and certainly I can see why. Looking like they're in a different field at the moment. We don't often see this in this Interstate 8s, that there will be this much gap between them. It does look like Victoria have now broken free of New South Wales and Western Australia. So now the fight is on between New South Wales and Western Australia for that third place.
So the South Australians are rowing beautifully here on Champion Lakes. They've cleared out Victoria just on their inside. Western Australia just starting to get that boat moving a little bit faster. They're in the bronze medal position at the moment. But this South Australian team, they've arrived here in the West as the defending champs, and they're now starting to show all of their class for all of us to see here on the banks, and for everyone back in South Australia. It's a very proud moment because your team, they've held a beautiful line the whole way through this course, and they've been able to consolidate their dominance in this event here in the West. And it's the South Australians who will go back to back, and they'll take the women's 8 in fine style. South Australia, the champs of Australia. Silver coming across the line. The Victorians. And then the bronze medal will go to WA. They've just outstretched from New South Wales, who finish in 4th. Queensland will finish in 5th place. And for South Australia, it's a golden moment.
In these conditions, 3:22. That is once again a sensational time. We've got the time from last year to compare that against.
They rode a 3:23 last year.
3:23 last year, 3:22. And I think we saw it last year and we went, oh, could they go any faster? Well, yes, they can apparently. And here it is. We've seen it on display. A great display of rowing by all these crews. And they, some very, very tired but very, very pleased competitors in those boats, and they are looking like they're fairly well spent, that South Australian crew, as are the others. West Australia, they're happy with their bronze medal, and so they should be. This is a big event and a great thing to get a medal from the interstate races. We still have two more though. The races keep on coming. We've got the Para 3 single scull up there at the start. We've just got the two competitors in there at the moment, so we're just waiting to see the vision from the start. Here we go. Sometimes they can take a little bit longer to get into their lanes, but I think we're still fairly much on time. So we can see that we've got Kevin Wall on this side and Aaron Skinner over on the other side. So Aaron he's in a borrow boat, I believe, because he would normally be in his very distinctive fully red Wintec boat, and so it will be interesting to see how he handles that different boat. I think Aaron's, he's pretty calm about all these things. Kevin, of course, has brought his Felipe over all the way from south of Sydney. He lives down at Wollongong, which is about an hour south of Sydney, and made the journey over here just for this race. So with these guys, of course, at national levels, you see these guys are an A and B. So they do make for this event, they allow younger age groups going. You can actually apply to race the other races with a younger age group, but you get a handicap. It has been done, and it has been done and won from a handicap position. But generally now everybody sticks to the Ds. But for these ones, because they need that. To get more competitors in here, they've relaxed that a little bit more. And we can see there, and I think I predicted earlier, Kevin Wall would be off to a very fast start. But at the moment, Aaron is really caught up to him, and he's caught up to him and just holding there. So this could be a very interesting race. I think I said earlier that Aaron will get up to his cadence, his speed, and he will hold that the whole way. There'll be no letting off, and he is very mechanical. He's had a look around there. He's gone, oh yeah, this is a bit closer than I might have thought I was going to be. So let's get on with it.
Enjoying that drone shot there, Rob. It's a front-on shot. Great to see Kelvin Haar and Two Monkeys team bringing these pictures from Champion Lakes. They've been able to get us that lovely picture there. We can almost see the expressions on the faces of our competitors as they make their way. That's the journey they have in front of them. Still graphic. Glass off here.
Yeah, so Kevin has just put in a very big move there. You saw he just put in a big effort. He's just sat there. He's probably just trying. He hasn't done any racing this week, so he's probably his first big hit out. He's got out there. He's gone, okay, now I'm going to step on it. So Aaron's got to really respond to that. He's going to hold that rating. He would typically just hold that rating all the way down the course. So he needs to step on that and try to bridge this gap between Kevin, because it's now gone out from about half a length to about 4 lengths, 5 lengths in the matter of about 200 metres. So they're heading down towards the 500 metre mark, and then the real race to the end will begin. Looking down that course, though, these drone shots, once again, I talked about them yesterday. I had a friend comment who will be listening now about my views on the artistic look in the green water yesterday. But I just cannot get over the quality of these drone shots. And congratulations to the Two Monkeys team and the drone operators. They're just getting us some fabulous shots there. And there's that wider one from in front of them. But, so we've gone through with about a 12-second advantage, Kevin Wall over Aaron Skinner, but there's not a whole lot in it. So, but Kevin's going on with it though. He's not letting up now, and certainly both of these scullers have been doing this for a long time. And Kevin Wall really has developed as a sculler. He created a club down on Lake Illawarra down in Wollongong, and he's used that to his advantage, the training there, not having to travel to train, and is certainly doing a lot of good work in the single scull.
Pretty happy when he watches this back to see his work in action. It's lovely to see him out here on the waters. Of course, for everyone watching online, we will be having the presentation ceremonies immediately following these next two events, so don't go anywhere. We'll be heading to the presentation area. Rob Glendenning and myself to conduct those presentation ceremonies, so will be taking place in about 10 minutes time. So back to the action, and it's the defending champ. He's starting to feel that little bit of tension in the legs here, Rob.
Yeah, but good to see Kevin pushing it all the way. He's got a commanding lead here, but he's going to push it all the way, and that's the type of fighter that Kevin is, and he certainly is really putting his back into the work here. He rose a very, once again, we just get back to that very compact, style, and that just puts him in really good stead. There's a shot of Aaron coming down to the line. I can't even tell you how many Victorian representative Zooties he would have, but it's a great guy, and David, his father, who carries around the countryside, a great team they make. And here goes Kevin. He's coming down to the line now. He's going across the line. He takes out the Para PR3 single scull of Australia, followed by Aaron Skinner. Great row from both these competitors, and we congratulate them and look forward to seeing them at the presentations. Now, the next race, once again, just a reminder of those handicaps. Sue Donahue is off 0. Katrina Reynolds is off 17 seconds, and Steph Walker is off 22. And they are away. They're away in this race. We'll just have to see how that pans out. And you can see now the task ahead for Stephanie Walker and Katrina Reynolds. Yeah, you can see that. So we're left. We have Sue Donahue from the Australian Capital Territory. Then it's across to Stephanie Walker, who's the last handicapper to go off, and Katrina Reynolds over on the right. Once again, I remind that Katrina Reynolds fared very well in the single scull yesterday. And I would fathom a guess to say she's pulled back most of that 22 seconds, and we haven't hit the 500-metre mark yet. So if Sue Donahue is going to stay in front, she's got a fair bit of work to do. Steph really needing to try to catch up to the other two. And it's very hard. When you're starting back there, 1,000 metres, you're starting that with nobody around you. It's sometimes just a little bit hard to get that push. Some people are very driven to make up that gap and love the challenge of the chase. Others just find it a little bit disconcerting because of what's happening. Go back to the start, the front of the race, so coming down the 500 metres, and most of that 22 seconds has already gone. In fact, I would suggest at this point in time, Katrina Reynolds will pass the halfway mark in first place. So we'll just see that, we'll get that as they're coming up to it now. And Sue Donahue by 2.77 seconds, so just a little bit wrong, but she's pulled back 20 seconds. Yeah, end of story. So, she'll probably sit there a while, just take a little bit to get past her because she's worked so hard to get to her. She'll be just sitting just there alongside her, and when she gets inside of her finish area, she'll push on.
It's been a great start for Katrina Reynolds. Waters here are fast. We saw Kevin Wall roll 4.11, rode 4.19 last year, so he was able to improve on his time. Sue Donahue today, she's gone through the halfway a little bit quicker than what she did last time, so she's still having a good row here today. Here's Sue from the Australian Capital Territory. There's the Queenslander, Katrina Reynolds, is keeping this boat moving absolutely beautifully on the water. She's now got over a boat length lead over Sue. Steph Walker from New South Wales continues to work hard in her boat. There she is, you can see her middle of the picture. Absolute professionals. You can see just the lines that they've been able to take through the course. It's absolutely gun barrel straight. And you look at the path they've taken.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is with Katrina. You know, I won't. I think it's MS. So some days she can't get to full slide. You know, so it really depends on the day. We saw she had a good row the other day. Sometimes she'll come out and she can barely lift her knees off the board. So it is a testament to her drive that she comes out here and takes it as it comes. And she's going to be rewarded by that today. She's had a great row. She's going to bring home, I think maybe, I don't know if we've got any other medals for the Queenslanders in the races so far, but yes, I think we've got a third in one of them. So she is going to be the one that brings home the gold medal for Queensland. It is the Women's Parascull Championship of Australia. Katrina Reynolds, with about 3 strokes to go, will come down to the line and just easing off as she comes into the finish and takes out the PR3 Women's Championship of Australia. Sue Donoghue coming in second. Just a little way back now to Stephanie Walker. Just found the pace a little bit too hard, and that I'd say with Stephanie, Stephanie, it would have been that lack of perspective because of the crews around them. We can see Steph now certainly coming down in the last 30 or 40 metres, and will cross the line on the next stroke to take out the PR3 Women's Interstate.
Well done to Katrina Reynolds, worthy winner. Sue Donoghue, she's had a great row. She's actually rode a little bit faster than what she did last year in overall time, so that's a great effort by you, Sue. Impressive performance here in the West, wearing the ACT colours, very proud. But there's the Australian champ on picture. And right to the very end, you can tell there wasn't too much left on the tank.
Now, we've got to jump out of here, but before we do, just got a missing glasses case. It's a black Benetton case with a green stripe around it. If anybody happens to find that, if they can bring it to the bottom of the tower for the where the venue's the regatta management team is, and drop them off there, we'll track down the owner. So if it's a black Benetton case with a green stripe on it that has prescription glasses in it, much needed. It's a coxswain who is missing them, and I don't know about you, but I like it when my coxswain has a clear vision of where they're going. The other one is that there's a black van with plate number 1ELX535. You've left your lights on. So now the excitement's over, you can get back to your car, and I'd suggest if you want to get home tonight, you might duck over and turn the lights off. A black van, plate number 1ELX535. Now, next you'll hear us will be in the presentation area for presentation of medals for the interstate races.
a shot?
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Do you want to go in front of the podium? Because you can just go somewhere here. It's probably easier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, guys, I'll just speak to you.
Richard, I can only hold the stuff.
Testing 1, 2. We'll use that for our interview. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Dan, have you met
Rob Daniel.
Daniel, how are you?
The CEO of Rowing WA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys reading this?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to.
I'm happy for it.
Let me introduce you.
Would you want to do that?
Yeah, great. Did you want to? A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to everyone watching on the live stream. It's welcome down to the presentation area where we have a few formalities after a sensational morning of rowing, the very best rowing we've seen so far in any Masters Australian Championships. It's now my great pleasure to welcome Dan Tackenberg, the CEO of Rowing WA, to the microphone.
Thank you, Travis, and good morning, everyone. As we move to the interstate racing medal presentations, I'd like to take a quick moment to formally welcome you to this exciting part of this four-day festival of rowing. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and waters that we have enjoyed for the past few days, the Whadjuk people, and pay my respect to their elders past and present. It is fantastic to see so many of you enjoying us on the water's edge to celebrate what is always a highlight of the Australian Masters Rowing Championships, the interstate competition and its medal presentations. Before we begin, I'll just take a quick second to acknowledge and thank our valued partners and sponsors whose support plays a critical role in delivering such a high-quality event this week. Our major partner, the Western Australian Government, through Tourism WA, event partner, the Department of Creative Industries, Tourism and Sport, major partner, City of Armidale, mobility partner, Zika Perth, Appray Row partner, Gauge Roads, venue partner, Venues West, equipment partner, Kenneth's Hire, silver partner, Perth Care Partners, performance and sustainability partner, Bont Rowing, and our wine partner, McHenry Honan. Your amazing support helps create an event that is not only professionally delivered, but genuinely memorable for everyone involved. Now on to the presentations. For the presentation of medals of the Men's Interstate Masters D-Grade Coxless Quad, the medals will be presented by Honourable Dr Tony Butty, MLA, Member for Armidale, Attorney General, Minister for Commerce, Tertiary and International Education and Multicultural Interests. Thanks, Tony. In third place and bronze medalists, we have New South Wales, Alexander Dodge, Andrew Simpson, Trent Rogers and Alan Robertson. They were coached by Kim McKenney and Angela Conroy. We'll get you guys to stay up here while we bring in second place and silver medalists. From Victoria, we have Nick Inglis, Justin Negri, Gregor Anoyance and Brent Lucadale Wells. And the gold medalists and Australian Masters National Champions for 2026. We have South Australia. We have Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, Christopher Morgan and Damien Deleek, coached by Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley. The Interstate Masters Championship Trophy will now be presented to South Australia. Congratulations again to the Masters, Men's Interstate D-Grade Coxless Quad champions and medalists. Well done, thanks guys. And thank you, Tony. For the presentation of medals of the Women's Interstate Masters D-Grade Coxless Quad, the medals will be presented by Councillor Tony Thomas, attending on behalf of the City of Armidale and Mayor Ruth Butterfield. In third place and bronze medalists, we have Tasmania. We have Sarah Birch, Sandra Wilson, Eliza Richardson and Gina Anderson. In second place and silver medalists, we have New South Wales. We have Emma Molinar, Renati Ipma, Rosalie Furness and Trudy McDonald, coached by Robert Glendinning and Kim Rudder. And gold medalists and Australian Masters national champions in the Masters Interstate D-grade coxless quad. We have Victoria. The Victorian crew is Leanne Martin, Ebony Ebenwadner, Sarah Sekfi and Tanya Nishibata, coached by Jeff Walker. And the trophy for the Masters D-grade coxless women is called the Veterans Cup and will be now presented to Victoria.
Okay, go. Just squeeze up a little bit, girls. Can we get a picture? That's good. That's good. That's fantastic.
Great. Congratulations, ladies. Next, for the presentation of the Masters Men's Interstate D-grade Cox State, the medals will be presented by Hugh Jones, MLA, member for Darling Range. In third place and bronze medalists, we have Victoria. We have Tony Siritic, Conrad Tullock, David Jacker, Shane O'Connor-Smith, David Mays, Mitchell Jacker, Drew Holman, Stuart Gilbert, and Cox Angelique Everett. Oh, and coached by Angelique Everett. In second place and silver medalists, we have South Australia. We had Bill Natt, Hugh Dombrowski, Greg Walters, Anthony Lee, Thomas Lubinis, David McLeod, Tom Sullivan, Alistair Walsh, and Cox, Bonnie White. Coached by Rob Cheeseman and John Bentley.
Okay, South Australia, look this way. South Australia.
And gold medalists and Australian national champions in the men's interstate masters D grade Cox State, Western Australia. Righto, guys. Good job. The crew: Damien Kelly, Mick Everly, Ron Snook, David Porzig, Greg Kerr, John O'Fieve, Stuart Reside, and Glenn Loftus, coxed by Borby Webster and coached by Mark Beer. You guys can chuck it. And the Brian Veer Memorial Trophy will now be presented to Western Australia.
Okay, have you down? Sorry guys, the privilege of winning. You're going to get down to your knees. Okay, squeeze up at the back. Squeeze right up at the back. Squeeze right up. Excellent. Now look this way. Fantastic.
Well done to all the men's interstate masters D grade Cox quad medalists. Now on to the women's interstate masters D grade Cox States. In third place and bronze medalists, we have Western Australia. Tamsin Kevill, Carolyn Foster, Janelle Austin, Renee Bravelli, Hayley Bignell, Megan Bagworth, Sandra Clark, Melissa Hartman, and coxed by Kate Williams. The crew was coached by John Gearing and Lucy Eden. In second place, and silver medalists, we have Victoria. We have Bea Klein van Malakom, Ingrid Just, Jo Campbell, Catherine Button, Catherine Carr, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Jess Fishman, Jackie Devil, and coxed by Sam Lincoln. The crew coached by Lucy Lawson. And our gold medalists and Australian Masters national champions in the Women's Interstate Masters D grade, Coxed 8, we have South Australia. We have Mika Webb, Kate Tebniff, Natasha Vassos, Belinda Jankowait, Simone Ellis, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross, and Angie Francow, and coached by Darren Potts and Bernard Larich.
Okay, South Wales, look this way. Okay, look in the smile.
The Interstate Masters Championship Trophy
Look up, look up.
will now be presented to South Australia. And please congratulate the Women's Interstate D grade Coxed 8 champions and medalists.
Okay, now look this way. Look this way and smile. And again. That's fantastic. Beautiful.
Well done to the women's eights. And thank you, Hugh. For the presentation of medals of the Women's Interstate PR3 Single Sculls, the medals will be presented by Marcelin Nicolau, Deputy Director General of the Department of Creative Industries, Tourism and Sport. For the Women's Interstate PR3 Single Scull, in third place and bronze medalists from New South Wales, we had Stephanie Walker. She's coming. Congratulations, Stephanie. Bronze. No, gold. Hold on 2 secs. Sorry, we'll bring that one back. We'll start that again. In third place and bronze medalists in the women's interstate PR3 singles scull, New South Wales, Stephanie Walker. In second place, and silver medalist from the Australian Capital Territory, Sue Donoghue. And gold medalist and Australian National Masters champion in the women's interstate PR3, Katrina Reynolds. Congratulations, ladies. Now on to the men's interstate PR3 singles scull. In second place, and silver medalist from Victoria, Aaron Skinner. And the gold medalist and Australian Masters national champion for 2026 in the men's PR3 singles scull from New South Wales, Kevin Wall. Well done, Aaron and Kevin. And well done to all our interstate medal winners for all of our events. A great spectacle on the water today. All the best to everyone for the rest of the regatta. Hopefully that we're blessed with this sort of water for the rest of today and tomorrow. And safe trip home for everyone tomorrow. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Dan Tackenbird. We're still live on the stream. I've been joined by our fellow commentator, Rob Glendenning. Now, Rob, it really was one of the highlights of the championship, wasn't it? It was a terrific achievement. It's great to see everyone receive their awards and medals, and we might be able to catch up with a few people as well.
Yeah, so if we just get a bit of quiet, we're going to see if we can get some interviews. I'd just like to call out Chris Morgan from the successful South Australian men's quad. Came out and I know Chris is short of a word. This should go along well. Damien, with his French accent, decided that maybe Chris was a good thing. How was that?
Look, I'm still adjusting to the 1K race as opposed to the 2. It really that was the plan today. It probably the greatest row we could have done, but we put it there, and as with these things, it's all.
Yeah, and certainly going back to back as well. And I think you only had one crew change from last year, was it? Or
Yeah. We only had a few, but was a bit interrupted this year. Basically, scratch combo before arriving today, so it was all going to be down to the size of the boat and to the guys.
Yeah, there'll certainly be that, and I know that you'd had a bit of trouble. You'd broken a finger only a couple of months ago, so it's been a bit of recovery and then get in the boat and go.
Yeah, it's I'm lucky that I can still cycle, so yeah, it's into this, but the boat again. I've missed it.
Well, congratulations again. a great row by the South Australian.
Congratulations. We'll also just see if we can get some of the Australian men's 8. I can see a few of the men's 8 from WA over there having a chat. I'm not sure if Damien Kelly might be able to wander over, or someone from the West Australian team. Yep, here they come. We've also got both. It was a very successful Australian campaign. We've just got a few of our competitors. Well done, ladies. A terrific achievement out there on the water. In terms of how you finished, were you pretty impressed with the way that the race unfolded?
Look, I think it went to our expectations. We pushed as hard as we possibly could, got the rating up to like 39 at the end. It was a really tough race, and we're just happy with the execution. That's all we could do, and proud to be representing WA.
In terms of the training, when did it begin? When did the journey begin for this team?
So we started training about sort of 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago. Yeah, we came together as a crew really well. We had some really good coaching. So I think we've come together really well over the course of the 6 weeks and done as well as we could.
Congratulations, and enjoy the festivities afterwards.
Looking forward to the afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, yes, definitely.
Congratulations. I also have with me just over to the side here the West Australian 8s. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A terrific win. It was wasn't it? I mean, the build-up was for you guys coming together. What did it take to get this team together?
Surprisingly, it takes a lot. It takes a lot. A lot of, obviously, mornings, a lot of sacrifice, and just a lot of hard work to prepare the body to get out there and lay down 1,000 metres. It doesn't get any easier. So, to make it easier, you just have to put in the work on the water in those mornings, and we've done that because we knew we had some really good minutes to race, and and we really wanted the win.
And for you, you've done it everywhere. You've done the pinnacle of the sport. What does this mean to you in terms of the accolades that you've had in your career?
Oh, look, it means a lot. Just to come back together, really. To be honest, the group of guys that I've personally rode with my whole career, who I respect enormously, who have achieved the same, if not more, than myself in the sport. And we're all equals. Really, that's all in the past. Just like getting out there in the mornings and pushing ourselves to get stronger, to keep our strength, and just to keep straight between the ears, and just share a few good stories and have fun. And to represent a meaningful day is awesome.
At the half mark, it was pretty neck and neck there with the Australians. What was the word from the coxswain? What was the instructions at the halfway?
I think there was a big push, and we had a key word. The boat was Nick Garrett. Nick Garrett mentored all of us when we were younger. She made the call, Garrett, let's go, and everyone responded, and the legs went down really hard. And I think we took about a quarter of a length on that push. So, it was a really good response.
At what point did you feel like you'd really got the race won? When was the moment where you thought, gee, we've got this?
Oh, look, the closing stages of that sort of push, I've really felt the response from Borby's call was just so strong. I just didn't think anyone could take it away from us at that point. We were rowing pretty cleanly, and there was a real hunger there to put our name on that trophy. And I think early in that last 5, I think we were feeling pretty confident. I was anyway. Yeah, it was good.
How does the team celebrate? Get around together tonight? Do you throw the coxswain in the lake? What's the way you guys celebrate?
I'm not really sure. We'll probably have a cup of coffee, I think. But Mike's got to go to work, and I've got to pick up the kids from school. So
business as usual. You also had a birthday boy in the boat, the 50-year-old Damien Kelly. Great effort by him, isn't it, to make the team. There was throughout their careers. He's one man who hasn't got that Australian, but now he's a big title holder to his name. He's done a great job, hasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Doomer's a guy we love and respect, and to have today line up with his 50th was awesome. It put a bit of extra pressure on all of us because we didn't want to let him down. But it was just great to come through with the goods and wish him a happy birthday in that fashion.
Congratulations, guys. Look forward to many more wins in the future. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Great win. The West Australians, winners of the 8. We've got Rob Glendenning again. Rob, you've managed to secure a couple of other people down here.
Yeah, managed to get the very successful Victorian women's quad, and a great performance. And this makes, I can tell them it's 10. It is absolutely 10. So we've got Ebony Ebenwalder, and Martin, and Shibata. And how did that race?
As expected. Race plan, we stuck to it, so we were able to execute it. Right.
It was certainly that you held that steady pace through the left enough to bring it home. And you go from here. Does it? I know you got races this weekend. Next year, are we going for 11?
Oh, there's always an opportunity for number 11, I believe. Yeah, definitely.
Keep going.
I got to tell you, they're not normally this lossful. This is really surprising. But you've got a few more races over this weekend. You're going to get out and celebrate. They just talked to the West Australia 8. You're going to get out and celebrate tonight?
Well, we're here for the dinner tonight, so we'll be able to celebrate.
It'd be good to catch up with a few people we haven't met for a little while, so yeah, it'd be good.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's a family affair, and it's great at these Masters. Congratulations, coach, and it was a great job. And 10 years in a row, 11 years in a row, I might have to go around again myself. There's a job to be done. But thank you, congratulations, and have.
I'd just also like to ask the coach here, Coach. Did you know this was going to be a winning team when you took them on board? Was it going to be a chance that they were going to win?
Yes, definitely.
And what was it that you saw in them? What did you like?
The power. Yep, straight away. Very clean. Yeah, good crew. Good looking.
Very good looking. And what about in terms of first to training, last to leave? Who's that?
Tanya.
How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm there first too.
Congratulations, the Victorians, proud winners. Well done today, guys. Great to have you here as part of the championships. Well, we might just see if Rob's got anyone else lined up for us there. Rob? Nope, Rob's done. We're going to take a short break and head back up to the commentary position because we've got plenty more racing here on day 3 action. We're due to resume at about 11:05 Western Standard Time. It's been fantastic down here in the warm-up area, and the presentations have all been done for another year. It's been really incredible to see the camaraderie and the sportsmanship down here by the water. We'll take a quick commercial break and we'll be back with some more racing in just a moment.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de K.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
And welcome back to everyone on the live stream, live here from Perth. Still magnificent conditions here on the water of Champion Lakes. Everyone who is tuning in, good morning to you. My kids are also watching this morning, so big hello to my kids who are sitting at home enjoying the rowing. They're relatively new to rowing in our household, but they've thoroughly enjoyed this morning's activity. They've also been doing a little bit of homework too, which is good to hear. So we move on. Rob Glendenning, we just take a bit of a deep breath, don't we, after a very entertaining morning of rowing. But it rolls through, doesn't it? There's still plenty of action to come on the water.
Yeah, look, when you think about it, we're only a little way over halfway through this regatta. So there is still a lot of racing to happen today. And, we've just, one of the highlights is the interstate races. But at the end of the regatta, remembering the last couple of races of the day are the Champion of Champions, where all the winners from all the sculling events are invited to come back and compete in a handicapped event, and it's a great event. And we talked a bit about it yesterday and some of the success of George Zouris in those. We also have in the lightweight that the fastest lightweight women and the fastest lightweight men go and find each other, seek them out as part of the results and go, okay, how about that? So I know that Philip Titterton and Kathleen Hextall have certainly teamed up already and put their entry in. So you've got to get in fairly quick if you've got to get that right combination, the right age group. So there's a little bit of manoeuvring there. So as soon as the race finishes, they run up and put the entries in. But we've got coming up next, a little way off it yet, but we start with the Masters, the F singles, and then we flow into the Masters C double. So a lot of very, very quick racing going to happen over the next hour or two. But as Travis said, the conditions out there are just sensational. But I just harp back to those interstate races. Like the performances out there today, some of the times out there today, we're just getting quicker and quicker. And it's a very tough gig to win these races. And our crew came home with a second, and we're ecstatic. We're ecstatic with that result. And I know that talking to the Victorians down there, 10 in a row, and I don't think they even realised the enormity of what they'd just achieved. So it just gives everybody else a bit of a target to aim for, and we'll just see what next year brings, or where next year will be. So maybe those here from Rowing Australia can give us a little bit of a feeder into where it might be held next year.
Well, I'm sure the City of Armidale and the West Australian Government would have seen the success of this year's regatta, and will no doubt would love it to be back here. A few people on the East Coast might not be too happy about that, but we love it when we welcome everybody across to WA. And Rob, it had me thinking in terms of the Masters rowing on an international level. Is there an international Masters competition? How does Australia normally go?
Yeah, there's a FISA International, FISA Masters International. I think this year it's in Bled, I think, and next year could be Varese in Italy. But it's a different type of format. It's a little bit of a format similar to what the mixed races are here. So you can enter as any club or any combination of club crews. I see a lot of groups get together with different clubs. They create their own zooty. They go over there as whether it's Team WA or whatever. So they're not actually an official WA team, sanctioned by the rowing associations, but they like to acknowledge where they're rowing for. They get together, they row in divisions, and they're all over the world, and they're great. So there's one main one, but dispersed amongst that, all countries have their Masters events, and so there are a few other little competitions that happen around here. There are some other great races. There's a race that's just completed, which is a row around Venice in Italy, and so there's a lot of things to look out for around the world that Masters rowers can get involved with, and certainly Masters games of other types with indoor rowing and the like are also very prevalent. But enough of that, we're into the racing. 166 Women's Masters F single scull Heat 1. Progression is first, 3 to the final. In lane 1, it's Canning Bridges, Indra Sivakalundu. In lane 2, Endeavour's Katrina Whiteley, coached by Susan Philpott. In lane 3, Canning Bridge, Jacinta Russin, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane 4, Leichhardt Carmel Taylor, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 5, A&A's Mary Cameron. In lane 6, Ulverston's Alison Kirkwood. And in lane 7, Fremantle's Michaela Main. And they're off to quite a rapid start here, and it does look like that is the Leichhardt sculler who has got out to a flyer. And we'll look at this stage that Carmel Taylor is would be very happy with that, her pace off the start there. Not much in it for the other two. Does appear that Katrina Whiteley from Endeavour has slipped a little bit behind. I'm not sure that she might not have some issues there, because she's slowed right down again. She looks to be going again now, but certainly was moving quite slowly there for a bit. So maybe just some issues with inside that boat. But the two out in front here, Michaela Main and Carmel Taylor. Michaela Main from Fremantle and Carmel Taylor. So remembering, 3 of these go through. So we look at those two out in front, we look at that next line back, and you'll see where the race is going to be. It is straight across the length for Canning Bridge, the 2 Canning Bridge scullers, and then back to the A&A sculler. So it is going to be there was just as we said, that Carmel Taylor has just had a crab, an absolute boat stopper. She's skewed off in the course now and has completely stopped from leading this field. She is going to be out the back. So if she wants to get back into that third place, it's still possible. You know, the 3 scullers in front of her were competing for third place. Now they're second and third, but Carmel Taylor is up and going again. So she'll be ruining her chances if that puts her out of the final, because she was going so well. So that leaves Fremantle's Michaela Main, Alison Kirkwood, sorry. Yeah, yes, Ulverston. So we must have missed a crew off the start here. Yeah, it is indeed to see the Zooty now. It is Alison Kirkwood. So I think we must be missing someone out of the...
I think Michaela Main didn't take her place here on our start list there.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I missed that. But yeah, so it is Alison Kirkwood, and she's really just cruising out in front now. Carmel Taylor working really hard to get back into level terms with this. She's got to pass 2 of these scullers, so she's working particularly hard. The A&A sculler, Mary Cameron, just taking a look across. I think she or Indra Sivakalundu over on the other side would hold down that second and third at the moment. A little bit further back to Canning Bridge, Jacinta Russin. So it's going to be interesting to see what Carmel Taylor can do. She's just having a look around there. We've got the shoreline camera out to the scullers, but look, very, very easy going for Alison Kirkwood from Ulverston. She is just cruising at the moment. We've got about 250 metres to go. So Carmel Taylor Travis has caught up almost to the Canning Bridge sculler, so interesting to see if she can get past.
So Alison Kirkwood, there she is. Bronze medalist last year, Rob. So she'll be hungry for more medal action here at these championships. And she's just turned off the stroke rate now, hasn't she?
She's backed it right off, yeah.
So that final will be just in a race 1:79, so it's actually not too far away. It'll be just after lunch, the final for this event.
Yeah, and it does look like it's fairly clear now. I think Carmel Taylor, the early leader in this race, has after that boat wreck that she had just before the 500-metre mark, has come back, but she's back. Will be back into 4th position, but she's got to be in the final. She'd have to make up 3 lengths in the space of about 100 metres, which I think is almost impossible. But she looks like she's going to give it a go.
Yeah, she's
certainly moving. But the 2 scullers in front of her, the Canning Bridge and A&A scullers, would just be sitting on her there and just making sure that they hold their position. So Alison Kirkwood going across the line to take out first. It will be Mary Cameron, A&A in second. Then back over to lane 1, which is the Canning Bridge sculler, Indra Sivakalundu, followed by Carmel Taylor, and then Canning Bridge Jacinta Russin, and it will be Endeavour's Katrina Whiteley crossing the line to close out the field.
So for Carmel Taylor, unfortunately just missing out there, not her race today. She will watch on a little bit later on today. But there's Alison Kirkwood, bronze medalist last year. She'll head down to regroup for the final a little bit later on as we move into our second heat on the program. And it looks like lane 5, Julia Wood from Exeter, hasn't taken her place at the start line. So we'll run through the field for you. Right of screen from Bunbury, it is Jackie Barton, coached by Chris Iredale. Had a good day, the Bunbury team. Had a nice win earlier in the 8s. Jacqueline de Jong, she's the one from Riverway. She's the one to catch, you'd feel, this year. She was able to take the title in this Masters F single sculls last year, Jacqueline de Jong, so she is the one to watch. She started well here. And then Maud O'Connell from New Zealand is rowing in lane 3. And then from Canning Bridge Rowing Club, Linda Papal, coached by Vanessa Grant, in lane 4. Then lane 6 from North Shore, Louise McCoach, featured in the final last year, finished 4th in the final last year, and she is rowing in 6th, so she'll be looking to make it back-to-back Australian finals. And then Alicia Sagar from Newcastle University rounds things out in lane number 7. So coming through the halfway and doing it nicely at the moment. Jacqueline de Jong, the defending champion, just in control and looking pretty comfortable out there, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we saw the strong performances by Jacqueline so far in this regatta. So this is not unexpected, and certainly looking very, very calm and collected there. Bit of a race going on now between the Jackie Barton from Bunbury and Maud O'Connell from Cromwell Rowing Club in New Zealand. And then over on the other side here, we've still got Louise McCoach still in with a chance. We just can't quite get those angles, but at the moment it does look like she might be in 4th place. So she's just stepping it up now as we're coming down to about 250 metres to go, and she's got a real chance here of getting up over one of these, the Bunbury and Cromwell scullers, and maybe sneaking her way into the final here. But out the front, it is Jacqueline de Jong, the Queenslander, looking very strong. She's got the look over the field now. She's just doing enough to stay in front of them. I think she's made that decision that she's just going to stay in front. The Cromwell sculler Maud O'Connell, though, is just having a bit of a push there. I think she's probably realised Louise McCoach over here from North Shore is a lot closer than she thought she was. So there's got to be a move on, and McCoach now just stepping up the rating. She's just gone for started her sprint for the line. And we even see a reaction here from Jacqueline de Jong. So we've got McCoach on the screen at the moment, and certainly got some strain happening, and she's just a little bit behind, but can she just lift to get that 3rd place? Jacqueline de Jong, though, once again, she's just given a little bit of a push, backed it off again now, and she's just cruising down to the line. A real race going on for this 2nd and 3rd place. Slipping back a little bit is Jackie Barton from Bunbury, so she's going to be in the one of danger of missing out, and McCoach certainly has pushed her way up, and I'd say has come into that top 3. So if Jackie Barton needing to just pick up the game a bit here, and if she wants to get back into this final, but it will be Jacqueline de Jong coming across the line. And McCoach has had a crack of a row over that last 500, has come up to take 2nd place, followed by Maud O'Connell, and it does look like Jackie Barton will be in 4th and miss out on that final. So a great row there by Jacqueline de Jong, and equally by the finish from Louise McCoach, who's managed to work her way back into the final, so she'll do that for her second time round.
Jacqueline de Jong, she is on screen, the favourite, you would think, for the final, and she is got an opportunity to defend it a little bit later on this morning as we move along to 168, Rob.
Yeah, 168. No, a few of these guys have just not long come out of their respective state quads or state 8. So in lane 2, it's the lane 2 we have Dragons, Patrick Mulrooney and John Dixon, coached by Kathy Phillips. In lane 3, Lindisfarne's James Cowley and Tom Wilcox. In lane 4, ANA's Dale Hawkins and Warren Wellbeloved. And in lane 5, Curtin University, Piero Azevedo, Berquo de Sam and Daniel Reel. And in lane 6, Alexander Deutsch and Trent Rogers. So, coached by Tiffany Hutchison. We have seen all these scullers in the earlier event, and it is the A&A crew who have got out and are holding a surprisingly substantial lead over the other crews. It looks like Lindisfarne and it could be Lindisfarne and the Mossman combinations who are in second and third, but very close back to the Dragons combination, Mulrooney and Dixon. So we've got a race on here. We've gone through the 500 metre mark, and unfortunately we don't have the scores through there, the timing through there, but we can clearly see now that A&A crew of Hawkins and Wellbeloved are really turning it on. They want to make sure they're going to be in this final. Over on this side, the Mossman combination of Deutsch and Rogers is also just probably starting to get into their stride, and have looked across and seen James Kelly and Tom Wilcox, who have now just pushed the rating up, had a bit of a look around. They know that they believe they've got that Dragons crew covered, so they're just trying to work out where they all sit in the scheme of things. So it's up to Dragons now if they're going to try to pull up back into third place. So they've got all the work to do in that boat. Tasmania, Lindisfarne just sitting on them. Deutsch and Trent Rogers over on this side. Probably taking that look across. I think they're a bit closer than what they think they are as Dragons really turn it up.
So a little bit of a race to the line to secure spots here for this final. First 3 to go through, and it's A&A's Hawkins and Wellbeloved in control, but there's a bit of speed behind them coming from Mossman there to your left. You can see they've slotted nicely into second, and then the battle for third is Lindisfarne and Dragons right of screen. So it looks like the Dragons now just might have left a bit too much to do to get through to the final. So they're just dropping away a little bit. That speed just a bit too much for them to get into this final. But for the A&A crew, they've set up a nice heat run, and into the final they go, along with Mossman and Lindisfarne into the final, and Dragons next in will miss out. 3:34.80 the winning time for A&A, and a good confidence booster for them.
Yeah, look, and I think that time would indicate they've got a lot more speed in them. So, and I expect that the action in the final to be a lot more frantic than we just saw. But great row by A&A nonetheless. They just stamped their authority early on in the race, held on to that, didn't waver off their plan, and that has reaped them the win.
Still beautiful conditions. The sun just comes out here at Champion Lakes. The weather has held off for now, but the wind all day is forecast to be very calm. So the competitors really enjoying it. As we take a look now at the second heat, it's the Tasmanians up there in lane 2, Marcus Tonelli and Pat Bird, coached by Trevor Barrett. Adelaide University Composite, Chris Morgan and Damien Derleek. It'll be good to see him in action again here. From Newcastle, Dave McCready and Bill Todd. Glebe Composite, Cromwell Olivier, Brad Smith is out, but Andy Wigan has come in. And then the Corio Bay team of Lee Hall Sullivan and Dave Kelly down in lane number 6. You can see them in their very distinct purple colours, and they've started pretty well. So top 3 to go through. The Adelaide University composite team of Morgan and Deleek, they've burst out of the blocks nicely.
Yeah, I think that Glebe Composite, yeah, it does look like, yeah, Andy Wigan in there. So we just get a bit confused with the how they put the substitutions on the sheets. But great start there by the Adelaide University Composite of Chris Morgan and Damien Deleek. We expected that. We saw yesterday in the single scull, and we just saw it again in their quad scull, state quad scull, where they were in the winning crew. They were stroke and 3 in the winning crew. Rate, they use rate as their friend. They certainly can keep that cadence up and don't let off, and certainly that is a trademark of Damien Derleek's rowing. And sometimes you can overrate, but he seems to operate very well in those high rating ranges, and we're seeing that again here, and they're looking particularly comfortable. Morgan in the bow seat, Deleek in the stroke seat. Crew also going very well is Marcus Tonelli and Patrick Bird over there in lane 2. I think it's probably fairly close between them, the Glebe Composite and Corio Bay at this point in time for that second and third place. But a good look at that composite crew from South Australia and Sydney.
So in that North-Est crew there, Patrick Bird, you mentioned, he won the gold medal in this event last year. He was teamed up with Bert Whistle, And so Bert Whistle out, Tonelli in for this North S crew. So Patrick Burt, he knows how to win these events, and he's kicked off things nicely here for North S. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares in the closing stages. He's got a bit of work to do. It's Morgan and Deleek doing nicely at the moment there, Rob.
Yeah, sure, they sure are, but that crew has really worked up onto that North S crew, has really worked up onto the Adelaide University Composite. It's probably a little bit of a surprise. You know, as I said, they might be rowing a little bit within themselves, but they've probably just both, because I know Bird and I'm fairly sure Tonelli were in the Tasmanian crew. I'm sure that they would just be enjoying just a little bit of a casual row down here, and I mean that you know, to take them very lightly. They would be working fairly hard, but it would just be off their maximum, so they can save themselves and just recover a bit from the festivities of an hour or two ago. But still holding on to that lead. Over this side, though, a bit of a race is on between the Glebe Composite and Corio Bay, and it's going to be between those crews and the North S crew to see who gets through to the final. At the moment, it does look like the Glebe crew has put on a very good push about 150 metres out, and that has allowed them to come up. But here come Corio Bay. They might have left it a little bit late. They've got the speed, but they may just have left it just a fraction too late. And it looks like that St George Glebe crew is going to hold them out, but it will be the Adelaide University Composite crew coming across the line. Will be followed by Glebe and St George, then North S, and just missing out were Corio Bay. They were literally a metre behind North S by the time they got to the line. So it was a lot closer than any of them, I'm sure, would have hoped for.
Yeah, much tougher to get through to the final, and a bit of a statement here from the Adelaide University crew. You can see them there just, all right, boys, we've got plenty in the tank. We'll see you in an hour or so. We're feeling pretty good. We're just going to keep the momentum going. Not even able to blow out a candle.
Yeah, it's that psychological thing, isn't it? Look over. Oh, look, we just cleaned up the interstate quad. You know, now we're out for casual race. See you in the final, guys. So yeah, look, I think there's a bit of gamesmanship there, and good for them to be in the position they can do that. So
absolutely. So they had to be pushed all the way, our crews there, to make it through the final. So that will just whet our appetites for a thrilling final in the Masters C double sculls. So turn the page. Now it's the Women's H event 170 in the double sculls, and we'll take you through the roll call here. From Canberra, it's Kath Wellman and Leslie Ciccarelli. In lane 3, Manning Rivers, Kay Smythe and Kay Pullen. In 4, Perth's Marianne Robbins and Carolyn Finelli. In 5, from Canning Bridge, Carol Pedri and Pauline Swan. And rounding out the field in lane 6, the St George Composite crew of Anne Taylor and Christine McCready. So the H category, 70 years and over, and we're away and racing. It'll be the first 3 through to the final.
Yeah, look, I think we know this crew on this side, this St George Composite crew of Taylor and McCready. McCready from St George are exceptionally strong. They both were multiple race winners yesterday, I think both in their respective single sculls too. So they're looking very good in this race. Once again, Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams down there at St George, and a very, very talented coach, and he will be just egging his athletes on from down there in the southern, the Shire of Sydney. We also have the Perth combination here, and they've also got out to a very good start. That's the Marion Robbins and Carolyn Finelli. So they are looking very good as well. Just like they look like they've rowed together a little bit more, you know, just that little bit more, you know, their setup in the boat might be just a little bit similar, and their movement sort of similar. And that just comes with time in a boat with other people. And everybody's going to row differently, but we just see the different different finish timings and different movement off the back in this St George and Mosman combination. So that means that the Marion Robbins and Carolyn Finelli have now probably just moved out to about a half a length. So it will be interesting to see how this pans out during the race. So we've got over the 500 metre mark, and it was that St George Mosman crew over on this side that held the slightest of lead, 0.459 of a second lead over Perth. A little bit further back to Canberra, to Manning River, Manning River and Canning Bridge. So the crews that have really got put all the work in at the moment is Manning River, if they're going to come back up onto Canberra. That Wellman and Chigirelli combination from Canberra Rowing Club, who currently hold down third place.
So there you can see beautiful pictures from Champion Lakes, bathed in sunshine. Hope you're enjoying the action. Anne Taylor and Christine McCready left a screen for the St George Mosman composite crew. But it's been a nice row from Marion Robbins and Carolyn Finelli. You can see just staying in nice timing with each other. Rob Glendenning has talked so much about the importance of the bodies just moving together. If the bodies move together, then everything else seems to just...
Yeah, and we can see that we're looking down here now, and we're just seeing just a slight difference in the movement off the back with this St George Mosman combination. It's not slowing them down, obviously, too much, but probably if they're a little bit more in time, that might make their life a whole lot easier as they come through the last 500. They look to, I think it's pretty much neck and neck with the Perth crew at the moment. And they look pretty content with their lot. The combination of Robbins and Finelli looking really well, very settled in their actions. It does look like Manning's, the two Ks from Manning, Kay Smythe and Kay Pullen, won't have enough to get up to that very important third place into the final. That has allowed Kath Wellman and Leslie Chigirelli from Canberra to move right up. In fact, they've had a good last 250 odd metres and have pulled right up on the other crews, but I don't think at this point in time they are going to be able to catch the second place, and nor need they. They're into the final. They'll be content with their row and content to get into the final. The conditions out there are very even now, so I don't think it's really going to matter where you sit. But Perth did get across the line first in the end, and 0.48 ahead of St George Mosman. And then it was the Canberra crew, followed by Manning River and Canning Bridge.
4:44.62, the winning time for the Perth crew of Marion Robbins and Carolyn Finelli. There's the team from St George Mosman. They've booked their place for the final. Not too far away either. So big hello to all the families who are watching on, associated with those teams as we move through to the next heat. First three to go through on the top of the screen in lane 2 from Tablelands, Prue Fitzpatrick and Harmina Walsh. In 3, Endeavour Composite, Susan Kemp and Lindy Nesbitt. In lane 4, Derwent Mercantile Composite, Judy Walsh and Eve Beecroft. In 5 from Bunbury, Barbara Delasale and Jennifer Coote, coached by Chris Isledale. And in 6 from Curtin University, Ronnie Cooper and Pam Nichols. Now I just want to have a look here at the Endeavour Composite crew. They're second from the right of screen in lane number 3. In that boat today, we've got Susan Kemp, who finished in this 6th in this event last year, and Lindy Nisbet, she finished 3rd in this event. So they've obviously got together after last year's racing and thought we might have a crack this year together.
Yeah, and I think what we see, Endeavour and Newcastle. Endeavour's a little bit up the Hunter River out of Newcastle, so it's not too far, and certainly I know that Lindy lives just about across the other side of the Hunter River from Newcastle, so they're probably getting down there doing a little bit of training there rather than training up at Morpeth. Yeah, they're travelling fairly well at the moment. The crew over on this side, though, used to be the Bunbury crew of Barbara De La Salle and Jennifer Coote, coached by Chris Iredale. A very busy coach down at Bunbury Way, but certainly pocketing their success here. Yeah, they look like they may have just pushed out to a little bit of a lead. Just going back to that crew of Walsh and Beecroft, I might have thought they might have been a little bit closer. That's them in the middle of the field there. Eve Beecroft we saw yesterday in the, I think, F lightweight single scull might have been a high grade than that. And Judy Walsh certainly faring well in her sculling yesterday. So they're just not able to go with the pace at the moment, but still a chance of getting into the final because those crews are fairly evenly spread. It does look like that the Curtin University, they may just have a slight advantage over the other two crews as we come through as we come down to the 500 metre mark.
So that crew you mentioned, the Derwent Mercantile Composite, Judy Walsh and Eve Beecroft, they did make the final last year. They finished 8th in the final, but they did get through. So you can see them there, middle of the screen. They've got to finish in the top 3 if Judy and Eve want to progress through to the final. You can see them there perhaps just at the 500. They had a little bit of a word to each other, I think. Robin just said, let's get this boat moving a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
As you can see, Eve Beecroft, she just wanted to get things moving.
Yeah, and I think they're probably a little bit, maybe a little bit surprised that these crews are so far out in front. I mean, this Bunbury crew, they are looking very impressive. Once again, you know, that club crew, so you're going to tend to see them just a little bit more in tune with each other. But the Nisbet and Kemp combination over there in lane 3, still holding on to a very, to that second place. Curtin University had about a 4 or 5 second lead over the chasing crews of Derwent Mercantile and Tablelands. I think that's largely been eaten up over the last 150 odd metres. They come about 250 metres to go. I think they're the ones that are going to have to really knuckle down and try to pick up the pace to make sure that they don't get overtaken.
It's a good battle for third. It means each of our crews are going to have to work pretty hard into the line. It is the Bunbury team of De La Salle and Coote who just wanting to blow out a few cobwebs here. Their winning time from heat number 1 was 4 minutes 44. So you can see they're just going a little bit quicker. Still probably about 150 metres to row. Here come Kemp and Nisbet. There they are right of screen. They were 6th and 3rd last year in their crews. Now the battle for third really heating up because Walsh and Beecroft have just sensed that moment. They made the final last year. You can see them in the middle of the screen. They just need to find that little bit of extra power to row over the top of Curtin University. Cooper and Nichols now also just sensing the occasion. They want to make it through the final on their home deck. The Curtin crew closest to the banks here. There's Bunbury. The Bunbury fans, they're up and about today. They've had a couple of nice wins, and Bunbury booked their place into the final. It'll be a little bit slower than Heat 1, which was 1 in 4:44, but they'll get through. Endeavour Composite second, and tight for third. It will just be Curtin. Curtin managed to hold out the fast finishing Walsh and Beecroft, and then Fitzpatrick and Walsh heading into the finish line. Well done to our crews. Bunbury into the final. They'll fly the flag for Western Australia.
Yeah, very controlled effort over that whole course. You know, we saw the Endeavour Composite get out a little bit quicker than they did, but they just held their mettle. They rode to their plan. In the heats, that's what you want to be doing. You don't want to have to be racing unless you look like you're going to miss out on a place. You don't want to have to get stray too far off your race plan, and they certainly didn't do that. They held their own. They just stuck to their game, and that's come up with a win. But we go over to race 172 now. I think we've had a few scratchings out of this, so we just have to work our way through. So I think the Mercer Sculler is definitely there, Alan Cleaver. It does look like we might be missing Murray Bridge. Then we have Western Australia Rowing Club's Nick Bretland. Doesn't look like Bill Nugent from Essendon is there, so we move across to the Yarra Yarra Sculler, Colin Rawson in lane 5. In lane 6, Yarra Yarra's Jack Chatsiakumis, and in lane 7, Richard, I think he might be missing as well. So it looks like we've just got the 5 scullers in this race. There's 1, 2, 3, 5. We're in 4. Yeah, so I think we might even be missing the... I'm just trying to work out which other one we're missing, Travis.
So we've got lane 1, Mercer, lane 3, WA Rowing Club,
Murray
lane 5, Yarra Yarra, and lane 6, Yarra Yarra. So the Yarra Yarra boys are out in front, aren't they?
Yeah, they are out in front, and they only one going with them at this stage is the Mercer Sculler from New Zealand, Alan Cleaver. the WA Rowing Club's Nick Bretland now had just trailed out the back, so I'm not sure. There seems to be too big a speed differential, so he might have had some sort of issue in the boat. But the race is on. This is it's almost a sea of red out there, isn't it? I mean, Alan Cleaver's let the side down with his Zudi colour, but certainly Yarra Yarra and Western Australian Rowing Club displaying that very bright red Zudi is very distinctive. These colours look like they're just they're out for a training row. This is like this is a just a day
in Melbourne.
Day in Melbourne, day on the Yarra. And there would be some bragging rights, I suppose, but it's a progression of first three to the final, so the bragging rights are going to have to wait for about an hour and a half, I would imagine. So we would call this in rowing a battle paddle. Yeah, where you push against the other your mate and training partner. But I tell you that Jack Chetsukumis has just decided enough of this. I'm going. This is not for me. Just having a casual row down the screen. The Colin Rawson, I think, has looked over and said, "No, go your hardest." And you can see that mirror that Jack Chetsukumis has on his visor, and that just gives him a view of what's in front of him. So he'd be lining up those white boys now and thinking, well, it's only another 10 or 15 strokes here, and I've done my work. Showed Colin a thing or two, and
making a statement though.
Yeah, he is making a statement. Right. I don't think just looking at Colin there, he doesn't look too perturbed about the situation. Doesn't look like he has to react. But he said, "Oh, look, I might just throw up a few just to show you, Jack, and we'll see you in the final. It might be a different picture." Alan Mercer over there in lane one. He's just absolutely cruising now. He knows he's in the final. He's watching these other two race it out for first and second. Jack Chetsukumis from Yarra Yarra coming across in first place. Colin Rawson from Yarra Yarra in second. And it will be Alan Cleaver from third, and then a little distance back to Nick Bretland from WA Rowing Club.
So Jack Chetsukumis into the final. He was out of the medals last year. He finished fourth in the final, Jack. So he wanted to have a good hit out here to just have that form into the final. So Jack's got an opportunity here. The medalist from last year not here, so as far as I can see. So he'll have a good opportunity to move up onto the dais.
We move over to race 173, the second heat of the men's Masters G single. Progression is first three to the A final. Race 194, that is, about an hour and a bit this afternoon. In lane one, we have Perth's Michael McCormick, coached by Vanessa Grant. In lane two, Curtin University's Greg Haig. In lane three, Riverside's Mark Johnson. In lane four, Bunbury's John Soroka, coached by Chris Iredale. In lane five, Newcastle's Anthony Stanley, coached by Timothy Bland. In lane six, Windery Ballarat's John Irwin. And in lane seven, Aromaho Wanganui, Bruce Tate. That's a New Zealand club. And they all lined up there on the start, and they all look to be there. So just checking out, we've got 7 lanes. Just got one sculler a little bit late to the start. It looks like the Perth sculler, Michael McCormick, probably fairly new to the course out here, so he's just found his way there now, and he'll reverse back into he's given himself a bit of room there, Travis, hasn't he, to back it back. This is going to be some skilled backing, I think. But yeah, we're just going to wait for him to get into there. It's the race time is just ticking over now, so we'll be just... You'll be keeping an eye on that. The umpires will be keeping an eye on that. Remembering that you're meant to be behind the start 5 minutes before the race, and certainly in the blocks before 2 minutes, because they can start the race as soon as they enter into that 2 minute zone to the published start time.
So John Soroka from Bunbury, probably one to watch. He's had a big morning. He was part of the 8s team that helped the Bunbury team get home earlier today. We've talked about John Soroka's commitment to the Bunbury Rowing Club over many years. Life member, and now gets his opportunity. Now this is an interesting bit of paddle work. Great shots here from Kelvin Hart. Just that execution there. You can see just how tippy these boats are for the novice like me. There's no way that the layman would be able to show that skill that Michael McCormick is showing at the moment.
Just while we wait for this start, we've had a pair of shoes that were left on a bus. They've certainly got Bat Logic plates, got the name Stewart on the bottom, or Sturt on the bottom, and they are a pair of, I'm not quite sure what the brand is, but I'd suggest the condition of them, you might just, against shoes, you might just step over to the Bont tent, because I think they're offering a 20% discount on your old shoes. These ones certainly look a bit bruised and battered, but if you come to the bottom of the tower, to the control room, your shoes are there.
So let's go through the roll call for event 173. It's the second heat, and it's underway. And unfortunately for Michael McCormick there in lane 1, he was just a little bit rough out of the blocks. He wasn't able to get things going. He'll still continue on. I think, away he goes now. So just having a few little problems with the release. Not sure what happened there. Curtin University's Craig Haig will row in 2, and then Mark Johnston, Riverside, started nicely in 3. Bunbury's John Soroka, there he is, the pride of Bunbury, rowing nicely in 4. And in 5, it's Newcastle's Anthony Stanley, coached by Timothy Bland. Wendouree Ballarat, John Irwin in the saddle today, and Aramoho Wanganui's Bruce Tate. Bottom of screen, he's away, and our gentlemen here are looking pretty good. It's Newcastle's Stanley who's leading the way early.
Yeah, do we get all those colours there, Travis? Are there? We've got 1, 2.
We've got our...
Yeah, there's all 7 scullers are there. So, the just a bit of a... Yeah, not quite sure what happened at the start. He was late into the start and then was skewing to the course. And when the gun went off, he sort of didn't move. And then I think went straight out and got his left oar caught under that buoy. So that probably has tossed him. We see the Wendouree Ballarat, Sculler John Irwin, all just so falling off the back. But certainly the pace is very hot out in the front with Greg Haig, Curtin University, Mark Johnson, Riverside, Bunbury's John Soroka, Anthony Stanley from Newcastle, and Bruce Tate from Aramoho Wanganui. Certainly that looks where all the pace is there, and it's a great race. This in this G category, Heat 2, just looks like a little bit. There are less competitors, of course, in that first one, and we had a few withdrawals. But certainly the pace looks to be a little bit up on the first heat. Just looking down, they're very distinctive, almost bumblebee colours, the yellow and red of Aramoho Wanganui there, and Bruce Tate closest to screen. It looks like he might get to the 500 metre first. I think we saw some good rowing from him yesterday, and indeed...
I was just looking that up actually, Rob, because it's a name that I think has featured a few times. He came through the semi-finals yesterday in the the double sculls. He was able to then take out the gold medal in the double sculls with Horan. So he's had a pretty busy couple of days. He's also had a 4th a bit earlier. And he's been in an 8 too. So he's had a busy weekend.
He's had a busy weekend.
He was impressive though, wasn't he, in that double scull?
He was first through the 500, but there wasn't much in it. He had a just slight advantage over the Curtin, excuse me, University's Greg Haig. But then back to Anthony Stanley, and 4th through was John Soroka, or the pride of Bunbury, as you so eloquently put it there, Travis. And it does look like the Curtin University's Greg Haig may well have decided that he's just got to turn up the wick a little bit here, and he looks to be, now that he has actually pulled about a length or 2 on the chasing pack, Bruce Tate and the Bunbury's Riverside and Bunbury's John Soroka and Mark Johnson. So as we're coming down to, that was Bunbury and Newcastle, I should say. So the Bunbury sculler and Newcastle sculler have very, very similar colours on. The Zooties are very, very similar, so I'm getting a little bit mixed, but it does look like where I'm going now, the John Soroka now has had a very good last 200 or 300 metres, and may well have pulled back and got into that second place out there. Is that how you're seeing it, Travis?
Yeah, Greg Haig from Curtin, he's out in front there in lane number 2, so he'll come down. It's Bunbury's John Soroka. He's just moved up into second nicely, Soroka, and Stanley from Newcastle also pushing Aramoho Wanganui's Bruce Tate. He wants to get into the final too. It's very tight at the top, so it's Greg Haig will win it. Soroka's second, and then third It's Stanley getting into the final. Tate's just missed out. He's pushed up early, but he's just dropped off towards the end. Or perhaps we'll wait and see the official result there for everyone watching back in New Zealand, because Bruce Tate really close on the line with Stanley.
Yeah, yeah, he had a good like he went across the halfway, as we know, in first to second, very close at the top, and held quite a bit of ground on those other two scullers. So they've really worked hard and got through, and it just once again just highlights that need to, you've just got to keep pushing on. You just got to pushing on, because you don't know, what the state that other of the other condition the other sculler is in, and sometimes they go to there, they do their fly and die, as we talked about yesterday, and when they drop off quite dramatically, and I think we saw that, and allowed John Soroka a good finish, really up, because he was clearly in fourth place and well back going through the 500. So it was a great race on his part.
So a lot quicker too. That winning time 4 minutes 14. Chatsiakumis was a 4:28, so 14 seconds quicker there in that second heat. So that'll give them a bit of confidence, won't they? But I mean, Jack and Rawson from Yarra, they were just...
Yeah, because they really didn't have the pressure. And so it'll be interesting to see what that final turns out to be. And also interesting to find out what happened with Michael McCormick. Yeah, just did get a little bit stuck up there in the things. Didn't seem to lose a lot of ground after he finally got going. So, probably got a bit rattled when he came out on a skew, got caught up in the boys, and that just tosses you. It's very hard to get that motivation back when you already know that by the time you straighten up and get going again, you're already 3 or 4 lengths behind. So, but nonetheless, he got on with it and completed the race. So we now move to race 175. So we've got to gap the third. I think those last 2 heats were consolidated. So there's no third heat of the G single. We move to race 175, the Women's Masters D double, and this will allow us to catch up time a little bit. They'll be not too far off the correct starting time. In lane 1, we have St George Composites, Katrina Davis and Andrea Coos, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 2, Leichhardt, Chanel Stokes and Lisa Molyneux, coached by David Ross. In lane 3, we have Bunbury's, Lisa Munro and Laurel Klump, coached by Chris Iredale. In lane 4, Curtin University, Sophie Pilot and Alison White. In lane 5, ADF Rowing's Sorel Woodward and Michelle Mason. In lane 6, Swan Rivers, Emma Harrison and Vanessa Sturrock. And in lane 7, Fremantle's Sky Windybank and Alexandra Thornton. So, once again, some strong combinations there in this D scale. We find that particularly the D and E divisions and somewhat the F are well filled fields and tend to be very competitive. Great thing that I've seen over the last couple of years, though, Travis, is that the A and B and C categories are building. We're building the interest in it. We've got a lot of more younger rowers coming in at that 27 plus age group and starting to fill out that bottom end as they get a different perspective on Masters rowing, and I think that's a great thing to see. So we've got a good start there, all crews away cleanly. We've got the crew on this side, the Fremantle the crew of Sky Windybank and Alexandra Thornton do look like they've got out to a good start, as has the St George Composite, as we might have expected. Katrina Davis and just coming out of the New South Wales quad, and Andrea Coos out of New South Wales 8. So that's a fairly handy pairing there. And they're just turning it on now. And I think we've seen these in action number of races. I think Katrina Davis won maybe the D single yesterday. And the thing about Katrina is that she will really turn on over that last 300 metres. So she's going to bring it home. So the fact that they've got a good start here just all goes well for them. The Leichhardt crew beside them, Chanel Stokes and Lisa Molyneux, also faring fairly well at the moment, as are the ADFs, Sally Woodward, Michelle Mason and Fremantle, Sky Windybank and Alexandra Thornton, the one that got off to a very good start. And we're looking at them now, and they're all these crews looking fairly comfortable.
Bunbury also just right there too for that top 3. One thing I will get you to point out for our viewers, Rob, I found it very interesting. You can see the colour of the boys on the water here. For that first 500, we've got the yellow boys, and you'll just notice as you watch the TV screens, they do change as we make our way down. They end up being pink, and each one is signifying of the distance to go.
It's the distance to go. And so I'm not sure if they're yellow or white there. I would expect they would have gone into white through this middle sections of the races. And as they come down, I know the last 100 metres are red. They'll go to pink probably 100 or 250 metres before that. Sorry, I don't know the exact distances, but yeah, they are to allow the rowers that they don't have to screw their head around to see how far are they out from finish. We've just gone through the 500 metre mark. St George Shoalhaven, 2 minutes 02, a very good time, followed by the Mosman ADF combination and 3:15, which was a little bit of a surprise there. Fremantle's in third, in 3:16 behind, and Leichhardt 1:02 behind them, and Bunbury just 0.4. So there's been a bit of a movement there in the change of those positions, Travis, while we've been talking about boys.
Absolutely. So we're into the yellow boys now, and leading the way, St George Composite, looking to book their place into the final. There they are on the far side, doing really nicely. Also is the ADF rowing crew. They've just pushed up into second. This will be a good moment for them. You can see the number 5 on the bow there, and that's the ADF crew. And then third place still up for grabs. Fremantle probably in third at the moment, only just because Leichhardt in lane 2, second from the right, and now Bunbury are starting to make their move. So Bunbury's Munro and Laurel Clump needing just to get moving a little bit to secure that third spot. They'll need to row over the top of Fremantle in lane 7. So it's going to be a little bit of a flurry of strokes, you'd feel, as it comes to the line. There's no troubling our leaders, though. They're doing it really well out there in lane number 1, St George Composite.
Yeah, I've got to be looking at this ADF crew. They're coming home like a train. I think they might have surprised. We just see the lift now coming from that composite of St George and Shoalhaven. It'd be Katrina Davis in the bow just going, Andrea, time to go. And they have just stepped it up there. They are watching the ADF crew come back, probably just trying to stamp their authority on it, so they just know that we've got plenty in the bag when we get to the final. You know, happy to see you there, but we'll can turn it on when we need to. Race is going to be on for third place, and it does look like at the moment the Bunbury crew is holding down that position, although it's very close over here to the Fremantle crew on this side of the field. So it won't be any problem at all for St George, who will come across the line to take first. It will be the ADF in second. I'm just waiting for the next crew to come through, and I think that is the Bunbury crew, and it's going to be close, but they have been adjudged third, and I think that will be the case. Probably, yeah, it's a 0.32 back to 0.3.8 back to Fremantle. It wasn't quite that, so there's some timing there. We're just checking. We'll check on those times because it was a lot closer than that, just to make sure who the actual placings were.
So we'll wait for those results to filter through. But gee, it's tight between Bunbury there and Fremantle.
Yeah,
a couple of West Australians.
Yeah.
But there's our St George Composite, Katrina Davis, and she was, as said by Rob, super strong in the closing. Was able just to turn up at a gear or two when it counted. She looks pretty comfortable, doesn't she, Rob? Just very fit.
Yeah,
Katrina Davis.
Yes, and certainly Andrea Coos is known to be a very strong sculler as well. A very good combination, very well set combination. So we're away in race 176, the Women's Masters double scull, Heat 2, progression first 3 to the final. We have Footscray City Composite, Footscray and City and Essendon, Louise Barker and Leonie Richards. In lane 2, Glebe and Skelton and Emma Hutchinson, coached by Robin Mackney. In lane 3, Torrens, Simone Ellis and Natasha Vassos. In lane 4, ANA's Samantha Johnson and Renee Bravelli. And in lane 5, Shoalhaven's Mary Ambrose and Georgina Owens, coached by Andrew Parry. Lane 6 is the Yarra Yarra Composite, Yarra Yarra Windaree, Leanne Martin and Ebony Ebenwalder. And lane 7 is Fremantle's Fiona Bell and Carolyn. And I think there's a lot of names in there you'll recognise from the interstate races. And certainly we were interviewing Leanne Martin and Ebony Ebenwalder from the very successful Victorian women's quad scull. Simone Ellis and Natasha Vassos also in there, the Torrens scullers. So, yeah, certainly a quality field, this one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this head-to-head battle unfolds between Torrens and Yarra Yarra. So we're getting a good look there now. We can see Torrens in lane 3, just slightly ahead of the Yarra Yarra composite crew of Leanne Martin and Ebony Ebenwalder. And then just coming through the middle now is the A&A crew of Samantha Johnson and Bravelli. Bravelli's been right up there in quite a few events, made a couple of finals for the A&A team, and is rowing really well here once again. They want to just try and secure that 3rd spot pretty early. Glebe pushing for their 4th, and then 5th is the Footscray City composite of Barker and Leonie Richards. So at the halfway, we can see the cream rise to the top here. It's a nice row from Torrens so far. They are stroke for stroke with Yarra Yarra, Wendowry composite, and then A&A trying to just hold this form into the line. They'll have to just keep an eye on that boat to the right in lane 2. That's the Glebe boat of Skilton and Hutchinson, who have just got a bit of pace on the water now in 4th place. So they've moved up nicely in the last couple of 100 metres, and will hopefully look to finish with a bit of a flurry. But for our 2 leaders, probably the favourites for this event, they've started well, and they'll just keep an eye on things, won't they, up the front?
Yeah, for sure. And once again, as we saw from those interstate races, these are going to be 2 quality crews. There you've got Leanne Martin and Ebony Ebenwalder. They were in the bow and 2 seat. Leanne Martin in the bow seat, and Ebony Ebenwalder in the 2 seat. So it's a big change from bow to stroke. Some would argue that the bow stroke is the boat anyway, but we won't get too far into that argument. So they're coming down to the line. They're looking very, very comfortable. And once again, they've had a big morning, so they will be just going through the paces a little bit. I'm impressed by, as said, the Torrens crew as well, and the A&A crew. I think they're probably they're looking very good. I think they get off to a bit faster in the final. They may be a real threat here, the A&A crew, if they could just stay with them, because they really haven't lost a lot of ground. After they lost that initial amount very early on in the race. So, but they've got to keep an eye out on the Glebe crew of Skilton and Hutchison, who are now coming home very, very fast. And we just saw that across the A&A crew there. But I think now they've got it covered as they're coming down with only about 100 metres to go. It looks like that these 3 crews will easily get into the line. The Yarra Yarra composite going in for bragging rights, just followed by Torrens. It was with the A&A crew for 3rd, followed by Glebe. There was somebody in between that, Shoalhaven maybe in Glebe. And we're just waiting for Footscray composite coming across the line now. And then they will be followed by Fremantle closing out the field. I think there's one more crew.
Shoalhaven, I think, are still on their way down to complete the course. So there we have it. It's a big morning of rowing action, and we've enjoyed those heats. It always just sets the scene for a good afternoon of finals action. Good crowd in here at Champion Lakes. We're only halfway through day 3. Rob Glendenning, he's only just warming up. Don't worry about that. He's got a big afternoon of calling ahead. And we will take a short break for lunch. We have play resuming here in 1 hour's time at 1 o'clock. We'll look forward to you rejoining us then. Enjoy your lunch. It's bye for now. We'll see you back here in 1 hour.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Reptile Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the city of Armidale, and it's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market. The Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
As I'm rising, my stomach's flipping.
Looks good, huh? Ken O. What was that, love? I said Ken O.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right. From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giramento de che.
Hey, boss. Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Kenneth feeling.
Kenneth.
Kenneth's make your job easy.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rowley Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
We find so much to do around here. There's plenty of parks that the kids love to go to. Yeah, you forget that you're so close to the city because you're in your own mini world.
There's so many places to go to. We've got this place here, obviously, Armidale Raptor Centre. The interaction is just something they don't get at home normally.
There are a lot of great facilities here in the City of Armidale. It's great for the little ones.
They say you can't have it all, that you have to settle. Technology or luxury, design or safety, performance or space. We say, settle no more. With one of the most awarded SUVs on the market, the Zeekr 7X. Settle no more.
Looks good, huh?
Ken Oath.
What was that, love?
I said Ken Oath.
Well done, girls. Happy? Ken Oath, all right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Kellogg's make your job easy.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
Looking good, eh?
Oh, Cano, what do you think, Nonna?
Giuramento de che.
Hey boss, Kenneth sorted it. All good?
Kenneth.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Keno feeling.
Kenneth.
Kennards make your job easy.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rolly Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
Sound check, 1, 2, sound check.
Sound check.
Ready to go now?
Yeah. Hey, when you are.
We're ready.
And welcome back to Champion Lakes. Great to have your company wherever you may be watching on the YouTube live stream. We're at day 3 action of the 2026 Australian Masters Rowing Championships. My name is Travis Jenkins, and standing alongside me is Rob Glendenning. Rob, it was a magnificent morning of rowing action with all those state finals. What's been the wash-up, and what's been some of the commentary after those races this morning for you?
Oh, look, I think there's been a lot of dissections of performances and the like, but some very, very happy crews out there. There's some great rowing we see, as we always do in these interstate races. And, you know, what could have been, what was, how it went, how the races went. I think it's only just starting. It'll go right into the evening over possibly one of our sponsors' beverages. And sure, there'll be lots of stories to come out of this morning's racing.
A special hello to Henry McConan and Cage Roads, the proud sponsors of rowing championships here this year. A lot of the crew members who were in those winning crews have also backed up for some heats today, and they've got many races this afternoon. We've had a few competitors who have had to go off and pick up the kids, and they'll come back. So it's business as usual, isn't it?
It's back to business as usual. The big race is over. Now we get back into the rest of the regatta, and we did see those some of those interstate competitors fronting up within the hour in heats for the doubles and quads and the like. So there's certainly some great stamina happening there, although we did see the pace maybe a little bit slower in some of those heats than we would have otherwise. So that obviously just trying to regain their composure and be ready for this afternoon's racing.
We had some heats just before the lunch break. One of those ones that was really interesting was that Masters G single sculls. Greg Haig from WA and Jack Chastiakumis, 4th last year. That's shaping up to be a terrific final coming up.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And we saw some surprises in that, and these two getting through. And look, I do think it's going to be a fair bit faster, that race. So, and I think that Chastiakumis and Haig showdown is going to be a very good one to watch in a couple of races' time.
We've also got Alison Kirkwood, Jacqueline De Jong in action in the F single sculls as well. And then we've got some E-quads, some women's E8s finals, the men's finals in the 8s as well. There's some terrific action still to come.
Yeah, particularly as we talked a little bit earlier about how strong these E and F categories are. And this is going to be some great racing in these quads and 8 events. Yeah, and they're all over about the next hour or so. So I'd suggest anybody that's online or even in the park, stick around because it's going to be some great racing.
And then from 3 o'clock, we have some of the mixed events coming through to round out day 3. Now, the conditions down here, it's pretty calm still, isn't it? Rain has stayed away, thankfully. The breeze was absolutely perfect this morning. There's maybe just a little, as we speak, just a little bit of a gust coming through.
Yeah, just a little bit of a gust coming through. It's probably not ideal. It's a bit of a crosswind, which is probably the worst one for upset rowing boats. But it's not bad at this point in time. It's not due to get high. Little bit of dark cloud around. I don't know if there's a bit of rain imminent, but right at the moment, and I'd say for the next hour, we should be pretty good conditions.
And thankfully the sun isn't out, so you're not getting any reflection off our heads back there at home. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great morning. We're going to have a thrilling afternoon of rowing action. Don't go anywhere. We've got our first race coming up in a couple of minutes' time. It's great to have your company. It's Travis Jenkins and Rob Glendenning taking you through this afternoon.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you.
So, Travis, we're back up in the tower. The racing is about to begin. As I said, we're a bit in rarefied atmosphere here, aren't we, behind these glass windows and up above the action down on the ground, but a great viewing platform nonetheless, and well supported by the Two Monkeys team, who are helping us keep on the straight and narrow, and much appreciated. The first race off is race 177. It is the Men's Masters I Single Scull Final. Now we have in lane 1 Manning River's Graham Nix, in lane 2 Melbourne Rod Stewart, in lane 4 Corio Bay's Peter Benson, in lane 5 Melbourne's Michael Dakic, in lane 6 Lindisfarne Sam Mollard, and in lane 7 University of WA Michael Hawkins. Now you might have noticed that Alistair Burns it has been a scratching, but you'll see that he's in the men's lightweight single sculls. Alistair has an interesting story. He's registered with Port Pirie Rowing Club, but he lives and rows in Darwin, Northern Territory. They don't have any formal rowing facilities in Darwin. I think those rather large river creatures probably keep them out. The crocodiles probably are put a little bit of a stopper to that. So it must be rowing ergs up there, I'm sure. But certainly he obviously gets down to Port Pirie on the odd occasion and gets to go out for a paddle. And here he is. He'll be racing in the lightweight men's I Single Scull, which is the second race this afternoon. So we have all the starters ready to go.
I was going to say, Rob, the criteria to become a lightweight, what's the... Yeah,
you've got to be under 72 kilos. 72 kilos, and that's an average in a crew boat. So you could have a 60 kilo and a 82 kilo in the boat. So it's about just that average weight through the boat. But for single scull, obviously, just the one row. It is that. As we'd expect, they're off, and the very fast start from Graham Nix and Rodney Stewart. I think this is going to be a really good tussle between these two. And the Graham Nix up there from Tamworth, at Tamworth in northern New South Wales. I was just talking to Darren Croker, who was out on course today, one of the very famous names behind the ore manufacturer, and he was telling me they have been inundated in the last couple of days up there, and threatening flooding again now. So Graham's probably very happy to be over here at the moment, and certainly doing well, and a ding-dong battle with Melbourne's Rodney Stewart, who we've seen in many races as well. So these two are probably two of the real performers in this I age group.
So let's go through the order as they stand currently. It's Rod Stewart just slightly leading ahead of Graham Nix in lane number 1, and then Peter Benson is currently holding down third at last glance. Michael Dakic, Sam Mollard and Michael Hawkins of UWA, the rest of the competitors here. Gold medals up for grabs as we take a look now at the overhead shot, and it is Rod Stewart just a little half boat now on Graham Nix, and then sitting in third place is Michael Dakic of Melbourne, and then Sam Mollard of Lindisfarne, and then Peter Benson and Michael Hawkins battling it out for that 5th position currently. So a little bit of space now between Rod Stewart and Graham Nix. Rodney Stewart, he was the athlete of the meet last year. He was able to record the most number of points across the 4 days to claim the title of champion athlete, and we can see why. He's all style and grace, and he's just got that boat moving nicely through the 500, doesn't he, Rob? He's just made his move now, and is just starting to lengthen those strides and break away from Graham Nix.
Yeah, Graham was able to hold him, pretty much that 500 metre mark, but just before the 500, Rodney Stewart decided that he was going to go on a big push and try to push away from Graham, and I think Graham, he's probably, while he'd probably not like to admit it, he's probably accepted that that was going to happen, and he's now settled back into that second place because he can see back to Dakic from Melbourne back in third place, and he is a long way back. So he knows he's got second place at this point in time, probably thinking 300-400 metres to go. Is that likely to be able to do anything wonderful that can change that? And it's probably not. Just as we talked about that, we're just doing an outside broadcast from outside, and the wind had definitely come up. Now, we're looking out there now, and we're in glass conditions. So you really can't pick it. And so it's perfect conditions for rowing at the moment, and certainly over where these two are over on the side, they get that little bit of protection from the breeze. And I think that's Dockage we're looking at there, who's currently holding down third place. So the race out the front, of course, between Rod Stewart and Graham Nix. And as I said, it looks like, notwithstanding any major issues in one of those boats, that's how they will finish. It doesn't look like the Lindisfarne scullo, Sam Mollard, can pull back that space to Michael Dackage. He's probably about 4 lengths behind, so it looks like this will be the way it will finish. Graham Nix is certainly putting on a bit of an effort coming down to the line here. He's not going to be that far behind as they cross the line, with Rod Stewart just about to cross the line. He's got about another 4 or 5 strokes to go, and he will cross the line. He's brought the rating right down now. He's cruising now. He knows he's got this one. A great row by Rod Stewart, and also by Graham Nix to push him all the way. A little way back now. We're just waiting for the third place scullo to come through. It will be Michael Dockage. Yeah, and he's just coming into picture now. He will come across to take third place and the bronze medal. And then a couple more scullers still out on the track. Just a little bit behind. I think the umpire's boat just sitting off to the side there. It looks like University of Western Australia. Western Australia's Michael Hawkins over on this side. I think we've seen the Sam Mollard from Lindisfarne go through in 4th. And just waiting for these final 2 scullers to get across the line, which will be the University of Western Australia and the Corio Bay's Peter Benson.
Congratulations to Rodney Stewart. He maintains his title here. He was able to win this event last year, and he goes down into the record books as the champion of 2026. And also Graham Nix, he has upgraded from the bronze last year to collect a silver.
It's all about improvement, and even at this age you can always eke out a bit more improvement. And we move on to race 178, the lightweight men's masters I single scull. So this is the follow-up to the heavyweight. We have in lane 3 Murwillumbah's Gary Betts, in lane 4 Port Pirie's Alistair Burns, in lane 5 Canning Bridge's Kenneth Price, and in lane 6 Swan River's Alan Nicol. And we've got those 4 scullers out there, and we're looking at the moment, it does look like the Murwillumbah sculler Gary Betts is off to a cracking start here. He's certainly left the rest in his wake. It's probably the Swan River's Alan Nicol who's holding down second, and a little bit further back to Kenneth Price from Canning Bridge, and then a little bit further back again to Port Pirie's Alistair Burns. Alistair, of course, but the rower that resides in Darwin. So he's well-travelled, a well-travelled rower, I would suggest. But Gary Betts is really turning it on. We've got the 500-metre mark, and he's probably pulled out about a 3-length advantage over the Swan River's Alan Nicol. As we just move in on that 500 metre, we'll get an idea of those margins. But as you can see, visually, he's a long way in front. Once again, those conditions looking absolutely perfect out there. I think they'd all be enjoying their rowing there here this afternoon. The cloud seems to have lifted a little bit. We had some ominous clouds above. They seem to have moved on. So we'll have a nice, calm afternoon. Gary Betts through in 2:08. Travis?
Yeah, he's flying. The winner last year was in fact Kenan Price from the Canning Bridge Club, and he went through in 2:21 on his way to winning that gold medal. So you can just appreciate here how fast Gary Betts is going. He's really started beautifully. Our I category here, 75 and over. These gentlemen just doing a great job out on the water. He's going from strength to strength. Alan Nicol, he's in 2nd place at the moment, and then Ken Price back in 3rd, and Alistair Burns is there plugging away in 4th place. So we saw yesterday a few athletes, they
get into the habit of having the mirror on the hat just to see where they are. Assists going down the twists and turns of some of the lakes around Australia. But yeah, it's been a terrific row from Gary Betts. Looks like he's just maintaining his cadence, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He's just into that, what we'd see is a comfortable cadence. He's just he's got a nice flat action and just doing what he needs to do to keep that boat moving. He's doing that very effectively. When we look at that time from last year compared to where Gary Betts is this year, I think we're going to be really surprised about that. How fast he's gone. Alan Nichols there, we're just seeing on screen. A great shot of Alan Nichols, and also, very nice technique. Minimum fuss. Certainly very compact in his movements, and focuses on just keeping it nice and flat and keeping that boat moving, and certainly doing that very nicely. Can't quite match the speed of Gary Betts. Gary Betts is probably overrating Alan Nichols by about 4 points, so it appears to me at the moment that that's where all the difference is. He's just getting more strokes in. And he had a look around. I think he's getting a little bit tired now. He's getting a little bit less clean with his blade work, but he's done enough, and he will go through to take out the first place in 4:26. And just waiting now, and it will be Swan River's Alan Nichols coming through for second place. And then a little bit further back is the champion from last year, Kenneth Price from Canning Bridge, and then it will be Alice Burns from Port Pirie / Darwin.
Congratulations to Gary Betts. We'll hopefully get an eye on him now. We're underway in the next one, but for Gary Betts, that's a great gold medal. He had his lucky hat on, I think. Looks very well worn, Gary Betts's white hat. It's obviously been to plenty of regattas over the years. As we turn our attention, we've still got some single sculling to go. It's a big final for the Women's Masters F, and they are sent on their way. So let's take you through this final. It's lane 2 from Canning Bridge, Indra Sivalakondu. In 3 from North Shore, Louise McCoach. And 4, it's Alison Kirkwood. We saw her earlier today in the heats, did a terrific road. I'm looking forward to her battle in lane 5. It's Jacqueline Dijon. And then in 6 from the ANA, Mary Cameron, and Maud O'Connell is rowing for New Zealand's club, and she is in lane number 7. But at the moment we can see our competitors are about to approach the halfway mark, and for Alison Kirkwood, she leads the way, bronze medalist last year. She was very impressive in the heats, but Jacqueline Dijon, she's such a quality athlete, the Riverway competitor, and you can see that she is right there ready to make a move. Then for 3rd, it's pretty tight. Louise McCoach probably just in 3rd at the moment, ahead of Maud O'Connell from New Zealand. But our leader, Alison Kirkwood, she says it's time to get moving, and she's just put about a boat length on Jacqueline Dijon.
Yeah, look, I'm really surprised she's been able to do that. Jacqueline Dijon, or both of these women, are very, very good scullers, and they'd be keeping their eye on each other. And but it does look like Alison Kirkwood has got the jump. What I'm looking over there, I can see Louise McCoach, and she has certainly got some pace at the moment, and come right back onto the stern of Jacqueline Dijon. So maybe with a real chance here if she could keep it going, although there she looks like she's faltered just a little bit, allowing Jacqueline Dijon just to pick it up again. I'm just seeing a change in Jacqueline Dijon now, and she has certainly wound it up. That rating's gone up about 2 or 3 points. We can see Alison Kirkwood from Ulverston. She's trying to respond here, and it's going to be very close. Here comes Jacqueline Dijon. Alison Kirkwood trying to fight off that challenge by Dijon as they're coming down with about 200 odd metres to go, and it's going to be very, very tight. Dijon coming at her. Kirkwood still pushing away. She's not making a lot of inroads, but is actually making some. So it's going to, if she can keep this going, it's going to be very, very close once again on the line. They have just walked away from Louise McCoach over there in lane 3, and it is going right down to the wire now. The overlaps there. Alison de Jong, she's got the pace again. It's going to be extremely close as we come up to the line, about 7 or 8 strokes to go. And we're watching there. We've got a good line over there now. It's going to be Alison Kirkwood. Holding on. Oh, it was about a metre in the end, 0.25 of a second. Alison Kirkwood over Jacqueline de Jong. What a great race. A great comeback by Jacqueline de Jong. Just let her get out a little bit far in front. Louise McCoach crossing the line now, followed by Maud O'Connell. But we did see that Alison Kirkwood put that big push on, and Jacqueline de Jong didn't quite pick up on that and just lost that jump, and that was the difference in the end.
What a race. What a difference 1 year makes. Jacqueline de Jong, she won the event last year. Alison Kirkwood was back in the bronze medal last year, so she's arrived here in Perth. She'll love Champion Lakes because she'll go home a champion. Alison Kirkwood, that improvement is absolutely phenomenal for her, so congratulations to Alison Kirkwood. She has definitely rowan out of her skin. For Jacqueline de Jong, that's a terrific silver medal. And I'm pleased too for Louise McCoach. She was out of the medals last year in 4th, and she'll leave with a bronze medal in the single sculls.
And I think Louise would be very happy with that result in the context of these 2 scullers that she's finished behind. So a great row by her. And we move straight on to race 180, the lightweight women's masters F single scull. We have in lane 3 from Exeter GBR, Julia Wood. In lane 4, St George's Joanne Ward, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 5, ANA's Samantha Johnson. Just a hi back to Bruce, and thanks for those messages of support earlier on today. And we've got a great race on here. It is very, very tight. It's going to be very hard for us to tell until we get down to that 1,500 metre mark. It does look like the ANA sculler, Samantha Johnson, over on the nearest side to the spectators, might have a little bit of a lead at the moment, and certainly looking fairly comfortable, but as I said, we'll have to wait. There's nothing in it. There's about 2 metres between all these boats, so it's going to be a very, very tight race once we get through that 500.
So gold and silver on offer here. Rob, I was going to ask you about the North Shore Rowing Club. Last year they figured prominently throughout the meeting. They haven't sent a team as big to this event.
No, interestingly, they did have a big contingent that were about to set off, and I think there was a lot of discussion about with the fuel crisis and those type of things about where you the thing about using fuel to do these type of things. But there was a lot of consolidation of boats on trailers, minimised the amount of trailers, and I think there was a bit of a fell away. North Shore, very, very strong club, very big club, very strong club, and shame there aren't more here. But I'm sure that in future years they'll be back at the Australian Rowing Championships.
Well, it's helping our viewership because the North Shore contingent, they're watching the YouTube live stream in big numbers. So a very good afternoon to all of our North Shore spectators who are enjoying the rowing here. And you'd be a little bit jealous of these conditions, I'd feel, because today has been absolutely sensational as we take a look at Samantha Johnson from the ANA crew, and is doing very nicely. Julia Wood is the defending champion from last year from the Exeter Rowing Club. She's rowing in lane number 3 to the right of our screen when we see in just a moment. So it'll be interesting to see if she can just respond here to the early pace of Samantha Johnson.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at Samantha Johnson's boat, she's rowing a Falcon boat. We don't seem to see too many Falcon boats on the East Coast. I know the dealer is here today with Croker, and certainly worth a look. I was down there having a look earlier on, and they are a quality boat. So, for anybody looking about it or thinking about it, get down there and have a look. And you can also have a talk with Darren Croker down here. Good to have Darren at the meet. He's telling me in a couple of weeks he's heading off to the World Cups. So he's running a very busy operation at the moment.
And you can see the difference too in the rigging setups of Samantha Johnson from ANA and Julia Wood from Exeter.
Yeah, certainly Julia Wood has the bow mounted rigger, and Samantha Johnson has the more traditional stern-mounted rigger, so as does the St George sculler Joanne Wood. So they're changing over slightly. I was telling Travis earlier, one of the reasons there aren't as many of them around is that just the storage and transport of them as a club boat. But certainly, if you can get hold of them, they are a good thing. And that's Samantha Johnson's just come across there for a great win over Exeter's Julia Wood. I think that's quite a standout row. And anytime you get in front of Julia Wood and Joanne Wood, you've had a very good row. So I should be very, very happy with that performance, I'm sure.
Congratulations. Samantha Johnson stops the clock slightly faster than the winning time last year. Very, very good row. Now, Rob, I know you're looking forward to this race, the Men's Masters F8s with the Cox in there as well. So it's going to be a real interesting battle here.
Yeah, and why it is interesting is because I see Adelaide University, just a couple of those names there that might have just stepped out of their Interstate 8. So they've beefed that up, and I'm sure that's the same through Swan River. Melbourne, certainly that strong Melbourne crew, as we've talked about a few times, looking at the Yarra Yarra crew, and then Manning River Composite. So there's a quality field here. In lane 2, we have Swan Rivers, Colin Beckett, Michael Fisher, Stephen Rivers, Andrew Kempson, Andrew Halley, Andrew Kelly, Peter Burge, James Arnott and Sarah Martin is their coxswain. In lane 3, Melbourne Rowing Clubs, Craig Smith, John Dollison, Brian Nuttall, Stephen Reynolds, Angus Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Roger Tobler, Matthew Harrison and Justin Rhodes is their coxswain. In lane 5, Adelaide University Composite, Adelaide University, Adelaide Riverside and Torrens, Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard, Brian Dawson, Hugh Dombrowski, Greg Walters, Anthony Lee, Andrew Tideman, Bill Natt, Bonnie White is their coxswain. Lane 5, Manning River Composite, Newcastle and Glebe, Martesian, John McCallum, Glenn Herbert, Paul Hawke, Dave McCready, Roy Halliday, Rhett Patterson, Nick Johnson and Jessica Loban is their coxswain. In lane 6, Yarra Yarras, Andrew Gray, Colin Rawson, Stuart Critchell, Tatsikumis, David Jacker, Justin Negri, Brent Luca Wells, Nick Inglis and Sam Lincoln, just getting a bit tied up there. And in lane 7, Old Scotch Collegians, Steve Kennedy, Patrick Dawkins, Alex Hutch, Julius Matthias, Todd Melville, Lachlan Roberts, John Flecker, Alan Forrest and Kate Williams.
Well done, Rob. That was a big roll call because it's some big men on the water. It's Adelaide University who have jumped away really nicely. They've got to the front of this race, as Rob Glendenning had mentioned. They've loaded up here to try and take the Australian title. They've been matched with speed from Melbourne, who are right there. And then that little battle for third at the bottom of our screen includes Yarra Yarra and the Manning River Composite. To the left of our screen is the Old Scotch Collegians in 7. And then on the other side, Swan River just falling back behind.
Yeah, we can see the rate difference between those first two crews, the Adelaide University Composite and Melbourne. Melbourne certainly overrating them, and that they've gone through the halfway mark about 0.81 seconds down, with Yarra Yarra further 1.83, 0.151 back to Manning River, a little bit further back to Old Scotch Collegians. So the race is on between these two, and I just see that the rate has just come up in the Adelaide University crew. They're more matching the rate. In fact, they've probably stepped at a point or two over the Melbourne crew. So we've got to see what Melbourne can do. Can they actually come back again? They'll probably have to go for another rate lift because this crew, as we've seen, the Adelaide University crews, composite crews from South Australia, they are super strong, particularly over this last 500 metres.
So it's Adelaide now in the race to the finish. Can Melbourne just have one last throw of the dice? You can see the coxswain just having a little look, just saying, boys, give me a little bit more, please, because we've got to work harder to catch this Adelaide team, who are absolutely flying. It's Adelaide University in front. Melbourne coming out after them. Yarra Yarra, well, they look like they've got a battle for bronze too with the Manning River Composite crew.
And Adelaide University, they're holding this lead nicely. They've been able to just set themselves. You can see there's a lot of composure in the boat as they work towards the line. But here come Melbourne with one last throw at them. They're trying to just get that power moving. It's Adelaide who respond back with a lovely flurry of strokes. They're able to just get to the lead, hold the lead, and it'll be another golden moment for Adelaide University. They hit the line as winners, and they are the Australian champs. Well done, Adelaide. Melbourne, the silver. Yarra Yarra have had to work hard to hold on for bronze. And then Manning River Composite will finish in 4th place. Well done, Adelaide Uni Composite.
Yeah, look, what we saw there was a great display of defending your lead. And, you know, we came through the 500 metre mark. Melbourne put on the big spurt. They probably went up about 2 or 3 points above, rate above the Adelaide Composite crew. Adelaide responded. They just settled back into it. Melbourne had another go. Adelaide responded. And we just saw at the line there as they were getting close. Adelaide stepped on it again and just pulled away. There was nothing Melbourne could do. A great row by that crew and you know, a great race all the way around. Well, we continue to move on. We're race 182, the Women's Masters C Coxless 4. In lane 3, we have Riverside's Laria Pagani, Irene Sterling, Samantha Jersman, and Melanie Innes. In lane 4, Adelaide University, Adelaide Composite, Mika Webb, Christina Bursell, Susie Ross, and Angie Francu. In lane 5, University of Western Australia's Isabella Machetti, Melissa Hartman, Liz Carson, Tamsin Keevil, their coach Ava Myler. And in lane 6, Carams, Catherine Carr, Jess Fishman, Anya Lloyd-Smith, Jackie Diebel, and their coach is Drew Holman. And away, and look, I think the Adelaide University, this is an all South Australia affair today, isn't it? They have shot out of the start there, and they're a great boat to row these Coxless 4s, and if you get them humming, there is no better filling in a boat, I think, than the Coxless 4, and a well-rowed boat. This will happen. You know, they have just jumped out from the rest of the pack. They will be feeling really good about their position here now and how they're moving that boat. Looking back, and every stroke, I'd say they're probably pulling another 500 odd mil every stroke, Travis.
Yeah, they've really set off nicely, and it's a pretty much unchanged lineup from last year. They won the title last year. They've brought in Mika Webb this year into this team. But for Christina Bursell, Susie Ross and Angie Franco, they know how to win because they were the champions last year.
Yeah, well,
so they've obviously rode together.
Yeah, and they've obviously, you've got that combination. And these boats, as we said, you know, fairly hard boat to row, but once you get them moving, they move really well. They have got a 5.5 second advantage over University of Western Australia, another 1.75 seconds back to Carrum, further 4.63 back to Riverside. So at the moment, it's very hard to see that anybody's going to challenge them.
It's going to be a good battle for silver. Carrum won the bronze medal in this event last year. UWA didn't have a team, but UWA, they've been very strong. Coach Ava Myler, she's very revered, well loved down there at the club. Every time UWA wins something, it's Ava Myler who seems to be the one hoisted on top of the shoulders. They really do appreciate all of her hard work. We've seen she's done some really good things. Club champions in the women's 8 on day one, which feels like a lifetime ago, Rob. But they've done really well, UWA, so I expect them to feature here in the medals. But gee, this Adelaide University team, they're just absolutely on point today.
They look good, don't they? They look good. They're moving this boat very, very nicely. Once again, we just go back to the basics. Minimum of fuss, keeping the length, just feeling nice and relaxed around the shoulders, nice and relaxed through the body. You know, just getting that leg drive on, you know, in sync, and it all comes together. It all comes together.
So they've got the smell of victory now, and they can sense blood in the water, this Adelaide team. There's no letting up. Look at that. Just the stroke is just saying, come on, keep up. I want to get to the finish line. I want to set the standard for the years to come. They're going to come here to the West and defend their title. Look at them go. Gee, they're powerful on the water, aren't they? Just super impressive, this sea crew. They are just going to go from strength to strength and be crowned the Australian champions. There's the white boys, there's the finish line, and there is the victory. It's a golden moment for the Adelaide University comp. UWA will stroke their way to silver.
Karam, bronze. A nice row from Karam, and then Riverside will round things out. Not too far behind the Riverside crew.
And that was a good row by University of WA. They were pushed by Karam all the way. So they've had their own race within the race. And, you know, they're lucky because they both get to get a medal. But probably would have liked to, Karam might have liked to exchange the colour. But nonetheless, it was a great competition and a great race for all.
There are the medalists there on the water, just all sharing a few stories as we now move into our Coxed fours, and another super race about to come down Champion Lakes.
Yeah, so we've got, this is race 183. It's the Coxed Women's C4. Leichhardt Composite, Leichhardt, Mosman and Glebe. We have Jacqueline Harris, Nikki Lepresti, Chanel Stokes and Belinda Bingham. Their coxswain is Wendy Miller. In lane 4, Karam Composite, Sally Shepherdson, Joe Campbell, Sally Glenn, Sarah Hayward and Angelique Everett is their coxswain, their coach Drew Holman. In lane 5, University of Melbourne 2, Annalise Strock, Ingrid Just, Jane Munro, Catherine Button and Burby Webster is their coxswain. In lane 6, Melbourne University 1, Georgie Bell, Carolyn Carr, Georgina Costello, Kate Barnett and Alisa Fides is their coxswain, and they are away. And that crew, Travis has got out to a flyer, that Melbourne Uni #1 crew.
Yeah, they really have. I was just having a look at the teams for those Melbourne University crews, and they've split them from last year. So 2 athletes from the silver medal team last year have moved out. So Caroline Carr and Ingrid Just have separated from last year to just perhaps get the balance in the boat a little bit better. Do you think they're...
Yeah, they may do seat racing. They may be competing for positions in these boats, and it just may think that they have just moved further apart in their rankings. And what a luxury to have, that where you can have crews doing selecting crews from a big group like this. That certainly whatever they've done at Melbourne University #1, they've certainly got on the money here, and they are out to about a length and a half lead over the chasing pack, all very even from their back.
So Leichhardt North Shore combination last year were the champions. There's a couple of changes from that Leichhardt North Shore crew from last year, but definitely Nikki Lepresti is back having a nice row, and as well as Belinda Brigham. She was part of that winning team from last year in this C4 Cox, and they're in 4th place at the moment, so they'll just continue to work nicely into the race. You can see the Karam Composite crew. Karam just been super impressive. Not a big club. I think we mentioned yesterday only about 23 or 4 active members.
That's right.
They've been very, very impressive here. They'll go home with a bag full of medals when they leave WA. But a great shot there of the Melbourne University 1 team of Bell, Carr, Costello, Barnett and Fides just cruising along. You can see the coxswain just buried down there in at the front, just trying to keep the drag to a minimum. Head down, just the hat on show. And what's the difference there with the coxswain at the front or the back? What is the advantages?
I think it's as much about boat balance and where they sit. You notice in the bow cox, they're laying very low in the boat, so they're moving more with the boat. When you have the coxswain upright, they tend to move back and forward with the boat. As they learn how to do it, they would typically lean forward and hold on so that they absorb that movement. But if the coxswain gets any sort of sway back and forwards, it actually has a slowing effect in the boat. So and their weight is higher in the boat, so it's going to affect the centre of gravity in the boat. So it's an all-round, as much aerodynamics as much as dynamics in the boat. But certainly the trend these days is to go for that forward-mounted coxswain, although from the forward-mounted coxswain you don't have the luxury of being able to see the rowers in front of you and what they're doing and how they're running their stroke.
So Melbourne University cruising into the line here for a victory, but gee, you wouldn't look in their faces, think they're cruising. The battle for silver is really heating up. You can see that left of screen between Melbourne University 2 and Carrum. They're trying to get the double here, Melbourne University. There is no doubt they'll take the gold. There's the sound of the hooter. They're home. Who has got the silver? It's Melbourne University 2 and Carrum Composite going stroke for stroke. But it will be Melbourne 1-2 here in Champion Lakes. Carrum take the bronze. And then Leichhardt Composite will finish 4th. But that was a real sprint to the line for that silver medal. Carrum were absolutely flying and trying to hunt down Melbourne University. But what a moment for Melbourne University here. They take home the gold and silver. Terrific depth from Melbourne University and super rowing from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And take that first crew out of the equation. The competition between the Carrum and the University 2 crew was great all the way down the track. Probably didn't change a lot. You know, it was about a third of a length all the way down the course, resulting in Melbourne University just hanging on enough to get the second over the Carrum Composite. We now go to race 184, the Men's Masters C Double Scull. Once again, this is a hotly contested race, this event. Lindisfarne's James Cowley and Tom Wilcox, and we've seen them go around down the track a few times already today. In lane 3 is Glebe Composites Cromwell Olivia from St George and Andy Wigan from Glebe. In lane 4, ANA's Dale Hawkins and Warren Well Beloved. In lane 5, Adelaide University Composites Christopher Morgan and Damien DeLeek. In lane 6, Mossman's and Alexander Doige and Trent Rogers, coached by Tiffany Hutchison. And in lane 7, North Essex, Marcus Tonelli and Patrick Bird, coached by Trevor Barrett. And they are away, as we'd expect, that big performances out of Dale Hawkins and Warren Wellbeloved from ANA in that first heat, and the Christopher Morgan, Damien DeLeek combination. I suspect, although they haven't gone out quite as hard as they would normally, the Damien DeLeek's not quite rating quite as high, but he's still got the rating up there. I suggest that they will be looking about halfway of trying to be level pegging with this Dale Hawkins, Warren Well-Beloved combination. Also having a good row over there in lane 2 is the Cowley Wilcox combination from Lindisfarne, and as are the Mosmans Doige, Rogers and North Essex, Marcus Tonelli and Patrick Bird.
So a really interesting battle shaping up at the front. It's ANA probably just in front at the moment. They were the winners of Heat 1 at Adelaide University, then came back and took out Heat 2 with Morgan and DeLeek. So they're just right on the pace at the moment. You can see the 500 just fast approaching. This race is going to be over before we know it, because these gentlemen know how to get the boat moving. It's ANA in front just. Adelaide Uni second. Lindisfarne have just moved up nicely. Cowley and Wilcox, a quality team there. They've just put themselves into the calculations for the medals. Mosman 4th, North Esk with Tonelli and Bird on board. He won this event last year, Patrick Bird, so he's back in 5th at the moment, and then Glebe rounding it out. So things will just start to get interesting now as we see a big move from the Adelaide University team, and they move up and just go past ANA now.
Absolutely, that was their big move, and ANA really need to respond. They can't just let them go. He's just had a look over from the bow seat and seen what is happening, and now trying to respond. And they've just pulled back a little bit of that, ground that they'd lost as the Adelaide University Sydney Rowing Club crew went past. It's going to be very, very tight as they come into the last 250 metres. Look at the Lindisfarne crew coming home as well. They're coming home with a head of steam over here in lane 2, and I'm not sure they're going to quite get into contention with them, but they will not be far off at all. So Chris Morgan there in the bow seat of this boat here, just looking across. He knows what he's got to do. They know the work they've got to put in here. They've got about 100 metres to go. They're into the Red Boys, and he's winding it up again. Damien DeLeek, as we've seen before, is not afraid of rate, and they're just pounding up the moment. Just looking a bit tired there, the ANA boys, as we come down towards the line. That's allowing Lindisfarne to come back into the picture. It's about 50 metres to go. The Adelaide University Sydney combination of Morgan and Damien DeLeek, they will go in to take the first place in this race. It will be followed by ANA's Hawkins and Wellbeloved, and Cowley and Wilcox from Lindisfarne. What a great race. 3:20, a sensational time.
Congratulations, Christopher Morgan Damien Deleek as our remaining competitors think, gee, what happened there? That was absolutely sensational rowing. Glebe St George Combine, just look around and they've got windburn. They all went past so fast.
I think what happened, and I was just thinking then, apologies for not getting much of a mention back for those crews, but there was a lot of action happening up the front of that race.
Absolutely. A&A, they've held on well there to secure that silver, because Lindisfarne, that's a quality crew of Cowley and Wilcox, and they were really coming home with plenty of steam. So let's move along now to the women's H double sculls. So Curtin University will be rowing in lane number 2 with Ronnie Cooper and Pam Nichols. St George Composite in 3, Anne Taylor, Christine McCready. And then in 4, it's the Bunbury pairing of Barbara Delasale and Jennifer Coote. Then Perth, Marion Robbins and Carolyn Finelli. 6, it is Susan Kemp and Lindy Nisbet. And then Kath Wellman and Leslie Cicciarelli for Canberra will round things out in the final. So we're away and racing. Probably first out was the St George Composite of Taylor and McCready. Next in Bunbury. Perth have also got away from the start line really well. And then a little bit further back, it's Curtin University, Endeavour, and then Canberra just trying to stick with this early pace there down the bottom of our screen. The Canberrans from the Canberra Rowing Club. I'm assuming they probably do their training on the Lake Burley Griffin.
Lake Burley Griffin, they indeed do. All the clubs, or most of the clubs, are in a short row there in Canberra, and so they have access to a few different clubs down there, and of course, and others scattered around there, including the men's training centre, which is right on the shores there, amongst a few boat sheds. But as we expected, we saw a very good row by this Perth combination in the heat. And I'm not surprised that they have got out to such a good start. The St George Composite with Mosman, Anne Taylor and Christine McCready, we also thought they would be right in contention there. But Bunbury, right up there as well. Delasale and Coote certainly putting on a great show. The ones that have probably lost out a little bit are the Susan Kemp Nisbet in the Endeavour Newcastle Composite. Over on the other side, the Curtin University, it's Pam Nichols, and we haven't really got a good sight of the Canberra crew yet, so we can't really see where they are, but they do look from a visual out the window to be a little bit behind. So it's going to be interesting as we come down to that 500 metre mark. It does appear to be a race of these 3.
So Marion Robbins and Finelli, they came through the heats with a nice win. Taylor and McCready also having a terrific row in their heat. So 2:11, it's the Perth team of Robbins and Finelli leading the way. St George, Bunbury have moved up nicely into medal contention. So Bunbury in 3rd at the moment. Endeavour Newcastle combination in 4th. That's Susan Kemp and Lindy Nesbitt. They're just trying to get that boat moving along a little bit faster. And then the Canberrans, Wellman, Cicciarelli and Curtin a little bit further back. Ronnie Cooper and Pam Nichols, they almost couldn't believe that they had to do this again after their heat. They definitely worked pretty hard in that heat earlier today. So we're away, and it's a race now turning out to be in 2. Marion Robbins and Finelli have got Taylor and McCready from the St George and Mosman rowing clubs just going stroke for stroke here, Rob. It's going to come down to a bit of a sprint finish.
Yeah, look, and this Perth combination still looking quite content with their lot here, and I think they're still holding down the slightest lead over the St George Composite. There wasn't much going through that 500 metre mark, only a second between them, so it was always going to be close. It will be now to see who can do the biggest finish here. It's going to be very, very tight. They've got about 150 odd metres to go.
So Robbins and Finelli did manage to beat them in the heat that we saw. They were in the same heat earlier today, and the Perth crew from Perth Rowing Club were able just to row over the top. They're going to need that same sort of lift here, and on that note, they just start to get to work. You can see Finelli just having a little look over the right shoulder and saying, come on, Marion, give me a little bit more. I just need to get this boat home. I want that gold medal. But on that note, Anne Taylor and Christine McCready have recognised that this is the big moment. This is the time where I can be crowned the glory. It's not called Champion Lakes for nothing, is the words from Christine McCready. She's now lifting Ann Taylor right to the finish line, trying to just get the speed to the line. You can see the finish. It's in sight for St George Composite. They're just in front. Perth are just trying to throw everything at them. They've got one last push to the line. It's going to be tight, but it's going to be St George really tight in the end. St George get it only just 0.73 the difference. Perth have finished with the silver medal. Bunbury will cruise through for the bronze. And St George, Mosman and Taylor, Christine McCready get the job done. Here's the battle for fourth. It's the Canberrans getting the job done over Kemp and Nisbet of Endeavour. And then the Curtin University crew, Ronnie Cooper and Pam Nichols, gee, they'll be looking forward just to putting the slippers on and hopping into bed, I think, because they've had a big afternoon.
They have had a big afternoon. I think they could probably just have a little cruise past the bar. And then, as you say, slip on home for a nice shower and off to bed, because a tough day at the office. Yeah, look, a well-judged race by that St George Composite crew. Down by about a second at the 500-metre mark. Didn't change a lot, but probably started their run home a little bit earlier. And I saw Perth responding, and when they responded, it was really good, but it was just too much after the fact. So we now move on to race 186. It's the men's Masters H4, and we saw off the start there the Cryo Bay Composite and Thailand just having a few issues getting off the start, but we'll go through the roll call and see how we go with this. So we've got the Toowong Composite, Toowong Powerhouse, Newcastle and Carrum, David Rafter, Peter Kemp, Ross Mercell and Robert Gunningham. Then we have the Cryo Bays, Bunpong Rumsumsak, Bundit Chakasangwan, Thira Sanichai and Ian Bridgeland from Cryo Bay in the Thailand Composite crew. And from Melbourne, Terry Phillips, Michael Dakic, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. And that crew, the aforementioned crew, they have really streaked away. I think we might have expected that. They've been performing well all day. Rodney Stewart out here not so long ago winning the single scull.
I was going to say, well done to Ian Bridgeland of Corio. Clearly the Thai team that arrived here with 4 members have just missed out on one. They're just going a little bit sideways there. Ian Bridgeland, don't know whether he had to draw straws to pick up the crew ride here, but unfortunately for Parapong Pusha Shumbarana, he wasn't able to take his place, and Ian Bridgeland, he stepped up and he's joined the Thai competitors and he's in the boat there doing a good job.
I'd say, yeah, he's a big unit, so he's. I think he's pulling them around a bit. I think he's got the stroke steering that just a little bit flustered at the moment, because he's trying hard to keep it straight. So he might, Ian Bridgeland might be just enjoying the fact that he doesn't have to, dig too deep to, in the bow seat of that boat. But we've got the Melbourne the Melbourne crew now just going through the 500-metre mark. They are at a dawdle by the looks of it. The rating is right down. They've gone with about a length and a half over the Toowong Composite, but I'd have to say that I think this race for them is well and truly in control. We're just looking at them now on the water, and the stress level in that boat would be about 2 out of 10, I'd say, at the moment. What do you think, Travis?
Yeah, they're just, I think Jonathan Mollard looked like he was just nodding off.
I thought so too.
As he was coming down. They finished with the honour last year of the silver medal, a lot of the competitors here. So it was the Mercy Composite crew who took the gold last year. So it's a little bit less chaotic for them in 2026 for Stephen Mollard, John Mollard, Sam Mollard, John Dollard, and my correction, for Ferguson, Harbeck, Langford and Longdon, Bushnell, the Cox. So it is the Melbourne University team who...
I think you've moved a race ahead there, Travis, but it was a great call right up until that point.
The Melbourne Rowing Club. They're going well anyway. They're looking comfortable.
It's getting late. We've been at this for a little while now, haven't we, Travis?
I think I might have just nodded off there, Rob. Just Nudge me in the ribs if I fall asleep again.
It could well have been you that nodded off, not Mr. Mollard. But anyway, this Melbourne crew, Terry Phillips, Michael Dakic, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCarthy, they are cruising out here. And once again, just a great display in effective and efficient rowing and keeping that boat moving. It's looking very, very neat and tidy. The movement in the boat is great. So they are just going to cruise down to the line. They're giving Melbourne Composite, now I've done it, Toowong Composite, Powerhouse and Newcastle and Curram crew, a little bit of a sniff just to say, come on, we'll make a bit of a race of it, fellas. We'll notice we're talking about different strokes. So this Melbourne crew and most boats out there today will be stroke side stroke. We have a bow side stroked boat coming across the line at the moment, the Toowong Composite crew, and that's just it's largely a personal preference thing. And as many people that being a long-side bow sider, I would always say that there's bow side and the other side necessary to keep the allow you to race. So, and here come the Thai Corio Bay Thai Composite crew. They're streaking towards the line here. Just got the rating up, going for the big push as they come in, and we'll cross the line to take out the third place and close out the field.
You can see Ian Bridgeland there. He just gives them a round of applause. It looks like he could put all three on his shoulders there, Rob, and just carry them off the boat. Well done, getting the job done. So anyway, we'll move along to the Coxed 4, and it is Stephen Mollard. Hopefully he's awake.
Well, I feel like we've already half called this race and they haven't even set off yet.
Well, he definitely looks like he's awake and ready to go for another opportunity for a gold medal. He's joined by Jonathan Mollard, Sam Mollard as well. John Dollison is in there, Zena Marzi, the coxswain in action. And then in 4, it's the Mercy Composite team. Tim Ott, Kenneth Price, Chris Potter, Simon Now, Vanessa Grant, the Cox, and Melbourne University, Paul Ferguson, Ian Harbeck, Anthony Langford, Greg Longdon and Graham Bushnell. Now, my feeling here, Rob, is that these teams are all pretty evenly matched, and I think we're going to see a really good race here.
Yeah, certainly, and we've just seen a few of these have just come down in sculls and double sculls, like Kenneth Price. I mentioned that name. I think some of these guys out of the Melbourne crew. So it's going to be a great race, and off we go. We're well underway here now, and I think you've called it well. This is a very, very even race. It is absolutely nothing in it. They're all rating about the same. The Melbourne Composite crew over there, the Melbourne Lindisfarne Composite crew, probably just about, well, it's pretty hard to know on the angle, so we'll assume that they're right up there with them. But certainly a little bit of a push going from the Melbourne Uni crews at the moment over to the left of your screen, or lane 5. And they do look like they've just had a little bit of a push to try to get a bit of separation between them and the following crews. Just interesting watching these boats and how they move through the water, and the wash coming off the Melbourne Uni boat. It's got a real bow wave. It's not so prevalent on the boat just inside them, the Mersey River boat, or the the Melbourne Composite boat. But you can see a very distinctive bow wave off that boat. So whether it may be a smaller boat and it's sitting lower in the water, it could well be that, and just causing it to be having to push more water out of the way, which is what you don't want. You know, less wetted surface area, less work through the water is going to always be a better, give you a better result as far as boat speed goes.
So we'll see how that unfolds for this Melbourne University team in the bottom of our screen. They get to halfway, just in front. Mercy Composite are in second. Kenneth Price, Chris Potter and Simon Now were in the winning crew from last year. Tom Ottey is the member who they've added to this crew for 2026 to try and bring them back-to-back golds. Melbourne Composite, their right of screen in lane number 3, have continued to just plug away there. They've got a little bit of work to do to push up into second, so just gold and silver medals will be on offer here. And it's Melbourne University leading the way. They're looking pretty strong. They've got that bigger bow wave, which might allow Mercy Composite, if they can get on it, they might be able to just ride it in behind them.
Yeah, that could be an advantage there. But certainly it doesn't look to be slowing them up too much. So it just may be a feature of that that boat, but it is just an unusual feature that we don't see a lot of. We do in eights certainly push out a bow wave, but fours don't tend to push out quite so much. But yeah, as they're coming down the line, it's certainly not hindering their forward progression at all, and they're have cleared out from the Mersey Composite crew, followed back to the Melbourne Composite, and all looking pretty cool, calm and collected in that boat, and a couple of good haircuts in that boat too there. Yeah, Travis, I noted.
A couple we can relate to there, Rob. But gee, aerodynamic though, that's for sure.
Aerodynamic indeed.
They've shown what to do. They're made of tough stuff, these Melbourne University competitors. And Paul Ferguson, Ian Harbeck, Anthony Langford and Greg Longden. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, we looked across at that crew in second, and the difference in the composure in the boat was just so noticeable. Working extremely hard, that second crew, this crew out here, just got it all under control, moving the boat effortlessly. They go across the line, 3:56. Great win by the Melbourne University crew. Will be followed by the Mersey, Sandy Bay, Canning Bridge and Buckingham Composite, and it will be the Melbourne Lindisfarne crew crossing in third place.
So 3:56.60. Melbourne University, they've been very strong. They did very well on day one. You can see arms raised for Melbourne University. Yeah, they did very well in the club eights earlier on day one. So they've had a good regatta.
Having a very good regatta. And we move right on to race 188. Now, this is another class event. This is the Women's Masters E8, and it's going to be fast and furious for sure. University of Western Australia, Evelyn Bowen, Liz Warren, Tanya Burgess, Lynn Manolini, Fiona Micklejohn, Sue Peacock, Sarah Knight, Orla Flecker, Charlie Newnham is their coxswain and coached by Ava Myler. In lane 3, Dragons Composite, Rachel Foster, Martina Proctor, Christine Gray, Daniela Anderson, Jane Swinton, Tracy Capes, Claire Farley, Cesar Cruikshank, Sarah Sedgwick, and Kathy Phillips is the coach. Corio Bay, Jenny Grattan Vaughan, Darren Valmeyer, Nick White, Jandy Watts, Nisha Hall-Sullivan, Fiona Wild, Karen Patton, Justine Tonner-Voice, Caitlin Murphy is their coxswain, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. In lane 5 is North Esk, Ulverston, Murray Bridge, Sandy Bay Composite, Sarah Birch, Eliza Richardson, Kelly Lewis, Gina Anderson, Diana Ottaway, Elizabeth Stephen, Kathleen McQueen, Judy Fenner, Claire Gregg is their coxswain, and coach is Kerry Dawkins. In lane 6, Leichhardt Composite, Joe Hodgkinson, Tony Milne, M. Barrick, Sue Huggett, Renata Ipmar, Kathleen Hextall, Daniel Bourget, Jennifer Zonga and Catherine Davies is their coxswain. I know there are a couple of late entries into that, substitutes into that boat. And they seem to have helped that boat out because they're certainly shot out of the blocks. So it does look to be the Dragons Composite and the Leichhardt Composite who have got the best starts there, Travis.
Yeah, Leichhardt, they really were fast away. Renata Ipmar in that 8 there, doing a good job with her teammates. Corio Bay, you can see them in the middle in the very distinct purple colours. They were able to win the bronze medal in this event last year. So you'll expect them to just be thereabouts yet again. And then the Dragons Composite team just above them in lane number 2. They've got that nicely coloured yellow boat there. They're pushing that along very nicely at the moment. And on that note, they just start to get it moving a little bit better, the Dragons Composite. And they've just moved up nicely. They're in outright second. They're chasing down our leader, which looks to be Leichhardt Composite. And then it's Corio Bay and a little bit further back to the North Esk Composite and also UWA right of screen. They're back in 5th place at the moment. We'll have a bit of work to do to push up into the medal. So we'll get our first look at the early leaders. I think it will be just the Leichhardt Composite ahead of the Dragons
Composite team who just start to get moving, this Dragons team. 1.28 the difference at the half.
And 0.98 back to Corio Bay. So this is the race has got to be on. And once again, we talked about how far out we're having to start that sprint for the finish. And while you choose not to want to be starting it from now, the necessity takes over. And we could just see that response now coming. The Leichhardt Composite crew have just looked over and said, this Dragons crew is closing fast, as are Corio Bay. Corio Bay are really the big movers at the moment. But like the Leichhardt Composite over on this side, responding in kind, and have probably pulled out probably a metre or two, but not a lot over the Dragons Composite. The Corio Bay have just gone for that big effort, have made great inroads, but have then been countered by the Dragons Composite crew. So they're probably feeling a little bit demoralised as they've put that big effort in and not quite got there. Just coming right through at the moment too is the North S crew, and they're going to come into contention if they keep on at this rate. But it's still the Leichhardt Composite crew holding a slight advantage, but nothing in it as we look across the field. The Corio Bay have put in another second big push and are really coming back at the Dragons Composite crew. Dragons only slightly behind the Leichhardt Composite crew over on this side. Just still holding down. Maybe have moved out a little bit, the Leichhardt Composite crew. They have stressed that lead. The real race is on between these three there. North S, Corio Bay, Dragons. They are coming down to the line. Coming home super fast is the North S crew. They are going to come into contention if they keep this up. It looks like Corio Bay may have just well have snuck inside the Dragons Composite, but it's going to be very, very close coming to the line. Look at the North S coming through, but it is that Leichhardt Composite crew holding on to the lead here at the moment, and it's nothing. We're looking over from the drone at the moment, and it does look like the Corio Bay have got the measure of the Dragons. After a great row from the Dragons, Corio Bay has snuck through at the end, just pipping the Dragons, and North S Composite coming through just slightly after those. There was literally 5 seconds between the first four crews, and a great race there, Travis.
Leichhardt Composite, congratulations. Corio Bay have just got up for the silver medal. Corio Bay absolutely flying through that last 100 metres, have been able to row over the top of Dragons Composite. North Esk, gee, they just loomed up, didn't they? And didn't quite get over the line for a medal. But congratulations to that team from Leichhardt Composite. It really was a tremendous performance. And Corio Bay, they will upgrade their bronze from last year to a silver in 2026.
Yeah, and look at when they look back on this race, the North Esk Composite will look at that race. They'll probably have a look at the splits over the second 500 and realise they was the fastest crew, or they're going to be very close to the fastest crew. So it's hard, but if you've got to be there, you've got to be there at halfway if you want to fare in the placings at the finish. We move on now to the men's E-Quad, race 189. We have Shoal Havens, Mark Thirlwell, Harry Davis, Chris Turner and Mark Whittaker, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 3, Toowong Composites, Toowong Brisbane Grammarians and Murwillumbah, Doug Ray, David Stewart, Scott Austin and David Bellamy. In lane 4, Corio Bay, Footscray, Barwon Composite, Peter Eberl, Christopher Bishop, Jeff Walker and Richard Axe. In lane 5, University, Leichhardt, St George Mossman Composite of Alexander Deutsch, Alan Robertson, Terry Bridges and Andrew McEncrow. In lane 6, Yarra Yarras, Nick Inglis, David Jacker, Justin Negri and Brent Lukadu Wells, and in lane 7, Manning Rivers, Nick Johnson, Rhett Patterson, Paul Hawke and Glenn Herbert. And I would have to say that, notwithstanding they're just going to be tied from carrying medals this weekend, this Yarra Yarra crew will be hard to beat. The New South Wales Composite crew has just got a couple of changes from their state crew, and certainly they will be fast as well. So it's going to be a interesting race indeed. But these two crews do look like they've got out to a flyer here, and we've seen that very, very familiar flying out of the start from the Yarra crew. They've got the rating up, and same in the with Alan Robinson in that crew beside them, and they may well have just popped their nose in front there. A little bit of steering problem in that boat at the moment, though. They'll want to get back on course here, as they're doing now, but that probably has lost them a metre or two in their progress, but they'll settle back down to that. They've got enough time. over on the far side, the Shoalhaven crew also faring very, very well. So as we're coming down towards the 500 metre mark, we've got a pretty good race happening here. It's going to be, at the moment, it does look like it'll be between this University of New South Wales Composite and Yarra Yarra Composite. And they certainly, as we come to the 500, we can certainly see the gap they've put over the Shoalhaven, Toowong and Corio Bay crews.
Beautiful conditions for our rowers today, and the Yarra Yarra team just slightly up at the halfway. University right there. The angles are really interesting, aren't they? Because you would have thought University of New South Wales was just slightly ahead, but it is in fact the Yarra Yarra team just in front. You can see them there in the red. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I think they've wanted the University crew has wandered from one side of the lane to the other. They crossed the boys on one side, they've crossed the boys on the other, and they're heading back to the other side. So just those little change in directions and the extra distance they row is causing them to just not be right on there with Yarra Yarra. So if they can get the boat straight, keep it straight for the remainder of the race, we know Alan Robertson will bring it home, and he will bring it home hard. So it's going to be a very, very good race coming into the last 150 metres.
So a real ding-dong battle, one for the ages here. Just stand up and applaud the efforts of our crews. It's Yarra Yarra and the University of New South Wales Composite crew, stroke for stroke. They both want that gold medal, and it's going to come down to who has got the composure, who has got the resilience, who has got the want to win a gold at the National Championships. It's Yarra Yarra and the University of New South Wales. They're still going stroke for stroke. There's nothing separating them as they charge in towards the line. Yarra Yarra with a final lunge to the line, looking to try and take that gold. It's tight. It's really tight. University of New South Wales, I think.
Oh, we've got
called for a photo.
Called for the photo.
It's a photo finish.
Oh.
Unbelievable. We could just sense the moment was happening, and there was nothing to separate them. Shoalhaven have come in for the bronze. They'll guarantee that. Manning River fourth. Then it is the team from Corio Bay Composite, and Toowong Composite will round it out. So we're into the photos. This will test the vision of the Rowing WA fraternity. They'll just need to get the magnifying glass out to separate our teams. Gee whiz, I thought it was Yarra Yarra on the line.
Yeah, and there was nothing in it. It was going bow-bill for bow-bill, and these boats, they go on the surge. So depends who's got their oars in the water at any particular time. Would dictate, who'll get across that line first. But I was talking to Alan Robertson earlier, and he had a great finish in a double scull yesterday, where he came from third place and came through and took first place with 150 metres to go. And he was saying he couldn't believe it happened either. Well, we just saw it again then. So they've come from, they let Yarra Yarra just get a little bit in front of them, and they've come back and
Yarra Yarra have been officially confirmed.
Sorry.
University of New South Wales have been confirmed.
0.04. 0.04. You'd almost have to get out 2 gold medals for that one, wouldn't you?
Oh, what a race, what a finish. Yarra Yarra, second place. Shoalhaven, the bronze. But gee, well done to the University of New South Wales Composite crew.
Yeah,
nothing in it.
Great, nothing in it. 0.04. That is a great result for both those crews. But we move on now to race 190. It's the men's Masters K2M double scull, and we have just the one entry in this race. Corio Bay in lane 4, Corio Bay Swan River Composite. It is George Zuris and Dick Gerard, and from Corio and Swan River Rowing Club. They're just making their way down there. They are a K category.
83 and older.
Yeah, 83 and onwards. And as we said, as I've been saying, I think George Zuris is going to be very hard to beat with his handicap tomorrow if he fronts up for the champion at Champion Scull. He is a exceptional mover of the boat, and we can see that out there just in that bow seat there. Just probably a little bit more length than the stroke, but just moving that boat along very, very nicely. They're through the 500, coming down to the 250 metres to go. It's a nice row through for them. They'd be enjoying the fact that they're not having to get that heart rate up too much, and just in for the cruise, really. They don't have to push themselves too hard, and they'll be still putting in some effort. They don't want to make it look like they're just out there for a Saturday afternoon row. Of course, it's Friday, and just looking rather svelte in their outfits. And we're coming down about 150 odd metres to go. They'll come down to the line to close out this race. We're looking across at the car park there, and very cool full car park there, Travis. So we've got a great crowd in here this afternoon.
What a great advertisement they are for longevity and keeping up your rowing. Just looking at the muscles on George's back there, I'm very jealous. He's clearly puts a lot of work into looking as good as what he does, and to keep him out on the water, you've got to be pretty disciplined with your recovery and your rehab. And for George, he's continues to get the job done.
Yeah, and I think it does. It's just that movement. It's just that movement, and because it's a full body, exercise, you just keep that movement. You've got to keep the joints moving. It's working on the knees, the hips, the back. So they cross the line for a great row in the K2M double scull.
Congratulations to George Zouros and Dick Gerard from Corio, teaming up there for a gold medal. Winning performance. Okay. Let's move along now to the quad scull women's B. We'll go through the lineup for you. Here's the roll call. In lane number 1, it's the Toowong composite crew of Fernanda Correa, Heather Anderson, Joanne Taylor, and Catherine Heading. In 2, ADF rowing composite team, Rachel Cope, Georgina Owens, Lorraine Haywood, Holly Kilmartin, coached by Andrew Parry. In 3, the West Australian Rowing Club, Emma Herring, Jorian Ledecker, Kim Mather, and Hayley Bignell. In 4, Goolwa composite crew, Sandra Wilson, Belinda Jankowiak, Victoria Siddell, and Kate Tebnev. In 5, Port Macquarie combination of Kirsten Berry, Vanette McLennan, Candice Jago, and Emma Molinar. In 6, it's the Swan River composite, Jen Anise, Anya Weaver, Emma Harrison, and Sarah Martin. And in 7, Glebe composite, Wendy Miller, Belinda Brigham, Belinda Rowe, and Jocelyn Harris. And in a flash of blades, we are away and racing. Probably fastest away was the team from the Glebe composite, left of screen in lane number 7. Also impressed by the Goolwa composite combination. They've also hit the water with plenty of speed, getting away too. Also the WA Rowing Club right up there, as to the Port Macquarie composite team of Berry, McLennan, Jago, and Molinar. And with a team like that Port Macquarie team, they're in lane number 5. They're going to be one to watch here.
Yeah, certainly. But the Goolwa composite, Goolwa, Murray Bridge, Torrens, Ulverstone, some very familiar names from racing so far. Wilson, Jankowiak, Seidel, Tebnev, names we've seen up here repeatedly. But also the Port Macquarie composite, Kirsten Berry, just came out of the New South Wales 8, and Emma Molinar out of the New South Wales quad. But Vanetta McClellan and Candice Jago rowing, I think, in a few boats in that, maybe in a pair and a double. Yesterday or earlier today, and certainly came away with some wins there. So they've been doing very, very well. That will be interesting to see how they fare. They're not out of touch at the moment with the Goolwa composite crew. So it's a good row by these two crews. This is the B category. So this is 43 plus and 43 to 50 years old age group. And generally, at this stage here, you can have some of these rowers may well still be rowing at a in open races. So they might just choose to finish off their season with these races. But 1.69 seconds, Goolwa composite over the Port Macquarie composite. A little bit further back, but very close with the Swan River, Balmain, Toowong, Noosa, ADF, Shoalhaven, and Glebe Leichhardt composites. That Glebe Leichhardt composite, that's a bit of a surprise. They started off very well. And I would have expected they might have been a little bit further up than that. So whether they've got some problem in the boat, it would be interesting to know. But certainly Goolwa composite not letting off at the moment. They've got their foot hard on that accelerator pedal, and There's not engaging cruise control at this point in time. They're just pushing away, trying to push away from the Port Macquarie composite crew. Once again, these B graders making this look very good here, and they have now stepped out to about a length's lead over the Port Macquarie composite crew.
So Goolwa Composite, they took home the silver medal last year. They were only closely beaten, but today they've got an opportunity to get back on top of the podium. Port Macquarie are in the silver. The battle for the bronze medal is really tight. We've got Swan River and the WA Rowing Club, the two West Australian representatives, are going to battle it out for that bronze medal. But here we are. It's the race to the line. It's Goolwa holding out Port Macquarie, who are trying to lift. They're trying to just increase that stroke rate now. You can see there, they know that they have to go if they want to rejoin the lead. It's Goolwa in front, in full control, boat length lead. They're going to cruise their way to victory here in the end. It's the Goolwa Composite team upgrading from the silver medal last year into the gold. And there's the finish line. They get the job done. The Port Macquarie team have taken the silver. And here's the race to the line for bronze. It's really tight. It's Swan River Composite just ahead of the WA Rowing Club in fourth position. Fifth across the line, Glebe Leichhardt. They came home really strongly. ADF Rowing, Shoalhaven next in. And then the Toowong Noosa team not too far behind.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure what happened in that Leichhardt crew, because they were well behind at the 500 and they've closed right back up again. So maybe some issue within the boat.
Yeah, they were. They had plenty of speed as we saw them come across the line there. Okay, so we continue to roll through big finals. Hope you're enjoying the action here from Champion Lakes. Great to have your company also on the YouTube stream as we move into our next event, the men's
B pair. So in lane 3 we have Melbourne's Greg Feinsnack, Timothy Mollard. In lane 4, Old Scotch Collegians Fraser Stewart and William Johnson. And in lane 5, Western Australian Rowing Club's Tavis Harling and Oliver Saar. Now, there are only 3 crews in this. Curtin University have withdrawn, so there'll be only 2 medals handed out. We've seen a lot of action in these pairs, and these younger pairs, the B pair, you can see all straight away the extra rating that the younger crew members bring. All struggling a little bit with their steering, but all moving over to the right-hand side of the lane. So just this want to get close to the other crews, I guess. But certainly, as we've said over and over again, stay in the centre of the lane. Just be wary of where you are, and just stay out of trouble, because start running into those buoys and it can be a little bit catastrophic at times. So we've just seen a great start by the Western Australia's Tavis Harding and Oliver Saar, though. They are cleared out to a length already over the combination of Stewart and Johnson from Old Scotch Collegians. A little bit further back now to the Melbourne combination of Feinsnack and Mollard. So as we come down towards the 500 metres, we'll get some better splits on it, but visually it does appear that this Western Australian crew has about 5 or 6 seconds over the Old Scotch Collegians crew. They're about, I'm just watching the timing on the bottom of the screen, and it's a bit confusing. They've started the next race without starting the next race. So the Western Australian Rowing Club's Tavis Harling and Oliver Saar just going through the 500 metre mark now, and suspecting, as we said, that they will have probably about 6 or 7 seconds. We can just see the Old Scotch Collegians wandering over to the other side of their lane now. So once again, just a little bit more attention on the steering in these boats would make life a whole lot easier. Melbourne haven't lost a lot out since they lost that ground early on in the race. So they're still in there, but probably about 3 lengths now behind Old Scotch Collegians. But this crew out the front, West Australia Rowing Club's Tavis Harling and Oliver Saar, they are just continue to pile on the pressure.
But I can just notice with the Old Scotch Collegians, they've got good clearance over the water as they bring the all through. They're not getting a lot of tapping on the water. You
That's
can
right.
see there, whereas more so on the WA Rowing Club, you can just see them getting a little bit of a tap along. Is that generally something you like to see as a coach?
Yeah, you really want to see clearance, but what you can see is if you watch the stroke in the WA Rowing Club, his oar's on the water, so that probably means the boat's not quite balanced and it's just sitting down on his side a little bit. So, they probably just need to do a bit of work in training. You can see that now where he's scraping on the water. It just means the boat's probably sitting down on that side, or he's carrying his hands higher than the crewman on the other side. So probably just a little bit of work on balance. It looks like the Old Scotch Collegians have done a lot more work there. You don't want to be, particularly when you get into rough water, or there's been something's gone horribly wrong in that Old Scotch Collegians boat. They just went sideways, and they've picked it up again now. So I suggest what's happened there is he's got his oar caught under one of the buoys. You asked about what happens when you get caught there, and that is pretty much it. If you get caught on the wrong side of it, but certainly if in rough water, that will come into play. You bouncing on the water it makes it hard rowing. But the WA Rowing Club crew have come across with a very good win. The Old Scotch Collegians a bit shaken by that. That was quite a big. Shipwreck they had, and as I said, I think what's happened is carrying the oars back through him. They had the clearance. They're having a bit of a laugh about it. That's always a good thing.
They've held on for still.
Yeah, he's got to see that. We'll be getting the replay of that tonight on the YouTube, and I think it didn't affect their finish position. They were going to get second anyway, so they got a bit of a story to include in their recollections of this race.
So congratulations to Tavis Harling, Oliver Saylor, gold medalist. The Old Scotch Collegians will finish with the silver. Fingers crossed indeed. Fingers crossed the rain stays away. The wind is absolutely perfect. Look at that there. That is absolutely idyllic here in the west today. As we move into the next big final, the G8. It's going to be fast and furious, this one, Rob.
Yeah, it's another big race. This is the G8, and we've got in Cryo Bay. There's still crews coming in there, so we've got enough time to do the whole call. Cryo Bay's Diane Pearce, Elaine White, Joe Jones, Tracy Holding, Tanya Sutherland, Liz Bryce, Pam Westendorf, Christine McGlade, Caitlin Murphy is their coxswain. Lane 3, Manning River Composite, ANU Canberra Endeavour, Rosalie Furness, Katrina Whiteley, Elaine Bessica, Deb Cook, Sue Donoghue, Gay Pullen, Sue Edwards and Amanda Cavill. Coxswain by Bonnie White. In lane 4, Commercial Ridgeway, Cambridge, St George, Canberra, Sunshine Coast, Composite Crew, Julianne Kelly, Judy Walsh, Barbara Hall, Kath Wellman, Christine McCready, Martha DeLong, Jacqueline DeJong, Louise Street and Lauren Robertson is their coxswain. Karen Hawthorne Composite, Robin Blake, Anthea Amos, Jackie Petley, Ruth Oliver, Julie Cochin, Frances Graham, Mary Hunter, Helen Kelly, Angelique Everett is their coxswain. ANU, Curtin, Perth, Swan River, Canning Bridge Composite, Ronnie Cooper, Melissa Harpley, Sophie Davison, Simone Burge, Marianne Robbins, Adele Chapman, Sharon Ann Jones, Kay Jensen and Leon Stewart is their coxswain, and the Perth Club crew of Celia Cornwall, Elizabeth Aman, Meg Pike, Deb Barry, Edwina Foster, Catherine Kennedy, Susan March, Kathy Ride, Jennifer Pollock is their coxswain. Oh.
Take a breather, Rob. You've outdone yourself there. And we're away and racing. So the Commercial Composite crew in lane number 4, third from the right, Jacqueline De Jong and Judy Walsh, both rode in this event last year, were a part of the winning 8th team. It was a Riverway Composite team that year. They were part of that team, and they're once again here in this Commercial Composite team, which is the third crew from your right. The Carrum Composite crew probably have started the best. They've got away from the line really well. They've combined up with Hawthorn here, so they obviously have done a little bit of training together. Angelique Everett, the coxswain, she's been instrumental with the Victorian state teams this year, and she's decided to put herself in the cox seat just to see if she can bring this team home for gold. So they've started pretty well, this Carrum team, and then Perth Rowing Club. They're only Perth Rowing Club, the only team besides Corio Bay not in a composite here, and they've started really well, the Perth team.
Yeah, absolutely. The Perth team, it's full club crew, as are Cryobar on the other side. So that's great to see that they can field a team at this age group as a full club outfit, and they aren't doing particularly well here. Maybe that's because they get the time to row with each other, and so the other ones are coming in as composite crews there from all over the countryside by the look of some of these crews. So it's a great effort on the part of the Perth to have that full Perth crew there. Carrum Composite, Commercial, Perth. That's where the action is. Coming down to the 500 metre mark, it does look to me like this Perth crew may well have just crept up and may cross the line. We'll have to wait and see, but I think they've had a good, the last 100 metres or so has been very good for them. And as they come down to the 500 metre mark, it was indeed there's a bit of confusion on this. We've gone through, but we'll make that assumption that Perth, Carrum or Commercial went through in first place over the 500 metre mark. We've just got some timing hut issues, not getting those timings back from the 500 metre hut. But certainly looking well in sync here, this Perth crew. Probably rating up a little bit above the other two crews. Once again, get the rating up high enough, and you need to go somewhere. Where do you go? So that will be the challenge for them. Whether they can bring it up another point where they can increase their pressure. But whatever they're doing at the moment is actually working for them. The other two crews aren't being able to go with their pace at the moment, and certainly they are working hard in that crew. You can see the effort going in, and they are certainly looking good. But it does look like the crew with a bit of go at the moment, though, is that Commercial Composite. They have just turned it on. They have just upped the rating by a point or two. This is the Julianne Kenny, Julie Walsh, Barbara Hall, Catherine Wellman, Christine McCready, Martha De Jong, Jacqueline De Jong, Louise Street combination, Lauren Robinson in the seat. So the race now looks to be between these two crews. The Perth crew over in lane 7 and the Commercial Composite crew in lane 4, and it's on Fiona, still not out of it. The Carrum Composite is also working hard. It does look like the Commercial Composite has gone for another big push. Will Perth go with them? Will Carrum come through? They're coming down to the line now. It is neck and neck. Carrum's just off the back a little bit. The Perth Composite now turning it up again. Commercial Composite, they're a very, very strong crew. They're going to carry it all the way through to the line. How are we going to go here? It is about another 3 or 4 straights to do it. It will be the Commercial Composite crew getting over the line to take a very good win in this women's G8 ahead of Perth and the Carrum Composite crew just coming in third. The great thing for Perth is I'm fairly sure there's a medal for the fastest club crew, and certainly a well-deserved medal there.
Yeah, absolutely. There was just a moment there where the crowd on the banks here just were trying to lift the home team, the Perth Rowing Club. They were in lane 7, closest to the banks. You can see it's a job well done. A lot of the competitors there, they rode in an 8 last year. Edwina Forster, she was in the team that finished 4th. And now she will have a silver medal to her name. Congratulations. And for the Commercial Composite, well, Jacqueline De Jong, she just adds another gold medal to her growing tally.
Yeah, certainly DeLong and De Jong, and McCready, they're been certainly in the medal halls. Now we move straight on to race 194, the Men's Masters G Single Scull. We have in lane 2, Mercer's Alan Cleaver. In lane 3, Bunbury's John Soroka, coached by Chris Idale. In lane 4, Yarra Yarra's Jack Chatsiakumis. In lane 5, Curtin University's Greg Haig. In lane 6, Yarra Yarra's Colin Rawson. In lane 7, Newcastle's Anthony Stanley. Now, we did want to see this race. We were suspecting it was going to be a very close race. Not exactly what we're seeing here, Travis.
I'm really surprised with what I'm seeing at the moment with Alan Cleaver out there on the far side. He's just decided, I'm going to just throw everything at it, because he was well back in the placings in the first heat. He sort of just got through in 3rd place, but he's gone out really hard. Greg Haig, who was the winner of his heat, he's there rowing nicely in lane number 5. And then Jack Chatsiakumis, he's just up on him in lane 4, and then John Soroka, he also too has got away from the line, but it's catch me if you can for Alan Cleaver. This is a bold move from Alan Cleaver. Hopefully the elephant doesn't jump on the oars and just start sinking the boat in the back half. He's doing a good job. Can they catch him? It's going to be really tight. Greg Haig, he's in the middle there, just plugging away the West Australian from the Curtin University Club. John Soroka of Bunbury, currently in the bronze medal position. The pride of Bunbury is John Soroka. He would love to just get another medal to his tally. After 50 years of being down there at the Bunbury Rowing Club, he just knows a thing or two about rowing. Don't worry about that. But it's Greg Haig trying to match the pace of Alan Cleaver. He's going out so strongly. He's just perhaps getting pulled in a little bit, inch by inch. What do you reckon, Rob?
Yeah, I think that's the case. I think Haig is just had a bit of a look across and realised that he is coming back to the field. That's certainly John Soroka just lost a little bit out in that last 300 or 400 metres, and he'll need to just step it up a little bit as we come down towards the final 250 metres. This, as you said, a bold move by Alan Cleaver, a bold move. He has gone out super hard, but look at Haig. Look at Haig. He has decided that this is doable, and he is coming home. And look at the intent. Look at the intent on his face. He is working every inch of that boat, every inch of the water, every muscle, and is absolutely flying. But Alan Cleaver has probably set up this race win in the first 300 metres. He got out to, they've caught back up to about where they were, so he is starting to slow. He's just holding on there, but once again, you can see the determination on his face there. He's not going to let Haig catch up to him. Coming home very strongly is John Soroka as well. But in the end, there's not as much in it as there was, but a great row by Mercer, a very bold row by Mercer, I must say. It was Haig coming across in second. It will be Soroka in third. A little bit further back now, it's Yariaras Chatskumis. And then it will be, and stopping before the line, Colin Rawson. He is a tired man.
He's looking around. He's saying, gee, what just went on there?
Just what happened there. I was just there. They were just there. And same again with Alan Stanley. He had a good row in the heat and just could not match the pace in that final.
Alan Cleaver, we've got the medical team ready to go just in case you are going to absolutely need a little bit of mouth-to-mouth, I think, just to get off that boat. You've absolutely covered yourself in glory. Now the recovery will begin. Congratulations, Greg Haig and John Soroka, the bronze, adding to his list.
Now, just moving on to this next race, 195, and they're actually away, so we'll be very quick with the call. But it's very unusual that the lightweight field would be bigger than the heavyweight field, and that's what we have here with 7 in this race. Melbourne's Warwick Grant in lane 1. Lane 2, Murray Bridges, Graham Hunt. In lane 3, Carram's David Rafter, coached by Drew Holman. In lane number 4, Essendon's Bill Nugent. In lane 5, St George Glen Shooter, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 6, Essendon's Tim Josefowicz. In lane 7, Perth, Richard Burnell, coached by Vanessa Grant. And it's a good start by a number of these crews. We've got the Murray Bridge, Essendon, St George, and the other Essendon, Josefowicz. Scullers out to very good starts. Probably at the moment, the Melbourne Sculler Warwick Grant just falling a little bit behind, as is the Carram's David Rafter. So certainly we're looking across the field there, and we've got those 4 Scullers faring very well at the moment. Graham Hunt, Bill Nugent, Glenn Shooter, and Josefowicz. The Sculler over on this side, Josefowicz, does look to be holding down a little bit of a lead at the moment. So the angles can be deceptive. So we'll just wait until we get a definitive sighting across the 500 metres. But certainly he looks to be travelling well, as is Graham Hunt over there in lane 2.
So that's how they finished last year. Rob, Tim Josefowicz finished with the silver medal, and Graham Hunt finished with the bronze last year. The gold medalist not taking part this year. But for Tim Josefowicz, an opportunity for him to have a gold medal around his neck today on a Friday afternoon in Perth. Hope you're enjoying your rowing wherever you may be watching. Graham Hunt in lane 2. He's not far behind. He's going to just need every ounce of power to row past the man in the Essendon colours. Glenn Shooter in 3rd. Bill Nugent is right there too. So they're going to have a nice little contest too for the bronze medal. So it's going to be a bit of a sprint to the line. Tim Josefowicz, though, he's just now wanting to increase that pace. He's got about a boat length, I feel, at the moment there, Rob.
Yeah, he has, but I wouldn't rule out Shooter and Nugent at this stage. And we can see the movement is on. They're only a second behind going through the 500 metre mark. And we can see, it looks like Bill Nugent there from Essendon in the middle of the field. They look like they've come back up on, certainly on Graham Hunt. I don't know how they're faring with Josefowicz. He's just looking across at the moment and thinking it's reasonably safe. I would suggest not at 250 metres to go. They're certainly going to have to, he's certainly going to have to turn it up a bit. And we're looking there, and I think that's Murray Bridges, Graham Hunt, still out there and holding a good position. But here comes Nugent, and look at him come through. That's him there, and he's just had a look around and thought, well, oh no, sorry, that's Josefowicz. So, yeah, they've looked around, and it doesn't look like they're reacting. You know, it doesn't look like they're acting. They may well have gone very hard very early. And here comes Shooter and Nugent now, and they're coming down towards the line. There's about 100 odd metres to go, and Josefowicz is just holding on grimly. Shooter coming through, Nugent coming through. Over on the other side, Graham Hunt, and it looks like Nugent is the big mover here. They're going to come right down to the wire, and if he can just keep it going for a few more strokes, he could actually upset one of these front runners. They've got probably about 10 or 11 strokes to go. Shooter also in the action. He wants to be part of this. He wants a medal, I think, mainly. But it actually will be Nugent, Josefowicz, who comes across the line first, followed by Graham Hunt, then Nugent, then Glenn Shooter. What a very close affair. I mean, they're big distances in the middle of that field, and they've pulled it all back to the finish with just 3 or 4 seconds between the first 4 place getters.
Richard Burnell coming through to finish off his campaign. Well done to Tim Josefowicz of the Essendon Rowing Club. He will be the Australian champion for 2026. He upgrades his silver from last year to the gold. Okay, so we have the double sculls in the women's D ready at the start line. So we'll quickly run through the lineup for you. Lane 2, Bunbury, Lisa Munro, Laurel Klump, coached by Chris Isledale. In lane 3, it's Torrens, Simone Ellis and Natasha Vassos. The St George Composite crew of Katrina Davis and Andrea Coots, coached by Bruce Williams. In 5, the Yarra Yarra Composite, Leanne Martin, Eben Waldner. So that will be a crew to look out for. And then Mosman Composite in 6, Sorrel Woodward, Judith Oos in 6, and then in 7 it's Samantha Johnson and Rennie Bravelli to do battle here. Well, we saw the heats a little bit earlier today in this event, so it'll be interesting to see how things go for our crews.
Yeah, and on those heats results through the regatta so far, you'd have to be looking at the Torrens, St George Shoalhaven Composite and Yarra Yarra Composite crews as the crews to beat. So not ruling out any of the other crews, because Bunbury had a very good row in that in their heat, as did the Mosman Composite and ANA. So it's going to be very interesting. This race is going to be very interesting. But we look down there now, and we do see that Katrina Davis, Andrea Cruz combination, coached by Bruce Williams, out of St George and Shoalhaven, have really shot out of the blocks. They're trying to stamp their authority on this race very, very early. The Yarra Yarra Composite of Leanne Martin and Eben Walder, this is the Yarra Yarra Windaree Ballarat combination, right up there, as are the Torrens, just like we would have expected. Looking at those great drone shots again, looking at the puddles trailing off into the distance as these crews are spearing through the water here. A great start from Katrina Davis and Andrea Coos, though. They have really poured it on from the first stroke. A little bit of wildlife there they're just encountering, but they've cleared out of the way now, and it won't be duck for dinner. We've gone through, and it was the St George Shellhaven combination holding about a 2.5 second advantage over Yarra Yarra, and then the Torrens another 2.5 seconds behind. ANA 0.39 of a second behind that. So it's going to be extremely tight for that third position as we come down here. This combination out in front now, the Katrina Davis and Andrea Coos combination are just piling it on now. They are just absolutely piling it on. I do think the Yarra Yarra combination now, Leanne Martin and Ebony Ebenwalder, we have seen those throughout this regatta. They are very strong finishers, extremely strong. And we're starting to see them draw up onto that combination from St George Composite. So it's going to be a very, very interesting final 250 metres. So we'll wait for that last 100-metre burst with great anticipation.
So St George Composite and Yarra Yarra Composite crews will just look at each other, they'll eyeball each other and just say, what have you got left in the tank? There's the Yarra Yarra Composite crew coming into picture. They'll just start to blow out the cheeks a bit wider, just trying to get a bit more air. And look at them, they've drawn level now with the St George Composite. Leanne Martin and Eben Waldner have absolutely said it's go time and are wanting to move to the lead with a bit of style and a bit of composure. St George Composite now need to respond. They look to the left. I don't think they've got the power here that we've seen from this Yarra Yarra Composite crew. They've absolutely gone bang at Champion Lakes. They've hit the front with 100 to go. And now it's saying, catch me if you can. It's the Yarra Yarra Composite crew looking all the goods. They look like champions. They look like gold medalists, and they're now streaking away. It's an amazing finish to their campaign. They get the white boys and they hit the line in front with a great win. Leanne Martin, Ebony Ebenwaldner, they just set themselves, and then when it was time to go, boy, did they go.
Yeah, and I did know the St George combination. They rode really good length up to about 600 into the race, and then they just started to shorten up. As the pressure came on from the Yarra Yarra Composite crew, they just started to shorten up. They went off their game, which was working for them. They started to panic, probably shortened up a little bit, and they've paid the price for that, as that very strong crew did predict that they had a very strong final 300 or 400 metres, and they've showed that again. A very successful combination, Martin and Eben Waldner.
Those come from behind victories are thrilling to watch, and as on the water, it just must be a terrific feeling when you're coming through.
Satisfaction, you just feel that you're making the effort, and it's actually converting into pace. And when you can do that, held their thing. They didn't go crazy with rate. They just held their length, held their power, and did exactly that. Powered through. So we move to race 197, the men's Masters D4, Coxless D4. It is in Adelaide University in lane 2, Bill Natt, David McLeod, Damien Durleek, Alistair Walsh. In lane 3, Old Scots Collegians, Alex Hatch, Lachlan Roberts, John Flecker, William Johnson. In lane 4, Karen Hawthorn Composite, Shane O'Connor-Smith, Conrad Tulloch, Drew Holman and Stuart Gilbert. In lane 5, ANA's Andre Fernandez-Martins, Robert Boylan, Stuart Clark and Alec Monga. In lane 6, Curtin University's Ron Schnook, Tom Atkinson, Stuart Reside and Jono Fivez. In lane 7, Melbourne ANA Composite, Angus Reynolds, Warren Well-Beloved, Robert Tobler and Grigor O'Nions.
So Curtin University, they've got away well with Snook Atkinson, Stewie Reside. We saw him earlier lead the West Australians home. He's obviously in a bit of a hurry because he had to pick up the kids today, and they will be finishing school very shortly, so he'll be pretty keen to get the job done in a flash so he can get off and pick up the kids straight after maybe winning his second gold medal of the day. They're looking pretty impressive through the early parts, this Curtin University team. Adelaide University, the defending champions in this event from last year, they're rowing in lane number 2. And then Melbourne Composite crew have also got away really well, but it's all Curtin University at the moment. They're just using the power in that boat. Snook Atkinson Reside. Jono Fivez is also there. He was in that 8 that we saw earlier today. And these men are making a statement, Rob, at the halfway.
Yeah, they certainly are. They are That's a well-drilled combination there from Curtin University. They have certainly cleared out from the rest of the field. I mean, the Adelaide University crew rowing really well over there, as the Melbourne Composite over on this side, but just can't go with the pace of this crew. And maybe the threat of not getting the kids on time, maybe just driving this crew home. But as we can see there, we're seeing a few different configurations in the boats. We're seeing a bow side stroke in that Curtin University crew, as we are over in the Carrum Composite crew, the rest of stroke side stroke. So just different combinations, try to suit where you can get the most out of each oarsman. But once again, we look at them. We don't see a lot of bounce in the boat. We see a lot of very flat drive, very purposeful, very linear. And it's getting a result here. And once again, they're back to my favourite drone shot. We're probably having some influence here. And I must mention the very green water, the very stunning green water, and the contrast of those boats on it again. I think it's just amazing sight, that what we're seeing there. And certainly another amazing sight is these is the Sea of Red in Curtin University, and they have just cleared out now. They look, or Sea of Orange, I should say. It's red on the camera, and they are powering away here. And look at it, lift the rating coming down to the line. It's just an absolute dominant performance in a boat class. It's very hard to win by that sort of length. It will be the Adelaide University crew coming across in second, followed by the Melbourne Composite in third, the Carrum Composite in fourth, and great to see the first two crews across, both club crews. So we've got the old collegians just coming across in fifth.
Yeah, it was a dominant performance from Ron Snook, Tom Atkinson, Stewie Reside, of course, bronze medalist at the 2004 Athens Olympics in an 8. Jono Favez also in that crew. But today it's been a good day on the water for the 4 West Australians. And look at that time too.
Look
Rob.
at that time. That is absolutely off the charts, that time. I can tell you, we went through in 7 or 8, 10 seconds faster in the 8s earlier on in those tri days. This is the club 4. 310, you are absolutely motoring. We'd expect to be about 305 to 307 in a quad, maybe 315, 317 in that boat. That is a sensational time, I must say.
That'd be competitive at a national championship?
Well, I don't know about that. It's not 2,000 metres. This is the national championships there, Travis. So let's just go with that one. But that is like a great time. I'm quite astounded by that time there. But we move straight on to the Cox version of the Men's Masters D4. Old Collegians fronting up again. Todd Melville, Julian Matthias, Fraser Stewart, Alex Forrest, Kate Williams is their Cox. In lane 3, Glebe, Drummoyne, University of New South Wales Composite, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, Dave Ellis and Andy Wigan, Wendy Roncolado is their coxswain. In lane 4, Melbourne Rowing Clubs, Craig Smith, Stephen Reynolds, Dave McPherson, Matthew Harrison, Justin Rhodes is their coxswain. Lane 5, Swan River, University of WA Fremantle Composite, Damon Hansen Nahoy, David Porzig, Damien Kelly, Paul Griffin and CJ Feast is their cox. And in lane 6 North Esks, Robert Wrigley, Patrick Bird, Robert Oada, Marcus Tonelli and Claire Gregg is their coxswain, coached by Trevor Barrett.
So we're away and racing, and the Melbourne Rowing Club crew have moved to the front nicely. Glebe Composite probably just holding second. It's Swan River Composite crew there doing nicely. Damon Hansen-Kanoa, he's had a busy program, but that won't bother him. He's got the heart of a lion, and he'll try and once again bring this team home. He's got a few cronies on board as well. He's got Paul Griffin and Damien Kelly. He was one of the stars in that West Australian 8 that won the state title the national title, I should say, a bit earlier today. And they're just moving up. They can obviously hear us just talking about them, Rob, because they love a little bit of media, they love a little bit of PR, and they've gone to the front, this Swan River Composite crew. And they're rowing really nicely. North Esk down below, just in for a medal chance as well. But approaching the 500, the Swan River Composite crew doing nicely.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're having a nice row there, and probably underrating the crews around them, which is always a good sign that once again, you've got a bit of opportunity to go. The move coming now from the Glebe Composite, though, they have just decided that they're going to have to move now if they're going to go. And we're looking at there, Wendy Roncolado sitting down there, having a bit of a look around, just giving some instruction to the crew. A little bit bouncy though, it's rocking from side to side, that boat, so probably a new combination that's not quite as smooth as that Swan River Composite. So as long as they can keep that together, keep within the length of the Swan River boat, they're in with a real chance, and they've come from a long way back. Obviously the cameraman's favouring them because he's thinking they were the ones who bring it home, and we've got Andrew McEncrow in the stroke seat there, and he has the ability to bring it home fast too, so it's going to be a very good race. Still going well in the middle there is the Melbourne combination with Reynolds, McPherson, Harrison and Smith, and they certainly are looking good too. But we're looking at the Swan River Composite crew now, and it's some big units in that boat there, Travis.
Yeah, Damien Kelly, he was one of them. He hasn't shaved for a few days because he just wants to keep everything fresh for tomorrow. It's Damon Hansen Kanahoy just saying, boys, get on my back. I was going to take you to the promised land. I want to get you the gold medal. You can see them there. They're working hard. This Swan River Composite crew, they're trying to be challenged by Glebe, but it's absolutely on for young and old here for Swan River. They're lifting. I know exactly what Damon Hansen Kanahoy would be saying. He would say, boys, just keep going. We're going to win a gold medal at the Australian Championships, and we're going to do it in front of our family and friends. It's a big moment here for the Swan River crew. They're going to fly to the line and take the gold medal. It's gold to Kanahoy, Porzig, Kelly and Griffin. CJ Fist, the Cox, is extremely happy. Glebe, the composite crew, take home the silver medal. North Esk take the bronze. Melbourne have finished in fourth. And next in will be the Old Scotch Collegians. But for this Swan River Composite crew, it's been a long time coming for a gold medal for Damon Hansen Kanahoy at a national level. He's been plugging away for almost 30 years. And today he finally gets his hands on a gold medal, a big moment for him.
And a big moment for you, Travis, I'm sensing. A big call on that race. So great work by that Swan River Composite crew. They've had a very, very good row down there, and certainly if Damon can now unload unload off his back and get up there to get the gold medal, I think the world will right itself.
Yeah, he's an absolute trooper. He's very passionate about his rowing, and he's had to earn it today, there's no doubt about it, and it's a great moment. It's great to see when you see people just toiling away for year after year and they finally get their opportunity to strut their stuff on the national stage. It's very exciting, and he'll be no doubt telling us all about it for many years to come.
and he has bragging rights now, so that comes with the territory. Race 199, the Australian Masters A pair minus. So we have in lane 2, Carams, Jackie Deeble and Anya Lloyd-Smith, coached by Drew Holman. In lane 3, Western Australian Rowing Club's Jodie Wickham and Catherine Holland. In lane 4, Riverside's Laria Pagani and Erin Sterling. In lane 5, University of WA's Janelle Austin and Megan Bagworth, coached by Ava Myler. And in lane 6, Leichhardt's Jennifer Zonga and Daniel Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry, and they are away, and it's a very even start. Probably the crew missing out a bit was that Riverside crew, just got a little bit left behind. WA faring well, Carrum faring well, as are University of WA. Probably Leichhardt just about half a length behind, so they probably need to just pick up the game a bit to get up level pegging with, as a Western Australian Rowing Club at the moment. Need to just come back, bring it back by about a second or two to get back level pegging. Early days, and as I said, a long way to go. Riverside have stabilised that loss of ground there at the moment. That's going to be important for them to keep it going. Probably running a little bit short in the pair. You know, the pair, you want to keep it nice and long. Probably just shortened up there a bit, and they may just have heard me. They look to stretch it out a little bit now, but certainly you can see in the other crews, they're really got the length out the front. Probably the Carrum crew also just a little bit short at the front as well. So that makes it, sort of, you're just getting that little less run out of each stroke. So trying to maximise that arc through the water is very important. And we can see it's been done very well by this the University of WA crew, and certainly the Western Australian Rowing Club crew. So as we come down to the 500 metre mark, we'll see it's a clear leaders now. So the race at the moment is between the University of Western Australia, Western Australian Rowing Club and Carrum. Leichhardt's still in it. The thing that Leichhardt are doing, straight down the middle of their aisle, as you can see, are the University of Western Australia. Straight down the middle of their lane. The crew from Western Australian Rowing Club wandering all over their lane at the moment. So it just says that the boat is not as settled as we would like it. This is pair rowing. It's very important to have that boat nice and settled and going speed. And we can see now that steering woes has allowed Leichhardt to come back into this race.
So UWA, the pace setters here, doing it really nicely. That battle for silver, you can see heating up. It's Leichhardt left of screen and Carrum on the far right, and on the inside, the WA Rowing Club. They're just falling back a little bit now in 4th position. Riverside, they're back in 5th at the moment. But it's the UWA pairing of Janelle Austin and Megan Bagworth, Ava Myler. What a few days she's had. She's enjoyed a few victories,
hasn't she? You know, unfortunately, in this thing, there's no golds for the coaches, you know, and we'll hope to get that introduced at some stage. Ava Myler would not be able to get out of the chair with all the medals that her team has brought home this weekend. And look at this. This is a quality row at the moment. They're just stretching this lead right out. They have the bit between the teeth. They've got the line in sight. There's the Carrum combination there, and Leichhardt on this side. We have Zong in the bow and Bourget in the stroke seat of that.
Good battle, isn't it, for silver?
That is a very good battle for silver. Look, if the Western Australia Rowing Club can get straight in their lane and just get moving in the right direction again, they will be a definite chance here. But we're just looking at that University of WA crew there. They're looking fairly comfortable there. They've probably backed it off ever so slightly. Oh, the rating hasn't come down much. They've got this race won. They're going to go all the way to the line. The race is on, though, for that 2nd place. So there goes University of WA with a great win. And we're coming down to the line now, and it will be the Carrum crew coming across to take 2nd place, followed by Leichhardt. Then it's the Western Australian Rowing Club combination. And coming across the line now, close out the field, is the Riverside pair of Pagani and Sterling.
So the University of WA, another victory in the bag, having a fantastic regatta. The home team, University of WA, another gold medal here. Carrum have also done well through Jackie Deagle and Anna Lloyd-Smith, coached by Drew Holman. So we continue on. We've got an A4 now on the water. They've got them ready to go, and we'll quickly go through the lineup. It is the ADF rowing crew in lane number 3, Collins, Daniel Watson, Rod Kaplick and Brent Solomon, and then Newcastle through Jack Hanley, Ben Homer, who's had a good regatta, Bill Todd and Dave McCready in the boat, and the Curtin University team of Oliver Eisenlaw, Piero Azevedo, Burke DeSam, Vadim Bocchio and Jarrett Vorster getting away really well in lane 5, left of screen. And the pace is on early.
Yeah, I think we've seen the movie franchise Fast and Furious, but we're going to see it out here today. These A quads, they really can wind the rating up, and they're not afraid to really power it through. But a great start by the Curtin University combination here, and they have really broken out from the other ones. The quality crew in that Newcastle crew and the ADF crew, and just not quite going with it at the moment. And going to harp on it. I am going to harp on it, Travis, but I've got to say this picture here that we're seeing here of the boats coming across this expanse of water and their trails out the back from the drone shot is for any rowing enthusiast just warms your heart a little bit. So I'm very happy to be part of being able to see that. But this Curtin University crew, they are putting the accelerator down. They're not going to let up. I think Newcastle have just come into their stride, though. I just sense that they'd pulled back probably 100 millimetres here, another one. The bow ball's starting to move up towards the stroke, man. They'll be sensing that. So would Curtin University, but you've got to stay away from them. They are in the wrong there. You got the marshal he's got his flag out the side. He's going, come on, fellas. Fair game. You get back over into your lane. They're still persisting there, so they've got a bit of a bias there. Yeah, the umpire will be getting probably a little bit vocal now. The only thing that will be stopping from going, throwing the toys out of the basket is that Newcastle are actually behind them. So it's actually Newcastle that aren't faring well out of this arrangement.
Lost a bit of ground, haven't they? There,
yeah,
Rob?
they've lost a bit of ground. They pulled all that ground back, but they'd be so conscious of the umpire behind them waving at them and the boat right there. And we can see they're coming across again. So not quite sure what's going on in that boat, but they need to... and there's a big turn there. So something is... certainly amiss, and that is certainly not helping them. They're now rowing in the puddles of the other boat. Big turn to get out of that. They had to do that. They've just literally lost 2 or 3 metres, heading back the other way now. They'll be very disappointed in this, how this has panned out for them, because I actually thought coming through the 500 metre mark they were with a real chance. Totally unflustered though, this Curtin University crew, totally unflustered. Did not let it upset them, did not alter their course at all. They were in the right, so they stuck over on the right-hand side of their lane, probably made it a little bit worse, and that got them the win right there. Newcastle coming across, they will salvage a second place and a silver medal out of it. They will be wondering the discussion tonight over a Gage Roads beer will be what could have been.
Basically rode 1,100 metres today. They've really left and right, and there they were, coming with a bit of a flurry of strokes, but almost a bit too much power on one side. Just meant they lost too much ground, and it wasn't to be able to be made up over that Curtin University. Very well drilled team, that Curtin University team, and they have successfully taken home the Australian Championship in 2026.
Yeah, we move on to the last race before a half-hour break, and it's the Men's Masters J2M pair. In lane 3, we have Corio Bay Swan River Composite, George Zuris and Dick Gerard. In lane 4, Mosman Drummoyne Composite, Graham Wern and John May, and the Mosman crew of John Hardy and Philip Titterton. And so this is going to be a real shootout. These guys would have... This is a handicap race, so the Zuris-Gerard combination, I'm not quite sure where they're going at the moment. I think they're going back to the car to get the keys at the moment, because they're going diagonally across the course. What is going on? Well, that really hasn't helped their handicap at all. They had 16 seconds. No, I think they've had a rethink of this. This might have been a full start. So they've definitely stopped out there. I think they've got to come back to the start and get the 16 seconds, not start from 16 seconds out from the pontoon. So I'm not sure what's going up. They're backing it back now. So we're going to be a little while off before we get a start in this. So just probably a little bit keen to get going in that race. This combination from Corio Bay Swan River will be off go. Mosman Composite will be off 16 seconds, as will the Mosman crew. And I guess they're saying, well, we're going to go off go. We'll just go when we're ready, and catch us if you can. So just bring it back into the blocks now. These guys are fairly skilled, so it's not going to take too long.
For George Zuris, he's fresh off his win in the Sculls just a short time ago. So he was perhaps just needing a refreshment from the banks there. He darted quite sharply towards the bank side, and they'll need just to clean that up a little bit this time. I'm sure they will.
There was a bit of an imbalance in power, wasn't there? I guess the umpire, now the starter, will be going, just give me a few, quiet and calm instructions to the pair about coming back into line. So just bring it back in now. It's got a bit of overcast, a bit more cloud coming in, a bit lower cloud. I'm Not sure, Travis, you're more familiar with this than me. Are we going to get any rain out of this?
Might be a shower, I think, in this. It's coming from the southwest, so that is generally where we'll see the rain come. We've got a big front coming through on Sunday, Rob, so we'll...
I saw that, yeah.
Wish you well on your flight home.
Yeah, they're certainly predicting some wild weather, and we're getting copied on both sides of the country at the moment. So, so much for the El Nino that we're supposed to be heading into, but they're saying that's still another month or two away, which is a very dry and hot period. But yeah, we've got the crews all back into line now, remembering that this crew on the right-hand side of your screen in lane 3 will have a go and have a 16-second start over the other two crews. Now, both those crews are very, very experienced. They've seen it, they do a lot of racing against each other, and they can certainly move the boats. And away go the Corio Bay Swan River composite crew. Haven't quite headed back to the car park on this one, but still got a bit of a tendency to get over that side of the course. Just looking a bit tentative, it looks like George Zuris in the bow there, just quite tentative, trying to balance the power coming out of it. And you can see the difference in the approach, the other crews coming out of there. They've come out with vigour. And as I said, that crew still suffering from a little bit of bow side bias, and is heading, and probably the best thing that no, they've stopped. They've decided it's just not working for them, and they've just pulled over now, and we'll try to just probably paddle it down the lane. But we see the combination of May and Wern just taking a slight lead over John Hardy and Philip Titterton. Philip Titterton in the stroke seat of that boat. Philip Titterton, of course, winning. Must have been the single scull yesterday, or J single scull yesterday, and teaming up with, I understand, Kathleen Hextall in the Champion of Champions lightweight double scull, so that'll be a great combination there. Graham Wern, of course, the Drummoyne rower, represented Australia numerous times as a lighty. I think was successful at World Championship level or World Cup level. Certainly, he has a lot of experience in both sculling and sweep oared boats, and both these crews, surprisingly, because they've done a lot of rowing in pairs, surprisingly both still crossing over their lanes. So it just must be the excitement of rowing at Champion Lakes, I guess. They want to see as much of this course as they possibly can.
Just shows you, even with all the experience of George Zuris and Dick Gerard, just how difficult it is to balance a boat with the power, and especially in a pair. It seems like a pair is almost even harder when you've got that imbalance in capabilities.
Yeah, and what happens in a pair, probably the problem that they've had is, I'd say they've had the stronger rower in the bow, and the bow already has that advantage over, the mechanical advantage over the stroke being further forward in the boat. So there's got a tendency to pull them around. Trick in the pair is to be able to balance your pressure through the water off the stroke in the boat, and that takes a lot of doing. And once you get that right, I mean, we saw those boats yesterday, with the back of the boat just swishing around a bit, as they couldn't quite get that exact balance of power. But once you do get it, the boats run particularly well. And that's how you get the most out of them. You can see this boat here, though, they've got it pretty well down pat. Still drifting a little bit, the tail of the boat a little bit to the left. That means that probably the John May, the guy in the stroke seat, has more at the finish. Graham Wern getting more at the catch. So pressure on the catch just causes that boat to wander around. You look across at the Titterton and Hardy boat, and it is running very true in the water. So they've done a lot of rowing together, and they've been able to work that out. So it's just something to watch out for in pairs, and the good pairs. And we saw, we just had a great one from Bond and Murray, the New Zealand pair, and almost at times they looked. Bond had a very unusual style of cutting it off very short, but that was all based around their ability to keep that boat straight and what worked for them to keep that boat straight and moving in the right direction. And we look now at John May and in the stroke seat there, and John May, a great guy. He's been around rowing for a long time, and so is this Hardy and Titterton, and certainly they're all friends and have probably known each other for 30, 40 years. And Graham, weren't they drawing in the big one? So he's starting to struggle a bit. He's watching the Titterton-Hardy combination come back at him. They've probably just gave him a lot of ground, but certainly they've wound it up, and just trying to respond at the moment, and finally now responding in kind. And Graham Wern said, no, this is not going to happen. So he's just upped the ante here and wound it up. John May, very experienced stroke. He knows how to win a race. He's won many, and national and state level, and they will bring it home to take out the J to M pair.
Congratulations, Graham Wern, John May. Graham Wern, part of the Drummoyne Club. He might just be saying to John May, you might want to sign up to Drummoyne next year. Might be time to leave those Mosman teammates and see the light over at Drummoyne. What do you think there, Rob?
I think there is absolutely no chance on this earth that John May would leave the red and white hoops. So look, he's done had some great rowing experiences over there, and certainly these three, and now with I think John Struick's their other partner, didn't come over, but they have in the four very often in quads, and they just love their rowing experience as a group of mates. So.
Well, it's fantastic to see them still out here on the water. George Zuris and Dick Gerard are still making their way down to complete the course. We will have a short break in proceedings. It's been fast and frantic out on the water. We still have plenty of great racing to come. We still have at least 10 to 12 big finals and more gold medals to decide. We're here thanks to Kennards Hire and Zika Perth, as well as Bont Rowing, Gage Roads, and also the City of Armidale and the Government of Western Australia, and also McHenry and Honan. It's great to have your company. We'll be back in about 15 minutes' time with plenty more action here from Champion Lakes.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zika X.
that, love? Ken Oath!
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, you know, and where else, you know, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
As I'm rising, my stomach's flipping.
We are on Whadjuk Noongar country. Armidale is an outer metro, so there was a lot of transient foot traffic. Historically, a lot of our people and our ancestors walked through this space. The city has always supported the Champion Centre and the Aboriginal Development Team. Any sort of cultural thing that we can do, whether it is circus, whether it is theatre, language, dance, we'll try and push that for these kids to make sure that they have access to their knowledge base. I think it's quite exciting to watch people stand there and look at all the art and then want to ask questions.
Everywhere you look, you see art or something beautiful. We're forgetting that we have all this here in Armidale. It makes people calm and happy. Lots of artists now open their studio like I do. People come to my studio all the time. All us artists have met. The Open Studio Trail is amazing. It's a bit of a forgotten area.
It's an interpretation of our community, our culture, and who we are as a people, as in City of Armidale residents.
Hey boss, Ken Oath sorted. All good?
Ken Oath.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Ken Oath feeling.
Coming out to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rowley Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
It used to be a choice. Design or luxury, technology or space, performance or price. It used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
4.5 the. All right, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you may be watching on the live stream, this is my commitment to Rowing Australia and Rowing WA. I'll do any work in the rain, hail or shine, especially when it comes to our major sponsor, the Zeekr cars. And we have the full range on display down here at Champion Lakes today. We've got the X over here to the left, the 7X, gee whiz, it's an absolutely beautiful car. It's got the massage seats in there as well. And then here, the 009, 0 to 100 in 3.4 seconds. Absolutely phenomenal for a car of this size. If you take a look at this Zeekr, absolutely beautiful. We won't open up the door, just the rain will get in there, but these seats, they can fold back. Rob Glendenning is also wanting to get in there and have a little bit of a snooze a bit later. They've got the massage function in there. They open right out like a full lounger. Absolutely beautiful car. The 7X, my wife actually went to try one of these last weekend. She absolutely loved it. We'll be definitely getting an order. They're in a fantastic car. The Zeekrs, they're the proud sponsors of the championships here. Absolutely beautiful to watch. Then you've got the smaller X here. Absolutely phenomenal performance. Fantastic range. Over 600 kilometres of range on the 7X. How good is that? That's just a phenomenal achievement that they've been able to do in the Zeekr range. Really is a wonderful car, and we thank them for bringing those down here for us to use. While I'm down here, you can just, to get everyone at home a bit of a feel of what's happening down here at Champion Lakes. We've got the food trucks just in here, just set up. They're looking after everybody and between races and all the volunteers that are here. It's a great little setup for us all. We've got the tower. If you just swing around here, we've got the tower from which we're all working from. All the Rowing WA officials are up in there and we're getting the job done. And then just up here, if we just walk around here, we've got the main terrace. This terrace is where there are some light refreshments. Also one of the best views in the Champion Lakes area to watch all the rowing from. You can get a couple of nice drinks just to give you a bit of a snapshot at home of what you can expect when you come up to the rowing. Of course, we've got the single fin gauge roads. They're on full display. Great to have the gauge roads here. Excuse me, sir, have you just been enjoying one of the gauge roads this afternoon?
Not yet, I've just been walking up here, but I might grab one later.
What's your story? Are you rowing or are you just here to cheer on a few friends?
Right now I'm doing something very important, watching my wife come down, but have been competing today, yeah.
Fantastic, and it's been a great event, hasn't it?
It has. It's pity about the rain now, but it's been great so far, really good.
Good luck, and I hope your wife goes well. So along here we've also got a few stories being told, and we'll just see what's going on down here. Hello gentlemen, we're just up here, we're on the live stream. You're live around the country, if not the world, so do not say anything too damaging. What's your name and how long have you been in the rowing business?
I've been in the rowing business since 1962. Big long break, I came back in 2005.
And how have you found the racing here at Champion Lakes?
Some of the rowing that I've been watching has been so skillful that it's a pleasure to watch if you know what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been absolutely phenomenal, the competition. And in terms of the conditions, they've been pretty good. Bit of rain now, but it's been pretty good here, hasn't it?
Of course. The conditions today have been absolutely brilliant, especially this morning when, with the results from the interstate crew, we from Torrens particularly love to see the quad, the interstate quad. What a race. What a race.
Yeah, it was a fantastic race. It was great to see the teammates. Now, I'm sure there's a few stories that go on up here. What are some of the good stories that you've heard up here so far?
Oh, it's pretty quiet up here mostly, but we can always make a few up if you'd like.
Oh, we won't go there. Great to meet you both. Enjoy the rest of the championships. If we just come along here too, we've got plenty more spectators up here just enjoying. You're just on the live stream, hope you don't mind. Just wanted to come and mix with the punters here, give everyone at home a little bit of a feel of what goes on. I can see the medals proudly around your neck. What did you win at these championships?
The pair this afternoon, so I had a great race, having a Coke Zero to celebrate.
And how about yourself?
Yeah, so Ollie's my husband, so come down to support him. Nice to see him get the win after lots of early mornings. So yeah.
It's a big commitment, isn't it, to be in the rowing family and to make your way over to Perth. You obviously love your rowing, and did you hesitate at all when you heard it announced in WA?
Well, I'm a Perth local, so it was a given when it was here. It's on the radar for a good almost 12 months when it was first announced. So been working towards it for quite a while. Yeah.
Congratulations on your medal for the rest of the championship. And maybe at Gage Roads a little bit later on. Well, Rob, that's probably just about it. Not too much more going on. There's a few Gage Roads down there just been enjoyed, a few McHenry Honans as well. It's a great vantage spot up here, Rob. If you do get the chance to come down and enjoy some of the action, you just get a prime view as all the crews come past. It really is a wonderful spot to enjoy all of the rowing. Well, we're just about ready to get back into some more action. I'll throw back up to you, and I'll be back up to join you really soon.
I was just checking on that. Thanks, Travis. You looked very comfortable over there. Just got a little bit wet. Maybe just grab a Gage Road and bring a few back, and we can compare notes this afternoon. We're just heading into the start of race 202. The conditions out there looking absolutely perfect, aren't they, for ducks? It is certainly has got fairly wild and woolly out there. We've got the Mixed Masters F8, and we have in lane 2 ANA rowing clubs Nora Arichi, Frances Conchi Stanley, Claire Wellbeloved, Nancy Ralph, Adam Ramshaw, Ian Hilton, Richard Ralph, John Walters, and Kay Jansen is their coxswain. In lane 3, we have Manning Rivers Composite, Leichhardt, Jennifer Zonga, Daniel Bourget, M. Barrick, Susan Huggett, Graham Nix, Roy Halliday, Rhett Patterson, Nick Johnson, and Bonnie White is their coxswain. In lane 4, Melbourne University's Belinda Caillard, Ingrid Just, Paul Ferguson, Ian Harbeck, Anthony Langford, Greg Longdon, Georgina Bell, Catherine Button, and Graham Bushnell is the coxswain. In lane 5, Yari Yaris, Cherry Bennett, Rebecca George, Rachel Golonka, Kathy Sagaris, Colin Rawson, Stuart Critchell, Adam Gray, and Jack Chatsukumis, and Sam Lincoln is their coxswain. In lane 6, Melbourne Rowing Clubs, Warwick Grant, Greg Hansen, Greg Feinsnack, Hugh McVicker, Irina Benjamin, Lisa Godolfo, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips, and Zena Marzi coxswain. In lane 7, Perth Rowing Clubs, Richard Burnell, Gary March, Meg Pike, Elizabeth Aman, Edwina Foster, Deb Barry, Joel Ireland, Chris Corbett, and Kathy Wright is the coxswain. And crews are on the very, very wet crews are on the start line now. The wind seems to have abated a little bit, which is good, and away they go. And certainly, we've got the drone up there at the moment. I'm not sure how much longer, although the wind's come down, how much longer they can hold out in there. But we've got a great start by all crews in this race. So this is going to be a very close race. The only crew that's just slipped off the back a little bit already is the ANA crew, but certainly the remaining crews and the other 5 crews in this race are off to an absolute cracker of a start. And I think they're what's on their mind is getting out of the rain, getting this race finished, getting up to the terrace bar and start that storytelling this afternoon. And there looks like plenty of energy in going into achieving that outcome. And certainly the big move at the moment, the Manning River Leichhardt Composite over on lane 3. They are really pouring it on at the moment. Trying to go with them is the Melbourne Rowing Club crew over here in lane 6, and they are making some good time too, as are the Melbourne University crew in lane 4. So as we come towards the 500 metre mark, still got a very close race, and any one of these 5 crews could still win this race, and it's looking very good. Although, just as I say that, the Yarra Yarra crew is probably just drifting off the back of this fast-moving pack out the front, the Melbourne University and Manning River combination. So here we go to the 500 metre mark, and it looks like it will be the Manning River Composite going through in first place at the 500 metre mark, followed closely by the Melbourne Uni, 1.78 behind Melbourne 1.74 behind, Yarra Yarra 2.4, 2 behind, Perth 1.95. Not a lot in it, absolutely not a lot in it. But clearly now the two crews out in front, the Manning River Composite and the Melbourne Uni crew have really pushed ahead. So all the work to be done now by Melbourne if they want to go with them, because Yarra Yarra coming back into play and looks like they might start pushing the Melbourne crew for a place. And I'm hearing bells. The Perth crew still not out of it. So here we go. Our camera now on the Manning River Composite crew, and we're getting some great pics there. And the Leichhardt women up in the bow, the Manning River combination down in the stern of the boat, and it's working very well for them at the moment. Just holding off the Melbourne Uni Challenge, coming down with about 250 metres to go. Melbourne still holding down that third place, and it haven't really made a big inroads into that as yet. See Rhett Patterson there in the stroke seat of that Manning River crew. It's certainly working. We've seen some stroking great stroking of that crew. As he's pushing it through the last 200 metres. So Manning River just holding on to that half a length lead, and looks like they will hold the lead all the way to the finish, and they will take out a very good win in this Masters Mixed F8 Championship, followed by Melbourne Uni. It will be Melbourne coming across the line in third place, followed by Yarra Yarra and Perth, the Perth combination. Yeah, so a great win there by the Manning River Composite crew, just ahead of Melbourne Uni. It was then the Melbourne crew, and it's just time's just gone off there. So I'm just joined in the commentary this afternoon by Bobby from Curtin University.
That's right, Curtin University Boat Club.
Curtin University
A
Boat
local
Club.
girl here in WA.
Girl. Yeah. So
you guys have been doing a great job, by the way. We've all been loving the commentary.
Well, thank you. Thank you. We've been working on it, but the voice is getting a bit thin, and I think Travis has taken the opportunity to go out and get it dry. Or no, hold on, that's him running back to the Terrace Bar. So no.
Well deserved. I think he's earned that.
Yeah. So we and so how's your regatta been? You're just spectating, or you've been out and you've been?
No,
boxing?
I've been competing. I won for Western Australia today. I was in the WA state team that won the first ever interstate men's 8.
Men's 8?
Coxing.
Oh, there you go. Well,
yeah.
You have had a big day of it. And they must be just working out their celebrations tonight, are they? Or?
Another race tomorrow, unfortunately. I know, delayed,
I don't know.
Delayed gratification, they call it.
Yeah, okay. I'd have to say that was a great win by that crew, and well done you, getting them home.
Think you.
Yeah, so we just moving on to the Mixed Masters G4. So I might, we'll just do they're well underway now, so we'll just do a very quick read of the crew list. Karam in lane 1, David Rafter, Jackie Petley, Anthea Amos, Paris Golden, and coach Drew Holman. In lane 2, Melbourne Composites, Julia Wood, Penny Rattray, Robertson, Rodney Stewart and Stephen Reynolds. In lane 3, Hawthorns, Mark Oliver, John Stewart, Julie Cochin and Ruth Oliver. In lane 4, Canning Bridges, Linda Pepal, Kenneth Price, Alan Barry, Melissa Hapley. In lane 5, Curtin University's Greg Haig, Tim Marshall, Ronnie Cooper and Sharon Ann Jones. In lane 6, Murray Bridge Composite, Evelyn Bowen, Alison Kirkwood, Simon Knoll and Graham Hunt. And in lane 7, Ulverston Composite, Christine McCready, Glenn Shooter, Mary Cameron and Michael Wilson. So how are you seeing this?
This is the first time I've seen all 7 lanes filled today, isn't it? I guess you've been up here watching. Look, there's clearly some excitement happening between lane 3, Hawthorn, and lane 6, Murray Bridge Composite. From here, I couldn't call it. I think Murray Bridge Composite are slightly ahead. Both of those crews underrating the rest of the field, so they're clearly nicely in control. So I think Murray Bridge Composite is now just edging ahead, but we've actually also got a very good battle for second going on, which is between Melbourne Composite in lane 2 and Ulverstone Composite in lane 7. So actually not a close field. Couldn't tell you who's going to come out on top this time. Yep, this one.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. So so we're we've got a they're currently it does look like the Melbourne Composite. Sorry, we've got a crew over there. So it would be the Hawthorn crew now holding a pretty good stead there, and we just crossed across to the Ulverstone Composite crew there. I can see Michael Wilson there in the 2 seat. So it certainly does look to be a
very close.
Yeah, very close. And we get the angles are a little bit twisted. I can see Julia Wood there, so that's going to be the Melbourne Composite crew there. And they were the crew that did look to be in second place. The Hawthorn crew of Mark Oliver, John Stewart, Julie Cochin and Ruth Oliver, probably holding down a lead, but it's very difficult on the angles. So also looking across at the Murray Bridge Composite. So it's going to be a real race to the line here. We've just got a view across the things there of the Hawthorn and the Melbourne Composite as we look there. And certainly probably just starting to dry out after the downpour at the start. But I'm thinking they'll be loving the fact that they're getting a bit warmed up here and coming down. But look at this crew, the movement of this Melbourne Composite crew. They have really come up, haven't they, Paul?
They definitely lifted the rate in the last 250, and they're actually holding their form really well, sitting up tall, not dropping the shoulders. So they've still got some power for the line. They're going to have to push really hard, though, against this Murray Bridge Composite. I would put my money on a bow ball on Murray Bridge Composite at the moment, but you're right, it's very hard to call. But there's definitely been a reshuffle. I think Melbourne are looking comfortable in third against...
Yeah, and there they go across the line. It was the Melbourne Composite crew getting across 0.9.
It was that close.
Yeah, it was that close. 2.29 back to Hawthorn, and then Ulverstone following them through. So it was a very close race as it turned out. So we're now going back up to the second division of the mixed Masters G4. Just as we get the last couple of Curtin University just coming across the line. I think we've got one more to come across the line, just a little bit further out, and we'll come across to close out this field. So we'll look back up to the Mixed Masters G4, race 204, Division 2. Do you want to give us the crews?
I will do. So in lane 2, we've got Perth, which is featuring Vanessa Grant, Craig Huxtable, Bo Tang and Celia Cornwell. Then we've got lane 3, Manning River from New South Wales, John McCallum, Mark Couchman, Gabe Pullen, Sue Edwards. Lane 4, Corio Bay from Victoria, Peter Aberley, Christine McGlade, Richard Axe and Pam Wessendorf. Lane 5 is Bunbury down south here in WA, Pina Barbara, Brenda Bartholomew, Peter Bairstow, John Soroka, coached by Chris Iredale. Lane 6, Buckingham Composite, Leslie Cioccarelli, I think that's right. Deb Cook, Peter Walker and Tom Ott. And lane 7, again, full lanes for this one. Commercial Composite from Queensland with Jacqueline De Jong, David Bellamy, Doug Rolfe and Barbara Hall.
Yeah, and look, I've got to just make a slight correction because I'm just going to stop you. Someone from Corio Bay coming up here and saying,
thank you.
Yes, I know. I've fallen into that trap and faced the consequence. So, so we've got a good start there, and it was a good start by that Commercial Composite crew over on this side, as we'd expect from Jacqueline De Jong, Dave Bellamy, Doug Rolfe and Barbara Hall. They've had some great rows today. Also the Perth crew, those names we've seen come up many times as well. Vanessa Grant, Craig Huxtable, Bo Tang and Celia Cornwell. So that's where the race is at the moment, and certainly some great drone shots and great shots all the way around. The quality of the telecast is sensational.
And it's interesting seeing, we still don't have a huge amount of wind on the course, which has been a great relief, I think, in the racing so far. But a couple of crews still struggling to hold their line, and as soon as you touch that foot and put that rudder on, you're putting a brake under the boat, just fractionally, but if you can steer yourself absolutely bang in the centre of that lane, keep your foot off that steering plate, then you're going to be saving yourself milliseconds here, which makes a difference when the boat's really flowing. So clearly Commercial Composite, strong out front. It's quite interesting. They seem, I'm not wearing my best glasses, but from what I can see, it literally looks like everyone's put a bloke in the stroke seat.
Yeah, it is interesting, and we were talking about that yesterday. And you know, I typically would have the females at the bow and stroke, and the men in the middle.
Men in the middle, yeah, absolutely, engine room.
Yeah, where they can be told what to do, and I think that's an important important aspect of this mixed cruise, isn't it, Bulby? But yeah, certainly. And as Bulby said, we've seen a lot of that over the couple of days. Crews drifting over onto the lane ropes. We saw a crew earlier on get caught in the lane rope coming off the start and just stopped the boat dead. They got an all caught under the first float out there, and it certainly caused great grief. But I'm looking at how this Corio Bay crew is coming through. They are certainly winding it up. Is it Corio Bay or is it Bunbury? I think it's
Corio Bay.
Corio Bay,
yep,
and
yep.
Corio Bay and Bunbury are coming through with them. So the Perth crew over there certainly looking very good at the moment, but it's closing up as we come down to the last 250 metres. We can see this field, the others coming back to the front leaders, the early leaders, Commercial Composite, the Perth crew. Here come Corio Bay, here come Bunbury. So it is certainly coming back with vigour, and we'd also expect that Commercial crew, yeah, and I've just noticed then they've just actually picked up their rate. They've just gone for a push. They're going to have to do that. They've got Corio Bay absolutely powering down on them at the moment. We've got David Bellamy there sitting up in the stroke seat, and he's a very experienced stroke, and he would know what he has to do. But I tell you, I think if Corio Bay keeps this up, they're in a little bit of strife. Perth crew now just dropping behind Corio Bay and allowing Bunbury to come into play.
Yeah, it looks like Bunbury are going to have a very strong finish here. So you're absolutely right. Perth has dropped back. So it's now first, second, third. First to the Commercial Composite. Corio Bay just held on to it over Bunbury in third place. But what a strong finish. I think, judging from those two semi-finals, we're going to be in for a very exciting final.
Yeah, they're divisions. So
they're divisions. Mixed goodness hell, we've got more to go through.
I
wow.
wish we were going to see a final in that one, because it would have been
That
great.
would have been a great one.
Great, yeah. Of course, we're in mixed events now, so we're just running those divisions. And we're moving right up to race 205, the Mixed Masters C double. Division 1, and in lane 2 we have Glebes, Belindy Rowe and Andy Wiggin, coached by Rob Dallimore. In lane 3, ADF Rowing's Catherine Kessler and Rowan Jaya Wardner. In lane 4 we have Yarra Yarra's Ebony Ebenwalder and Brent Lukadu Wells. In lane 5, Sandy Bay Lindisfarne Composite of Tom Wilcox and Eliza Richardson. In lane 6, Northwest Claire Gregg and Marcus Tonelli, coached by Trevor Barrett and Roberto Aeda. In lane 7, Shoalhaven's Mark Thirlwell and Lorraine Hayward, coached by Andrew Parry. And can I say, if I could count the number of times that Belindy Rowe, Andy Wiggin, the two from the ADF, Eben Walder and Lukadu Wells, Tom Wilcox, etc., had come down this course in the first couple of days, I think I've run out of hands. So it's been quite a phenomenal effort by all those athletes.
And look, the Sandy Bay Composite have absolutely blasted out of the box with Tom Wilcox and Eliza Richardson. Really strong, straight as a dime, great rating, absolutely together, lots of power. Getting very, very good clearance, which is the distance between each of their strokes. You can see those watching online, looking at the drone footage, you can see just how much clearance they're getting between each stroke. So really getting maximum run on that boat for the rate they're getting. But being chased, they're not escaping from Yarra Valley, who are next to them in lane 4. So going to be very competitive if Yarra Valley can just keep this overlap. They've got 2/3 overlap. Just Sandy Bay Composite got a canvas in front.
Yep.
Sandy Bay have dropped the rate quite considerably, still looking comfortable. But as a result of that, Yarra are absolutely putting the pressure on now.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that over the last couple of days. This combination, particularly Brent Lukadu Wells, I think he is in the stroke seat, though he might not be. It might be Ebony that's in the stroke seat of that boat, but certainly they have made rating their friends. Just going back to Sandy Bay and Lindisfarne quite close together down there in Hobart on the Derwent, so they would be well acquainted with each other. But it's a great, very, very nice part of the world, Sandy Bay, just a suburb of Hobart. But yeah, look at this, Lukadu Wells and Eben Wallander, they are really turning it on now, coming down to the 500 metre mark, and they have pulled out to about a length's lead over the Lindisfarne Sandy Bay Composite. So it's going to be hard for them to go with it. I think they've lost about half a length. Will be in the last 100 metres.
Yeah, that was an incredible push. And look, a lot of the race plans for these crews is, do we wait until the 500 metres or do we actually start going early? And as you say, because they've actually now raced each other a few times, you actually start getting to know each other's race plan, and you can kind of say, actually, if we're going to go at the 350 mark, which is clearly what Yarra Yarra have done, if we're going to get them, we've got to go early, and that's what they've done. So they put their foot on the accelerator before the 500, and that's clearly paid dividends.
Yeah, and absolutely. Certainly the Lindisfarne sculler Wilcox known for getting off the start very, very quickly. But once again, we're just looking at the aspect in this boat. The boat very flat through the jaw, very calm off the back. Really just keeping this boat moving. There's no big size muscling of the boat. It is just keeping the boat keeping the cadence, just doing what they need to do to keep the boat flowing, and certainly doing that very well at the moment. About 250 metres to go, and they have really pulled out to a very good lead.
Yeah, very comfortable now. They're sitting at a relatively low rate. It's interesting, if you look at the blade work of that leading double of Yarra Yarra, you can see stroke is rowing longer than bow, and yet they're managing to very cleanly come out together. So they've got their feet adjusted, so they're both behind the pin at exactly the right moment, which, even though they're not able to row the same length at the front end of the stroke, they're able to release the boat together, thus enabling them to really get some run on that boat.
And of course the stroke will be stronger here, and so he's able to hold the angle at the tighter angle at the catch. So we're seeing that, and but he's certainly powering away at the moment. There's it looks like they are working particularly hard. Some big breaths coming out of Tom Wilcox's lungs there, but it was a great win.
There's just a little battle here happening for third. Who's going to cross the line?
It's going to be very, very close, and it will be, looks like the Shoalhaven crew, and then it will be back to ADF. ADF, and we're just waiting now for Northwest to come through, and followed by the Glebe combination. So reasonable time in that, of 3:46. I think the conditions have absolutely flipped, and it is now the sun's coming out, the rain's gone, the wind's gone.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking at the flags, they're sitting, and you can tell on the start line, they're not tapping, they're not having to adjust. They're able to just sit comfortably in their lanes without the wind blowing them. There's no adjustment happening. You know when the wind is up, because you'd see them tapping their blades a little bit here, trying to get their bow pointing in the same direction with the wind blowing.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that over the first few days. We had that very strong at one stage. We had a very strong that sou'wester, and certainly and the nor'wester, and certainly the boats trying to keep their bow into the breeze, just to keep it and let it drift back on the start. It was varying things of success there in doing that. But yeah, you want to get this?
Yeah, here we are. So this is Mixed Masters Division 2 in Lane 2. We have Essendon with Tony Sirotic and Louise Barker. Lane 3, A&A from Western Australia, Renee Bravelli and Dale Hawkins. I saw Renee come down just an hour ago. She'll be tired. Lane 4, A&A Composite from WA, Marianne Amato and Alec Munger. Lane 5, WA Rowing Club from West Australia, and Travis Harling and Hayley Bignall. And then in 6 is Shoalhaven from New South Wales, Georgia Owens, Harry Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. And it's clear that A&A in Lane 3 of Renee Bravelli and Dale Hawkins look like they've got out to a great start. Yeah, rest of the field chasing behind.
Yeah, look at those conditions out there now. That's quite amazing, isn't it? Really?
It is. Yeah, very little wind, so they've got the opportunity to just set the boat between the boys, look back to a point on the horizon, get the boat straight, and just find their rhythm. It's actually very challenging in a 1 kilometre race to know when to settle, if to settle at all.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's, I would not coach a crew and tell them to settle in a 1K race. We may change a rhythm, we may change whatever, but it'll be just a slight adjustment, because you just can't afford to. I would say 10, 15 years ago that was a possibility, but the training now and the speeds they're getting out of these boats now has made that a thing of the past so much.
Yeah,
and you've just got to work out how to get that. That's why the importance of the race plan. We've seen so many crews here over this weekend, even splitting and winning races. There's got to be something in it.
Yeah.
So, you know, the fly and die doesn't necessarily win because there'll be a crew coming back that's on their race plan that it's going to trash you over the second 500 metres. So, you know, go to the plan, race if you need to race in the last 300 or 400 metres. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, look, this crew of A&A, Bravelli and Hawkins, and we saw a very good row from both these in the men's and the women's doubles the other day, and both fared very well. And Dale Hawkins certainly, I think it was in the single scull, performed very well. But they have cleared out from the Western Australia Rowing Club crew of Harling and Bignell. And once again, as you said, I think these were coming down the course only a short while ago as well. Over in Tony Siratek and Louise Barker in lane 2, faring well but not able to go with the pace. Looking very, very neat in their sculling. And these are the younger age group, of course. This is 43 to 50. There'll be young people at home thinking, young age group? Yes, this is a young age group, I can assure you. But it looks like this crew is just going to power away. They've got about 200 metres to go.
Yeah, they're making it look incredibly easy. And these guys, they have got parallel blades at the catch, doing really well in terms of Renee's matching that stroke's length. But their catch placement is excellent. It's super quick, super clean. They're just picking up the bow, able to swing it along really long strokes. They're not lifting the rate at all, even though they've only got about 200 metres to go. They know that they've got this in the bag if they can just maintain.
Yeah. And we can see the flexibility in the bow, and that's allowing it to get the length. Probably a little less flexible through the hips there in the straight seat. You might look at this and go, "Oh my goodness!" But certainly that does allow them to get a very similar length through the water, parallel oars, and that is certainly working for them as they come down. About 100 metres to go now into the Red Boys. They'll be happy to see those. They'll be past the Red Boys. In fact, they're over the line. So they'll come across the line in first. It will be the West Australia Rowing Club, Harling and Bignell in second. It looks like it was Essendon in third. We'll be back to A&A Composite in fourth. And a little bit further back to the Shoalhaven combination. Very similar time to the previous heat, actually. So conditions out there look to be fairly even. And looking back up there now, Bobby, it's crazy. Calm conditions.
I know, the rain has absolutely peeled off. There's been a break in the cloud. Very little wind. Again, you can see they're just sitting still. There's no adjustment going on. I can't tell you what a difference it makes when you're sitting on the start line, not constantly having to tap the boat around when that starter's call goes. And I don't know if it's consistent, but the races that I've done over the last couple of days, there's quite a long delay. We get the attention, and then we don't get a go. It's not a 2-second wait. It's a 5-6 second wait.
I think they've got a 6-second window, a 5 or 6 second window. They can call that in. So,
yeah.
And they'll often vary it to. We haven't had many jump starts, so that indicates that everybody's waiting for the start.
Yeah.
I see that the lights are working again now. They have been off and on, not working. And certainly when they were using the flag standing in the middle, and yet all the crews having to watch the flag because, of course, you can't hear. So the bows and 2s and 3s and 4s in a quad are all having to watch the flag, so that's a bit of a distraction in itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
But good that the lights are working again now, and that makes life a whole lot easier.
But when you've got that kind of delay, it's so great when you've got these beautiful calm conditions. So,
yeah.
Gosh, they've all left as a pack together in lane 2. We've got Lower Clarence from New South Wales, Luke Ryan. Am I doing this correct? Did I call the right one? Yes, I did. Yep. Luke Ryan, Vanette McLennan, coached by Candice Jago. In lane 3 from A&A, we've got Elsa Lai and James McGrath. Lane 4, WA Rowing Club, or WARC, Jorian Lydecker and Oliver Hickman. Lane 5 from Fremantle, Caroline Foster and Peter Holiday. And in lane 6, another North Shore composite of Nikki Lopresti and Andrew Simpson.
Yeah, that combination out on this side of the North Shore Mosman combination, very strong. I mean, Nikki Lopresti was leading, I think it was the C single yesterday, and had a major shipwreck about probably only about 100 metres out, and was unable to recover. She was in front at the time and got overtaken. So she'll be looking in all her races from now on to try to get some make up for that result in that race. And they certainly are turning it on. They are certainly turning it on in this race. It's a little bit further back, the Lower Clarence and ANA crews also faring very well. So we're coming down to the 500 metre mark. Once again, in perfect conditions. We're starting to see that reflection in the of the towers and the cloud breaks there, and they go through the 500 metre mark, 1:47, and they have about a length and a bit's lead over Fremantle, which has a 1.6 second behind the ANA crew. Lower Clarence 0.47 behind them, and 1.15 back to West Australia Rowing Club. So very, very close, apart from the crew out in the lead.
And look, it's always so great when you've got that kind of length, when you can see you've got clear water between your stern and the bow of the next fastest crew. It's such a comfortable position. You can just maintain your rhythm, keep your shoulders loose, just pick up the boat. Whereas the other guys, when they can see people in the corner of their eye, they're constantly on that pressure. They're constantly having to keep that tension to kind of make their move and fight through. So yeah, North Shore Composite looking very comfortable. And you know, the stuff I'm hearing in the paddock over the last couple of days is just how many crews had jumped in for the race. They haven't been training together. And what's so joyful is people coming off just going, that worked.
Yeah.
You know, we just found a sweet rhythm. We're not used to rowing together, but whatever happened, our rowing stroke clicked. We got out well, found a beautiful rhythm. So there's a lot of people coming off rowing with someone they've not rowed with before, but having really satisfying races. And I mean, I've no idea if this North Shore Composite from New South Wales, of Nikki Lopresti and Andrew Simpson, have rowed together before, but if they haven't, they're going to be one of the ones smiling at the finish line going.
I think they share a coach. One's
Brilliant.
at Mossman and one's at North Shore, so I think they share a coach. So they probably are getting in the boat a little bit, I would imagine. They've absolutely streeted this
They
field. They're
really
4
have.
or 5 lengths in front. They went through with about a length and about 4.5 seconds. I think they'll cross the line with about probably about 10 or 12 seconds by the time they hit the line, and they'll cross the line coming up now. Just about 30 metres to go. And here they are crossing the line to take out first. Real race on there for second, third and fourth though. And it does look like the ANA and West Australian Rowing Club combination's going very hard at it, as are the Lower Clarence out there. And it will be the ANA crew getting across the second. It will be Lower Clarence in third, just in front of West Australian Rowing Club, and Fremantle's coming across for 5th place. That was a significantly faster time. Which is interesting, isn't it? 3:36, about 10 seconds faster than the previous 2 divisions. So
extraordinary row. Looked very comfortable throughout.
The luck of the draw, not so good for ANA, Lower Clarence, or West Australian Rowing Club, but certainly a great result with them. They look pretty happy with that result as well.
Yeah, as we always say that. A race hurts, but if you win by a second, it doesn't, and if you lose by a second, it really does. And that's the unfortunate thing. So.
It's right up there with get in front and improve your position, isn't it? That's a great, the best race plan I've heard. Just get in front and improve on your position. So it works every time.
So it looks like we have a 15-minute break now in the racing. So
15-minute break. So
the pontoon guys are obviously trying to get a towel and dry off.
Yeah. So, so we'll just cut to a break at the moment, and we'll get some advertising up and talk to you soon.
It used to be a choice. It used to be design or luxury. It used to be technology or space. It used to be performance or breaking the bank. Yeah, it used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Ken Oath feeling.
Food's fantastic in this region. I mean, we've got, I think, a mini Swan Valley brewing up here. If you buy local, if you keep producing that, you know where it comes from. There's so many little cafes and restaurants and bigger venues that are providing amazing food. We have a lot of really special places around here, cider houses, mini breweries. It's the entrance to the valley, and where else, can you get this beautiful scenery and, most importantly, good food.
We are on Whadjuk Noongar country. Armidale is an outer metro, so there was a lot of transient foot traffic historically. A lot of our people and our ancestors walked through this space. The city has always supported the Champion Centre and the Aboriginal Development Team. Any sort of cultural thing that we can do, whether it is circus, whether it is theatre, language, dance, we'll try and push that for these kids to make sure that they have access to their knowledge base. I think it's quite exciting to watch people stand there and look at all the art and then want to ask questions.
Everywhere you look, you see art or something beautiful. We're forgetting that we have all this here in Armidale. It makes people calm and happy. Lots of artists now open their studio like I do. People come to my studio all the time. All us artists have met. The Open Studio Trail is amazing. It's a bit of a forgotten area.
It's an interpretation of our community, our culture, and who we are as a people, as in City of Armidale residents.
Hey boss, Ken Oath sorted. All good?
Ken Oath.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs. Get the Ken Oath feeling.
Coming up to the hills of Armidale, it lets you experience nature and lets you experience that harmony in a different way. Being surrounded by the really old eucalypts, the jarrah, the marri, really vivid leaves and the chirping of the birds, it's very serene, very tranquil.
Armidale's beautiful hills are the perfect place to escape the loudness of the city. The hills are the perfect place to find some peace and quiet on the weekend, and it's a great place to find some nice local produce. Naked Apple is predominantly an outdoor venue. It's a beautiful area to sit out in nature. We also have a lot of natural places around as well. So we've got Stinton Cascades, Rolly Pools in the immediate area. Araluen Botanic Park just down the road. Coming into spring, everything is super green, lots of flowers. We've also got a lot of hiking areas out towards Mount Dale.
The nature of Armidale Hills offer a place of tranquility, which really makes it special to reconnect with yourself. To escape the hustle and bustle of the city, the Armidale Hills is a beautiful place to relax.
It used to be a choice. Design or luxury, technology or space, performance or price. It used to be. Settle no more. The new Zeekr X.
I love exploring and getting off the beaten track, especially in Armidale. There's so many hidden gems and great trails to discover. You've got hiking, mountain biking, trail running. You can go to Champion Lakes and explore some beautiful waterways there and do some rowing or kayaking. It is really a great place to go to explore the outdoors. It's only half an hour from the city and you've got a world of adventures right at your feet. I love discovering the hidden gems in Bungendore Park and Wollongong Regional Park. They have to be two of my favourite places in the whole of the Darling Range. One of my favourite family-friendly places in Armidale is Wollongong Dam. There are loads of picnic areas and fantastic views, and it's really great for people of all ages. The City of Armidale have done a fantastic job in building a trail network which is inclusive for families and animals, with lots of dog-friendly trails available in the area. The great thing is they've put a lot of thought and effort into the environmental impact, with lots of dieback cleaning stations throughout the whole regional network. There are so many awesome things to do in the outdoors right here in the City of Armidale.
Yeah, we were having a great old discussion there about World Masters Games, and we're unable to. So I had a few more problems that we were unable to solve, so we'll wait for the next break to work on those. We're up for race 208, the Mixed Masters E Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 2, we have Drummoyne Composites' Daniela Bourget, Terry Bridges, Alan Robertson, and Kathleen Hextall. In lane 3, we have Drummoyne's Wendy Roncolado, Carolyn Vernon, Gary Foster, and Gabriel Haythornthwaite. In lane 4, Canning Bridges, Chun Lim, Christopher Sampson, Sarah Frost, and Gillian Denny. In lane 5, have Torrance's Belinda Junkowiak, Simone Ellis, Rob Ellis, Kevin Tankard. In lane 6, ANA's Cloris Colkers, Nancy Ralph, Richard Ralph, and Nigel Lucas. And in lane 7, Noosa Composite, Noosa Brisbane Grand Marians, and Murwillumbars, Jane Swinton, David Hughes, Scott Austin, and Joanne Taylor. And they're in the starters' hands there. Bobby, a crew just a little bit askew in lane 7. So they, the Noosa Composite, looks like they might be trying to head back to the airport and get an early flight home. I'm not quite sure what they're up to, but just straightening it up at the moment. They'd probably be best to pass one of those blades forward on the stroke side and just tap it around a bit. It's not really coming around with what they're doing at the moment.
Yeah, and it's always very hard if you're using just one side to row on to straighten up. That can pull you out of the starter's block. Right. So you've really kind of got to know what you're doing to get your boat straight.
Yeah, and we saw that we saw that this morning, or it was yesterday afternoon, where exactly that happened. The crew in lane 3, the Canning Bridge crew, now screwing across. So when they start off, they're going to have to be very careful to get onto that steering. And as we were talking about before, you were talking about the rudders before, and in these quads, some quads actually are game enough to go down these courses without a rudder, which always intrigues me. However, if the wind is, if it's very slight conditions like this, a rudder is the way to go. If there's a heavy wind, you've really got to work on the pressure on one side or the other, because what happens is you've got to put the rudder on so hard, it's just like throwing a bucket out. And so there's this crossover point where, you know, you go from rudder to changing pressure. Ideally, you don't want the oars people in a sculling boat to be going down the course all the way, pulling more pressure on one side of the boat to the other. So you just give
the fatigue sets in, as you know.
Well, it does,
so,
and if you can just tweak that rudder, keep it relatively straight without overworking it, and work on that thing where you twist the rudder and straighten it up while the oars are out of the water is another little trick that'll just reduce that drag. But they look to have got it straight now. I think we're ready for a start. And we're just looking out for those lights on the pontoon, starting pontoon. They look happy with how it all looks. Just that a long pause at the moment.
Yeah, there really is, and you can see they've just got their blades feathered on the water. They're not squaring
they're
up.
not
They're worried about drifting.
Well,
so
he must be just doing the roll call now. So we should see the lights come on.
You've got NA a little bit of an angle, so they're going to have to get the rudder on just to straighten themselves up on the go.
There you are. There we've got the red light on.
Beautiful.
And the way they should go. And so all crews away fairly cleanly there, boarding.
Yeah, beautiful start from Torrens in South Australia. That was incredibly clean, straight. Got themselves out. They've got a nose out in front straight away, but in lane 1, the Drummond Composite, and in lane 7, the Noosa Composite, also got very nice clean starts and striking high rates, getting them out of the blocks there. But it definitely looks like Torrens in the middle is powering away now.
Yeah, also a good start with that Drummoyne crew and Drummoyne Composite crew. And sitting up in the bow, that is Kathleen Hextall, of course, the manager for Bont Rowing Shoes, and they've got their little stall here if you'd like to get out. And Kathleen certainly likes to get out and do a bit of racing. Won the lightweight E-single yesterday, so knows how the shoes should work and gets out there and tests them on a regular basis. But these two crews are now clearing out from the rest of the field.
Yeah, looking really strong. There's a few timing issues and steering issues happening. In A&A, they've crossed into the lane next door. In fact, they're now well through the boys. So I think the umpire will be chasing them down and waving their flag.
No, he probably won't, because they aren't impeding that crew in front of them. So he'll let them go.
He'll let them go.
Yeah, he'll just let them go wherever they want to go. I think their tactic was, that lane looks really fast. We're going to get over there and see how it feels. Now they've worked it out that wasn't such a great tactic. And
look, one of the things we all know is that rowing in someone else's puddles is not great. And actually, if you can see now on the drone footage, and we're looking at Drummoyne Composite in lane 2 and Drummoyne in lane 3, you can see that lane 3, if they're not careful, if they drop back another length, are still going to be rowing in the wash of the Drummoyne Composite. So you don't want to be 8 or 9 lengths back because you're rowing in dirty water. And what we saw then with A&A crossing out into the Torrens lane is you're straight away rowing in dirty water. And that is, not only slowing you down, but hard to get out of.
Yeah, now we saw some really clever steering this morning where a crew's actually moved over onto their board. They were clearly down the centre of the course. Could see that crew coming across about a length behind, so they moved over onto close to the buoys so they could actually give them a wash.
Give them a
wash.
That's
very clever rowing. And that at the point that you are thinking about that, you really have control over the situation.
So look, there's some big gaps now being placed. We've got the Drummoyne Composite over in lane 2, striking a good rhythm. They actually still have a good canvas, even I'd say half a length overlap with the Torrens crew, who came straight out of the blocks and have maintained a very loose and relaxed rhythm, long at the front, keeping the shoulders low. Nice rowing coming through, but yeah, Drummoyne Composite really putting pressure on them at the moment. So
yeah, they look like they're, and we know Alan Robertson in the 3-seat of that crew from he loves a fast finish, and they are really winding it up now. And we can see the effect of Alan. He'll be calling it up. He'll go up. That's not high enough. Let's go another point. And here they come to the line. It's going to be very close. Torrens now are trying to respond. It's going to be neck and neck coming down to the line. The Alan Robertson signature finish taking place at the moment.
It really is.
Yeah.
Drummoyne Composite now rating 4 pips higher, I would say, than Torrens. So
absolutely, and they're coming down to the line. It's going to be so close.
Yep. Here we go.
It's going to be very close. We haven't got a side on, but it will be.
I was going to say Drummoyne Composite, but we're being told photo finish. So, wow.
Wow. And
that was an impressive rate lift there with about 150 to go for the Drummoyne Composite.
Absolutely. I'm just surprised they call it that way around. But yes, and then a little bit further back then to Drummoyne, the Drummoyne crew and Noosa Composite and A&A. But just waiting for the photo.
How many have you seen during this regatta? How many photo finishes have we had?
Not too many, probably about 5.
Wow.
Probably about 5.
And we're now on race 208, so...
Sorry?
208 race, so is that
Yes.
5 out of
yeah,
208?
That's not, yeah, that's all. So it's, there've been some very close races, but, half a second or so in it, and they've been able to...
So back up at the start, we've got the Mixed Masters E quads taking place, Division 2. Lane 2, Barwon Composite with Karen Patton, Kelly Lewis, Jeff Walker and Christopher Bishop, with the coach Jeff Walker. In lane 3 is Swan River, Vanessa Sturrock, Peter Burge, Anthony Battaglia and Simone Burge. Lane 4, Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, Katrina Davis, Chris Turner and Mark Whitaker. Lane 5, Curtin University, Gerrit Vorster, Daniel Real, Alison White and Pam Nichols. Lane 6 in Fremantle, Paula Fieve, Rob Agnew, Damon Hansen-Carhoy and Alexandra Thornton. Finally, in lane 7, closest to the shore where the spectators are, Yara Yara Victoria, Nick Inglis, Andrew Gray, Rebecca George and Kathy Cigaris.
And now we appear that we might had a sort of didn't have eyes on the ball there. We might have had a full start, but I can now confirm that it was the Drummoyne Composite crew coming home ahead of the Torrens crew by 0.11 of a second. I think we picked that, Bilby. That was pretty good on our part.
Yeah. There's a lesson there in lifting the rate for the line, because that got their bow ball over that line first.
And as I say, I was talking to Alan Robertson earlier today, and congratulate him. He's had 3 of those races in today alone where they've come from behind to pass in the last 100 metres.
And look, that takes a considerable amount of fitness, so they're clearly able, they've got stuff left in the tank to actually lift that race. You've got to have some power left in the legs to actually be able to lift that with all 4 crew members. So they've obviously been working over summer on the ergs and the distance stuff, keeping their fitness. So here we go, heading straight off, Mixed Masters E Quad Division 2. And gosh, several crews have come racing out of the blocks, looking very strong. I would say Fremantle in lane 6 and potentially Shoalhaven in lane 4 might have their noses just out, but also very strong Barwon Composite and Yara Yara. So yeah, everyone's in contact. Even in lane 2, we've got Swan River. They've still got canvas overlap. So very close start.
Yeah, absolutely. The Fremantle crew's got out to a very good pace off the start, and they are looking very good, as are the Shoalhaven and Barwon Composite. Barwon, Footscray City, Murray Bridge and Corio Bay. So that's quite the interstate crew. That's Victoria, New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia. But now extending their lead, the Fremantle crew has just put the hammer down, and they've decided they don't want to be mixed up in this. They're going to get out of here, and very good movement in that boat. They've obviously spent a bit of time there getting really good length. This is an E quad, and they are certainly making this look very, very effective at the moment.
Yep, rowing very smooth. They've got a nice rhythm. Fremantle now pretty much, I think they've got perhaps an absolute nose of an overlap with lane 5 and 7. But I would say now Fremantle have now got out into clear water, striking a very loose, low rhythm. Not absolutely fantastic timing. They're just literally, the catch is off just a little bit, bow chasing everybody in, but they're using it to great effect to stay out in front. But it looks like the lanes closest to the boathouse is just powering away. So we've got Curtin University sitting in 2nd place at the moment, a canvas in front of Yara Yara, who are sitting in 3rd. But Shoalhaven and Barwon Composite are not far behind. Swan River have just dropped back a little bit. They're probably sitting 3 or 4 lengths down now. So we've got a clear leader, and then the middle of the field, 4 crews, all chasing for that 2nd place.
Yeah, but what about Curtin University? Because they certainly were well, not off the pace, but they were nowhere near where they were. They've really come through. But Fremantle, they're looking very, very cool, calm, very relaxed in their stroke there, Bobby. They don't look to be overpowering. I suggest that they might want to get a little bit more urgency in that in their stroke, because the Curtin University crew is coming home fast.
Yep, they absolutely are. So we've got about, Fremantle, they've still got overlaps, so it's not over. I mean, Fremantle looking very calm. They're clearly in control. And look, when you're up like that and you do still have that vision back on the other crews, you are in control. It is easy to respond. But there's no doubt that Curtin are pushing for an overlap here. So Fremantle looking very, very relaxed still loose and strong. But, I think they've run out. I think Curtin have run out of time if they're going to do anything now. Fremantle have given a kick. I think you're right. They realised that perhaps they were just being a bit too complacent, needed to put the foot down, and away they've gone.
Yeah,
so
it is interesting because as they got further down the course, this Fremantle crew, they got a little bit dirty with their blade work, got a bit tired, just not turning under the water a little bit, just laying that boat down a little bit, allowing the others to come through. And but they will hold on to take that win. And Curtin University through in second. It will be Shoalhaven in third, followed by Yarra Yarra in fourth, and then over to Swan River and Barwon.
Yep, Shoalhaven did fantastically well just to come back there at the end, actually, because Yarra Yarra looking very comfortable for a third place. So well done to Shoalhaven just for lifting it on the line in a very, very tight finish there for third and fourth. A nice win for Fremantle.
Absolutely, and we move on to race 210, the Mixed Masters E Quad Scull, Division 3. We have Lindisfarne and Ulverston Composite in lane 2, Gina Anderson, Sandra Wilson, Michael Wilson and James Cowley. In lane 3, Toowong Composite with Toowong Commercial, Murwillumbah and Sunshine Coast. Christy Nash, Gary Betts, Fung Ha Chan and John King. In lane 4, we have North Esk A&A Composite, Elizabeth Stephen, Diane Ottaway, Dale Hawkins and Robert Wrigley. Coaches Kerry Dawkins and Trevor Barrett. In lane 5, Bunbury's Chris Lloyd, Lisa Munro, Alex Park, Laurel Clump and of course their coach Chris Iredale. And lane 6, Adelaide University, Adelaide Composite, Andrew Tideman, Susie Ross, David McLeod and Angie Franco.
Now, Lindisfarne over there from Tasmania in lane 2 and Adelaide University Comp in lane 6 are both absolutely powered out of the pontoons and absolutely cranking on the rate, racing very, very smoothly. We've definitely got Adelaide University Composite striding ahead. They've had a couple of steering challenges. You can see the curvy line left behind them as they've come off the start, which is going to slow them down. But if they can find the centre of their lane, get the foot off the rudder, they're now going to sit back and slightly pull away. So Adelaide University Composite now looking very comfortable. I'd say they've got half a length on Lindisfarne, who are sitting in 2. Then the next is North Esk Composite in 3rd place, probably a length clear water off the leading 2. And then Toowong Composite and Bunbury close behind.
Yeah, it's a lot of steering happening in a couple of these boats, particularly the North Esk and Bunbury crews. They are moving all over their lanes. These boats should be fairly well balanced, you know. So it looks like they've tried to right Bunbury in the lane.
It's interesting, you can see it's the equivalent of the aeroplane vapor trail, the trail that the boats are leaving behind in their lanes. Yeah. And when you've got beautiful conditions like this, it's actually very easy to see who's steering. And you know, every time you've got that rudder on, it's literally coming off that beautiful straight plane and acting as a small brake under the boat. So you've really got to avoid that if you can.
And absolutely, and it's unusual that sometimes you'll see it when it's coming a cruise borrowed a boat or hired a boat. They'll come into the boat and it won't be quite the same setup as far as steering goes. It'll be a little bit left bias, a little bit of right bias, and it takes a bit of time for them to get used to it. This is a Bunbury boat. Now we're looking at this crew here, the North Esk Composite, and certainly Dale Hawkins, I think I'm looking at a different crew here. This one over here, the Adelaide University Composite. And we did see this Angie Franco and Susie Ross. I think it was in the pair yesterday and had a great row in that pair. and brought it home. But coming down now, it is a race on.
It really, Lindisfarne have cranked up the rate, and they're looking like terriers over there in lane 2, like really snappy. They lifted the rate. It's not particularly clean, but goodness me, they are literally throwing it all out of the boat to try and get across the line. I think Adelaide University Comp are just looking too collected, too confident. Their rhythm is too strong, but a really great battle for the end here from Lindisfarne Composite. Really, really powerful rowing. Good on them.
Yeah, the sort of Adelaide Composite getting across the line, taking first, just 0.74 of a second ahead of Lindisfarne. It's Daylight third, but it will be the Northwest Composite coming in third, followed by, should be, as they come down towards the line, Bunbury and Toowong Composite. And that was a fairly snappy time of 3:28.39.
Yeah, great time. And just back on that steering, Rob, I coxed a quad for the first time at the State Champs, which were only 2 weeks ago here in Western Australia.
Yep.
Never coxed a quad before. Couldn't believe how the thing spun. I mean, you just say bow side row on, and within 2 strokes, you've done a 180. And I was absolutely sort of blown away at how dynamic they really can be. So if you've got one side, if you just give a nudge on that bow side, it is going to take you off that line. So you've really got to make sure that you're holding those blades with even pressure, that you're really feeling it through the shoulders.
Yeah, and certainly, probably the best way to steer those, when it's school rowing has a lot of cox quads in it. We don't see them much outside of that, but they certainly, that's something we have to teach them all the time, is having come out of that system, that they don't rely on their oar pulling around. Or if they do, it's simply getting the bow to take pressure off one or the other. Don't try to pull harder, because that throws the rhythm out in the boat. Just take a little bit of pressure off one hand, but not everybody, because the boat spins. Like you say, if the coxswain hits the rudder at the same time, it's all over. You're just taking such a big turn. So, as I said, I think my rule of thumb would be, if there's not much breeze at all, you just stay with the rudder. If the wind comes up and you've just got to, you're better off leaving the rudder off and just using the
blades,
the bias from side to side.
Which is very different from what we're looking at now. We've got the Mixed Masters D Coxed 4 division. So only 4 blades on the boat, not 8. So each oarsman with 1 blade, not 2. And these 4 have all shot out of the blocks together. In lane 3, we've got Karam, which is from Victoria, Catherine Carr, Sarah Hayward, Drew Holman, Stuart Gilbert. Angelique Everett is the cox and coached by Drew Holman. In lane 4, we've got Dragons from Queensland. That's Claire Farley, Tracy Capes, Patrick Mulrooney and John Dixon. Sarah Sedgwick is the cox and Kathy Phillips is coaching them. In lane 5 is Perth, Adele Chapman, Catherine Kennedy, Joel Ireland and Chris Corbett, Kathy Ride coxing them. And in lane 6 is a Glebe composite. Kristin Berry, Cecily Ferry, James Wentworth and Kenneth Major. Catherine Davies is the cox. And it's clear that in lane 3, Karam, am I saying that right, Rob?
Yeah, Karam.
Karam from Victoria. Definitely got a canvas up, but goodness me, the Glebe composite in lane 6 are not letting them go anywhere. And then we've got Dragons and Perth in the 2 centre lanes, absolutely side by side, working very hard off one another. Both of them rating an almost identical rating, those Dragons and Perth crews. But we've got Karam striding out ahead there in lane 3. Not able to break contact, though. This first and second crew are very evenly matched.
Absolutely, they are evenly matched. That Karam club, we talked about that yesterday. Talked about this club yesterday. They're located just down south of Melbourne, off to the southeast of Melbourne, and row on the State Sports Park, I think it's called, down there, which is a purpose-built facility for skiing and rowing and canoes and the like. Only have about 23 to 25 active members, and we've just seen them come down race after race after race, and having phenomenal success for such a small club. So congratulations to all involved in Karam, and it looks like you've got another tranche of gold medals coming your way. It looks like
Karam have got it. They're still half a length. They haven't managed to clear water, but it's pretty clear that they're going to cross the line first. Interestingly, all crews in this race have basically stern load of 4s, except for the Glebe composite, which is a bow load of 4. And there you go, Karam through the finish line with overlap from the Glebe composite. And then we've got Dragons coming through, and last of all Perth, but again overlapping, so pretty close together, these crews.
Yeah, so we just mentioned the bow loader, and it's a term for the coxswain sitting in front of the bow person, so closest to the front of the boat, and they lie down in the boat pretty much, and just go along for the ride. We used to live for the time when it was raining and bucketing down rain or really, really cold. The coxswain lost their luxury ride. So so most boats now are, particularly as they get into the higher end of competition boats, for those cox boats are bow loaders. We're still getting a lot of stern boats, crew in the junior ranks in schools, because the coxswain can get in there and do a lot more coaching from the coxswain seat.
I was going to say, as I raced a bow loader today, and the feel is extraordinary. I mean, I crossed the line first, but I can't see anything that's going on behind me. So you've got to do it all by feel. You've got to really sense what the boat is doing and be able to call it without being able to see it. Whereas if you're in a stern loader, the crew's in front of you, and yes, they block your vision, but my goodness me, you can coach them. So pros and cons, but the general consensus is that if you've got the cox in the bow, the weight in the boat is better distributed, keeping the bow low.
Yeah, and has also allowed boats to be run as coxless as well, so they can generally run the steering back to the stroke seat and run that as well. So it's just quite a recent addition to rowing. Although way back in the day, when those good old wooden boats, I used to row a coxed pair, and of course the coxed pair had the coxswain in the bow. Way back then. That was in the 80s and 90s. So we don't see so many of the cox pairs around anymore.
I've in my 30 years coxing never ever coxed a pair. So here we go. Mixed Masters D, coxed 4, Division 2, Lane 3 Toowong, Lane 4 Riverside, Lane 5 ANA, Lane 6 North Esk. In the Toowong crew, we've got Heather Anderson, Doug Ray, Daniela Anderson, David Bellamy and Jennifer Pollock is the cox. For Riverside in Lane 4 from South Australia, Melanie Innes, Samantha Jersman, Brian Glawson, Anthony Lee, coxed by Anne Pennington. Lane 5, ANA, think they've got a bow ball in the lead from WA, Sandra Clark, Stuart Clark, Robert Boylan, Hilary Smale and Courtney Brennan coxing. And Lane 6, really not letting ANA get away, is North Esk from Tassie, Kathleen McQueen, Judy Fenner, Robert Ojeda, Patrick Bird, Claire Gregg is coxing, and the coaches of Kerry Dawkins and Trevor Barrett. So Riverside, ANA, North Esk, all come blistering out. ANA have got their bow in front, but goodness me, this is close.
Yeah, I'm liking the look of this ANA crew. They're keeping it very, very flat through the jaw, just keeping that movement together. Not too much rush off the back, so holding it together quite nicely. Underrating the crew off to their right, which is the Riverside crew, by a point or two. Riverside, that probably reflected that they were going on a bit of an effort there and trying to establish a lead here, and they've just probably crept into the lead a little bit. Just looking at it at the moment, ANA looked the most in control here. So I would be surprised if ANA aren't able to react, and they probably need to react. They'll let the Riverside crew get through their push, and then they'll just go, okay, well now we'll just, and here they go now. We can see that, we could just see that change in their rhythm there, and they're going to pull up alongside the Riverside again, and hopefully move through. And it was the ANA crew that went through in first place through the 500, followed by Riverside, 0.31 back, North Esk 1.69 and Toowong 8.59. So the angles aren't quite working for us on the screen here, because it does look like the Riverside crew is in front, but that's some of the angles.
Yeah, look, it's incredibly close. But as you were saying earlier, Rob, like in 1,000 metres, there isn't a place to settle, to kind of find that mid-race rhythm. It's come out hard, be relentless on that pace and build for the line. So you've really, really got to keep that rate up. You can't sort of relax too much. And I think it's clear now that actually Riverside have put ANA under pressure, and their tenacity has really just nudged their their bow of
just-
canvas in front.
Yeah, just shortening up a little bit there. So I think A&A just stay on your game. They've got enough room here, and I think if they
can
they
lift,
wind it up
yeah.
from here, because I think Riverside are working a lot harder in that boat than what A&A are. Well, they might not think that themselves. But out the other side here is this North-Est crew coming home, also coming home very fast. So A&A still just battling away there. They've just pipped it up a point or two on rate. Pretty good nobody having a look across and see what's going on. There's a lot of water getting thrown up here at the moment. I don't mind saying, Bobby, there's a lot of water coming up.
Yeah,
but here
and
go
A&A,
A&A.
I think A&A, you're right. They did have something left in the tank, and they've really picked it up. I'd say they're literally a bow number in front right now. This is really brave, gutsy rowing for the line. These three crews, Riverside, A&A, and North-Est, they're all in contact. But A&A have definitely pulled a canvas clear now, lifted the rate, really emptying the tank. They're looking tired, you're right. This is not the cleanest row, but yeah, they've done it. They got their canvas in front. Good on them.
Absolutely did. That was a well-controlled row. They, as I picked it about 400 metres out, they just looked a little bit more in control. They probably let Riverside get a little bit further in front than I would have otherwise suggested was a good idea. But they were able to overcome that by just holding it together, pick the rating up over the last 150 metres and just move through them. And we're just watching the Toowong crew coming in now and crossing the line to complete this field.
And look, the wind has completely dropped now. The lake here is completely flat. So we've got some fabulous conditions. So yeah, well done. That was argy-bargy. It's very rare that you see crews chop and change the lead like that. Every 10, 15 strokes, a different bow ball was in front. So you've really, when you're coxing that kind of race, you've really just got to stay calm, confident, build the crew up, and clearly I think the A&A cox really kept control then. So great work.
And I think, we've seen some good calls from that, from the coxswain Courtney Brennan over the days. I think we've caught her close on camera giving the instructions to go for her various crews, and certainly she says it with some vigour. We're going to race 2:13, the mixed, mixed.
Okay, we've got some pretty scary steering going on here from A&A. Oh my goodness, they've crossed into the lane on the first 10 strokes.
They had about a 1 second start. This is the AB. This is the AB 8+. There's only two crews in this. The Swan River, which is the B crew. They're off go. Roberto Blasietta, Robert Liff, James Arnott, John Spadicini, Jen Annis, Tia Connor, Sophie Davidson, Sarah Martin and Neville Kempton is their coxswain. The ADF rowing composite crew, Zoe Martin, Rachel Cope, Daniel Watson, Joel Collins, David Visser, Bill Todd, Sarah Leon, Holly Kilmartin and Catherine Kessler is their coxswain. After a little bit of a...
I was on the edge of my seat here, Rob, looking at that. So I was thinking of a collision in the first 10 strokes.
We've been pretty lucky. We've had... I just saw a close call the other day, but we really haven't had any collisions. Now, ADF rowing composite had a 1 second handicap on the Swan River crew, and they've already gone past them. So they've certainly got a head of steam.
Yeah, look, they've really recovered because that rudder was having to really steer to get that crew back out of, argy-bargy with the Swan River Rowing Club and get them back into their lane, which really, really does pull on the rhythm. And really, when they're trying to build their rate, that's the point where they're winding.
Yeah.
You really, really don't want to have the rudder on. So the fact that ADF got the rudder, got back in their lane, found their rhythm, and have now pulled a good length ahead. Absolutely well done to them.
And I think that the problem is that with that sort of start, when they come into the other lane, it's not only the coxswain that's worried about the steering. Everybody in the boat starts worrying about the steering.
Yeah.
So you distract from the task in hand, which is to get the boat out away from the blocks and get away. And so they all become part of that scenario where they're all worried about they're going to hit the other crew, and so it just shakes that rhythm. But they look to have got it back together now and are powering away. So not getting a whole lot of run out of the boat, but they're offsetting that with plenty of rate.
Yeah, and look, you can see the difference here. The ADF crew, they are just clearing the puddles, which means that as the puddles from bow pair go past the stern, oh no, stern pair, you're right, they've just shortened up. Their puddles are now going into bow pair's puddles. So they're both not getting great clearance, but ADF is definitely looking a bit smoother, a bit cleaner at the moment.
Yeah, and as I was explaining yesterday, my thoughts on the thing is that if you can get that, clearance out, just an extra 50 mil clearance, that's 6 metres at the end of the race. 100 mil clearance, that's 12 metres at the end of the race. That's the length of an 8. So if you can just squeeze out that bit more run out of the boat, not so much rush off the back, just get that extra run, that will pay dividends at the other end of the thing. It's a 3-second advantage you're going to get from that alone.
Absolutely.
And
but also your stern pair, they're rowing in dirty water, and your
and
stern pair are setting the rhythm. And so you really want, and I've just seen the stroke of the ADF crew clip the puddle of the 2-man as it came under his blade, or girl, as it came under her blade. So,
And it just makes for an uncomfortable ride for them. And, you want them to be, unencumbered. Yeah.
There they go, ADF just crossed the line. It's solid row, didn't need to take it up at the end there. Managed to put sort of 5 lengths between them and Swan River. Interestingly, both Swan River and ADF steering towards bow side then and crossing the buoys, both of them out of their lane at the finish. So obviously what that means is the rowers do get tired, and if you've got one side stronger than the other, they are going to start pulling you around. So well done to those 2 crews. It's, my suspicion would be, Rob, that everyone in those boats has rowed another race today.
I'd say looking at some of those names, quite a number of them. We now move up to the final race of the day, and race 214, and it is the Mixed Masters H2M4. We're lucky we've got all H crews in this race. It's a Cox 4. In lane 2, we have Melbourne Composites, Melbourne and Melbourne University, Terry Phillips, Mike Kerrin, Jen Kilby, Louise Phillips, and their coxswain Justin Rhodes. In lane 3, Cambridge Composites, Cambridge, Clifton, Toowong and Sunshine Coast, Julianne Kelly, Gavin Kirk-Lauritsen, Kerry Dombrowski, Martha DeLong, and Lauren Robertson is their coxswain. In lane 4, Perth Composites, Vanessa Grant, Alan Barry, Kenneth Price, Nikki Cato, Ronnie Cooper is the cox. In lane 5, Melbourne Rowing Clubs, Irina Benjamin, Lisa Godolfo, John Dollison, Michael Dakic and Zena Marzi is their coxswain. And in lane 6, the Buckingham, Sandy Bay, Derwent Mercantile Collegiate, Canberra Composite of Judy Walsh, Eve Beecroft, Chris Potter, Tom Ottey and Craig Hustable is their coxswain.
Well, Rob, it's all about Melbourne. So lane 2, Melbourne Composite, and lane 5, Melbourne, are the ones with their noses out in front. Both had really long, clean start. I think we've got a nice, looser, longer stroke from the Melbourne Composite over there in lane 2. So they've definitely nudged ahead with a canvas in front. Both of these Melbourne crews, the Melbourne Composite and the Melbourne crew, got their bow loader coxswains. So that's actually pretty hard, both those coxswains 4 lanes apart. They pretty much can't see each other, so they will have no clue if they're in the lead, and if so, by how much. So it's actually down to the communication of the crew to say, we've got to move, or we're up a canvas. So hopefully the bowman or woman of both of those crews is communicating with those coxswains in the bow just to tell them, we've got to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite often that they'll have an arrangement where the bow will be just feeding some information back to the coxswain, about how they're sitting, how they're looking. You might even have the bow of the 2 calling as they would in a Cox's 4. So that just changes per crew. I'd say these are mixed crews. They're probably trying to work that out on the way to the start, how the communication channels are going to work in those boats. Yep. But certainly communication seems to be working okay in the Melbourne Composite crew and the crew over this side, the Melbourne crew. So they have certainly put some space over the rest of the crew. The rest of the crew is the Melbourne Rowing Club being in lane 5, a full Melbourne crew. The Melbourne Composite just with the one Melbourne Uni, Mike Kerrin, in there. And that certainly crew looks to be working very well as they come down. Now, once again, Melbourne Uni, Melbourne Rowing Club, they're in that boathouse row on the Yarra River there, right in at South Bank in Melbourne, and a great part of the world. If you haven't ever been over there and got part of that, the head of the Yarra and some of those other regattas over there, great regattas to attend, and a great scene for anybody that's into rowing. But they looking like they're in a hurry to get home at the moment.
Absolutely. Melbourne Composite just got their nose inside that last 250, and we know that because you can see the buoys change colour. So you know you're inside the last 250 when those lane marker buoys change from white to red. So you can see from the drone, it actually makes the lane markers much more difficult to see, that red colour, not the white colour. But Melbourne Composite now actually maintaining really strong. They're just smooth. They're not tugging on it too hard. They're actually being quite careful with it, but it's just keeping that boat tapping ahead quite nicely. The Melbourne crew still have overlap in lane 5, and actually the Cambridge Composite, I think they're probably only a canvas of clear water. So if Cambridge were to lift now, I don't think they could get second from there, but they would certainly get a good overlap. But I think Melbourne Composite, last race of the day, are going to bring it home and enjoy a nice length of win there.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming down to the line now, and they've pulled out to about a length and a half's lead over the Melbourne crew. They'll have that big discussion around their afternoon drinks this afternoon. Coming home now is it does look to be the Cambridge Composite and Perth Composite. So all the crews coming home, and look at the conditions out on the course. We can see the flotilla of safety and umpire boats coming back down the course, and bringing today the end of racing today. We're going to cross the Trav in just a second. Travis out on the side of the course. Bobby, thank you for this afternoon.
A pleasure to join you, Rob.
Yeah, you've given us a bit of a reprieve. It's been a bit of a tough gig over for these 3 days. We haven't had much of a reprieve at all. So a glass of Prosecco or two for me tonight, I think, will be...
You've earned it, Rob.
Yeah.
You've earned it.
Yeah, so... so we're just about getting ready to pass over to Travis. He's on the bank. They're just getting the right spot. We've got still a bit of crowd there. Good to see the deck bar up there is getting fully functional, and they've got a little bit of sun in the afternoon.
Well, it's the big rowing party tonight, Rob.
It's the big rowing party tonight. Oh, yes, I had forgotten about the big rowing party, but. We're looking for some direction, and just about ready to try over to you, Travis.
And thank you very much to the commentary team up there in the stands. I've just been able to have some time off this afternoon, so I've come down to the banks here of Champion Lakes just to soak in some of the atmosphere. And it's all hugs and kisses down here. It's all very happy. It's a few teams just starting to plan their attack on the titles for next year as well. It's a beautiful time of the day here in the West. It's the golden hour. There's a few people up enjoying the refreshments on the tower. And that will bring day 3 to a close. There will be a little bit of celebrations tonight, but we still do have one big day of rowing tomorrow. It'll be day 4, the final day of action here at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. If it's anything like today, we're going to promise to have another fantastic day of rowing. To everyone in the team in the tower, thank you for all your help. To all the volunteers, they've done a fantastic job here at Champion Lakes today. To Rowing WA and their team, they put on a spectacular day of action with plenty of medals being handed out. Rob, it's absolutely glorious down here. I look forward to welcoming you down here shortly. We'll see everybody at home tomorrow for the final day of competition. Good night.
Thank you. Perfect. Oh, it was quick with it, design. Yeah, you too. Yeah. Yeah, see you tomorrow? Yeah, I'm here tomorrow.